call their play, and get back behind the markers, okay? Okay. All right?
What a beautiful day here in Millville, New Jersey. Hello, everybody. We have TCUFL action here here in this great field where we've got this first game of 4 today. The freshman division with the Vineland Bandits and the Holly City Lightning taking things out to begin this quadruple header. We hope everybody is enjoying their Sunday. I'm Tom Wilkins. John Zaplinski is with me today. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. And we're about ready to start kicking this thing off, and here we go. A little directional kick to begin things. We just got started in the nick of time, didn't we, John?
Yeah, he didn't waste no time with that one. That was good.
Obviously, John, you are from this area, so
yeah.
Obviously this is a new generation of players that we'll be seeing today. We got freshmen, then we got sophomore, junior, and senior groups coming up later on.
Yeah, this could be a great day. It's a big rivalry. This is goes from 5 years old all the way to high school, and it never leaves. It's
and it takes you to Thanksgiving, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. 1800s it started.
I mean, you thought Harvard-Yale was the rivalry, or Cal-Stanford. You got Vineland-Millville.
Yeah, it's a great tradition to be a part of. So it's fun to be here today.
Like for me, and when I grew up in Hamilton. Oh, look at this! Some new graphics here that I haven't seen before. 1st and 10.
That looks good.
That's all we got is 1st and 10.
Hey.
We just throw it up there and
on that. Just like the old days with all the networks here. All right, so let's see how things go as a Holly City, which is Millville, Holy City. I'm sorry.
Holy crap.
Nice little run.
Well, anyway, here's a handoff up to about the midfield stripe. I didn't realize it was called Holy City, but it looks like the word Holly when you see it out there.
Yeah, there was Johnson on that carry.
All right, so Johnson was able to pick up 5 on the play. Now, in this league, they kick off in the 45-yard line. Obviously, they're short kickoffs. You don't expect touchbacks or anything like that. But let's see how Holy City gets things started. They are known as the Lightning in this division. They also have the Storm, Thunder, and Bolts, all storm-related. And we'll be seeing them throughout the day, as I said. All right, here we go with a 2nd and 5. Ball at the midfield stripe.
We
and the ball
got a fumble.
pops out.
Oh, recovered by Millville.
And the Holy City recovers. Probably a 1-yard pickup. I guess the exchange didn't quite work out too well. But remember, these kids are growing and they're learning, and obviously it's one of the most important things of football.
Oh, this is where it all starts at this age level. And, coming here earlier, I didn't realize they had another age group younger. I was shocked. I guess they're like 4- and 5-year-olds.
Yeah, we got, or maybe a year under what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is where lessons being learned in ball security, which is so important. I mean, if you want a lesson in ball security, don't look at the Minnesota Vikings Thursday night.
Yeah, you got that right.
That'll be 3rd and 4. Ball spotted at the around the 48-yard line. You're not going to see very many wide formations. They do hand off.
Very
That's a 1st down and more. Look at this. And they'll get himself down to about the 35.
First down.
Yeah.
So a 13-yard pickup.
Carter Patterson on that.
I'll take football. Thank you very much, son. Good job.
And we'll definitely read the names as we go along here.
Excuse me.
As we go along. So chain gang moves up, and Holy City will have 1st and 10 as the ball spot at the 35 of Vineland. Vineland's teams, this is the Vineland Bandits, the freshman group. as the groups increase. They have the sophomore group as the Wolfpack, the junior group as the Colts, and the senior group as the Raiders. So in essence, as you go up a level, they change the nickname.
Yeah.
I mean, some programs do that, others do not.
Here we go,
So
here we go.
this is actually something.
I think it gives them an identity.
Well,
They all
yeah,
have their
of
own
course.
identity.
Now, of course, in the Arizona League, they might have the cactus plants, but be very hard to tackle.
Yeah.
All right, so they got the offensive line lined up. You'll notice that Holy City is in the blue with orange helmets and white numerals. Vineland's in all white, white helmets, white pants, white shirts, and I guess orange numerals from this distance here.
Almost had a little fumble there.
Well,
but
there's an
got it
end
right.
around, actually.
It's number
Getting
7.
some nice yardage here.
Oh, he's still going.
25.
Go,
He's
go.
still going, and he may take this home. He
Oh,
does.
touchdown.
How about that? Jean-Louis Antoine welcomes himself as the first score of the game. How about that for a delayed handover? I don't know if it was a sweep or an end around, but whatever it was, it worked for a 35-yard
Yeah, he
score.
hit that corner. He was gone. There's some wheels on him.
Behind him. Otherwise,
So obviously very nice run and a
they throw the
very
ball
good
for
start
2,
for the
They
Lightning.
can run for 1. Okay, they can
Yeah, you
throw-
wanna score
run,
first.
They can throw the ball for 2 points, or they can run for 1.
Okay, you may have just
Guys,
heard
only blue
Steve.
can score. If you get possession of the ball, the play is over. Okay.
All right, so you may have heard
No, they
Steve.
can run or throw.
You may have heard Steve on the microphone. If you throw the ball, it's 2 points. If you run the ball, it's 1 point. So that's what it comes down to. And the conversions are going to be at the 3-yard line. Now sometimes we're going to get delays here just to make sure the right personnel is on. Now I've noticed so far
Hey, Karan.
in the first couple of plays
Yeah.
that we haven't seen coaches on the field. Now in the younger ages you'll see that.
Yeah.
But as teams grow, obviously coaches can't be on the field. I guess their lives depend on it. They got to get back to the sideline.
Very disciplined kids, you know. You don't have to have the coaches out there. It was new to me when I came here, probably in 2012. I came from another town, and I came over here at this age group, and there was no coaches. I was kind of shocked, but they learn a lot better. You know, they learn a lot better, and they do a better job.
Well, it's
No distraction.
I think it's everybody learning on a different curve and a matter of, okay, how do we do this and how do we do it which benefits everybody? Because football is the ultimate team sport.
Absolutely.
And you can't rely on individuals doing it all the time.
Oh,
all right,
that
they're going to
fumble.
run for 1, but he picks up his own fumble and runs it in.
There it is.
So I guess that counts.
Yep, number 5.
So that is Carter Patterson. So I actually read the name wrong for that 35-yard run. It's Antoine Jean-Louis. So we got last name and then first name on
Yeah.
there. So I kind of figured that out. So why don't we take a look at the replay of that 35-yard touchdown run by Antoine Jean-Louis. I've had a couple of people ask in regards to how you can view the game. Well, this is why. So what did you see on this play, John?
Good blocking on the line, number 1. I'm a lineman guy, so at this age level, it's very crucial that your offensive line are disciplined. Everyone's blocking. You know, he hits that corner. Good move, stiff arm, well taught, and the wheels pick up. He's going.
I think, John, that a lot of people the play was designed to go to the left.
Yeah.
And Jean-Louis was standing waiting to go the other direction, kind of like a misdirection play, and it worked out to perfection.
Yeah. It's good to be fast.
Hey,
At this level, I got to tell you, it could take one player. It could take one player to be a game changer at this level.
that's very true. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, by the way football has evolved, I mean, you look at the Cowboys of the 90s, they were so built on speed. That's
yeah.
why they were so far ahead of everybody else before everyone caught up.
Even their linemen were fast.
and that's how the game is. Everyone caught on, and now it's a matter, okay, who's going to get the next
Yeah.
edge? But it's just so hard now
Yeah.
because it's almost like everyone's built into this well-oiled machine. And remember, these are kids playing. They're enjoying the game. So win
Absolutely.
or lose, everyone's on the field, and everybody plays.
Absolutely.
And Vineland has a good amount of players on their team. Everyone's going to see action at some point.
Yeah, they got a pretty big roster, it looks like.
Which, again, I'll read a little bit later on as we go about here. So anyway, following Jean-Louis's 35-yard touchdown, rather, Lightning had the 7-0 lead to start. Referee about to blow. Usually takes them, they want to make sure they have everybody there, and obviously the delays are to make sure everyone's
nice
on
kick.
the right point. And here's a good kickoff. Now remember, it's a live ball after 10 yards, so the up man picks it up and doesn't
All right,
even get
good.
back.
And a fumble.
And another fumble.
Wow, great defense there. Number 0 with the hit. We don't have him on the roster. But
that's okay, but he delivered a great hit and ends up causing the special teams turnover. And what do you know? The Lightning get the ball right back.
Yep, that's
get
that early
jump.
jump.
Was out before he went down.
Fumble.
Yeah,
Right.
as you can hear from referee Steve, he said the ball was out before he was down.
Come on, boys, come on.
Yep. Way to swarm to the ball.
And we'll definitely bring referee Steve in for any penalties that come up so you can hear exactly what happened. Those of you who are watching this game, of course, tell your friends and have them check out HSG Network on YouTube. We are here for a quadruple header here from Millville, and definitely going to be a fun afternoon and even into the evening of football. And we
more intense as the day goes.
Well, yeah, of course, obviously.
It's going to get intense later here.
You're on the learning curve in the younger ages, but the emotion comes in as you grow and as you build up experience.
Absolutely. Another run.
Now, here's an inside handoff and a nice tackle that time.
Got a big back in there, number 15.
And that would be, it looks like
Gushawn
Johnson.
Yep.
Look, I was having an issue.
He's a big boy.
Was it Goo or was it Gwee or something? I mean, I don't know, but
yeah,
that was actually a good run. The Vineland player made a nice tackle.
Yeah, he's a big running back.
So it ends up being a 4-yard gain. I mean, obviously, you can't really say you have fullbacks in the system because, I mean, you got players of all shapes and sizes, and everyone's getting an opportunity.
Some get a little bigger quicker. You know.
And listen, it's all metabolism and DNA and all that stuff. So
absolutely,
you just don't know. So now from the looks like the 26-yard line, second down,
number 5,
another handoff.
That's Patterson.
Again, Patterson just plows his way over and very close to his first down there.
Finding a little hole, taking it, and getting them a few yards. 3 yards is perfect. But you get that 5. I don't know. It was about 4 yards on that carry.
That was close to 5 because it looks
5.
like third and a long one coming up. Maybe a yard and a half.
Yeah, creep. Every time you run the ball 3 yards, 3 yards, 3 yards, you're going to get a first down every time. And they've been successful so far early. They're getting positive yards every play.
And it's certainly very nice to see. And Vineland, remember, they have not had the ball offensively yet. And I think we got a timeout. So why don't we take a short break here in the first quarter with Holy City ahead 7-0 over Vineland. We'll come back in just a moment.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
Third and a big one.
All right, so we are back as a timeout was called, I believe, by Holy City. So it'll be a third and about a yard and a half. Ball spud right outside the 21-yard line. See what they do.
Oh, got a fumble.
Ball's dropped.
Fourth down.
So obviously didn't get back to the line of game there. So it'll be fourth down now for Holy City. Just bad exchanges, but you got to remember, this happens a lot at this level of football.
Absolutely. This is where you get all the kinks out. You're learning. It's developmental. You got to make mistakes to get better at every level, to know what not to do next time. But they're kids at the end of the day.
Well, that's all that matters. These are kids.
Absolutely.
Even in games that we do high school football, like especially in Hillsborough and other places, these are kids learning at the end of the day. I mean, obviously, I'm not expecting going to Akron or Ohio State or anyone like that. But the point I'm trying to get at here is, I mean, it's a growing pains thing, and And remember, I mean, these are kids, and I mean,
Yeah.
they're not adults, and you got to try and encourage.
Yeah, this is
as
the best
much as you
memories.
can.
This is the best memories.
Most definitely. All right, so that was a loss of a yard. So 4th and 2. They're going to try the handoff
back
up the
again.
middle. Let's see what they
What
got.
we got? What do we got?
That's Johnson
First down?
again.
Yes,
That's
he
your
got
call.
he
First
needed
down.
3. And
That's
so he
your
needed
call.
2 and got
Come
3.
in,
So
yell
they
first
moved
down.
the chains on 4th down
Thank you.
and find themselves in the red zone.
Yep. You want that short yardage, you put your big back in there and let them plow right through the middle.
Yeah, come in. Stop
And
the clock,
obviously,
yell first down.
John, I mean, you're going to see so much more running than passing.
Yeah,
In-
at this
in-
level,
exactly.
absolutely. You're gonna. I mean, when you do see passing, it'll shock you. I haven't seen these two teams. I don't know if they pass or if they're gonna wait till later.
Okay, so it'll be 1st and 10. We're just adjusting a little bit of equipment here.
3 minutes, guys. Clock moving. 3
All right,
minutes.
they're saying about 3 minutes left in the first quarter.
Here we go, Blue. Here we go.
Let's see, maybe we can figure where to put this thing. Sorry about that.
There you go.
There we go. All right, the official said 3 minutes left in the first quarter, so
7-0.
right, Lightning ahead. They're going to try and extend their lead.
Little,
Now they have nice hole and a good.
It's still going.
and
There
look
he
at that,
goes.
still going,
Still going.
and he's going to get in, I believe.
He's
Yes,
in for a touchdown. That's
indeed.
Patterson again.
Patterson strikes again. Welcome to the end zone.
Okay, 3-yard
He's
line.
been all over the
3-yard
game
line.
today. Defense, offense. He recovered that fumble. He has a knack for the ball.
Most certainly does. I mean, sometimes when you have that awareness as to where the ball is going,
Well, you can't teach that. That's
I mean,
just a natural instinct.
you have an intangible that's going
Yeah.
to
Yep.
really work out
Okay,
tremendously.
Only Blue can score. This is a point try now. Only Blue can score. You get possession to play is over.
All right, so they're going to go for the extra point, which, well, of course, if they run it, it's a point. If they try passing it, it'll be 2
Is
points.
he on the field?
Yep. And that was a good design play. That was a cross trap. I don't know if we have the replay, but that
Yeah,
was a
we'll show it
cross
to you
trap.
after the
Right
conversion.
in, man. You gotta
Yeah.
say something, buddy. Here we go, boys. Hustle up, coach.
Obviously, the referee
got it,
might
sir.
be hearing is expediting the
Blue, sir.
process,
Send
and
the word
now
out.
looks like Holy City's
Send the
calling a
word out, Blue.
timeout. So let's grab a break here.
That's
It's
right. Millville
13-0
first.
Lightning over the Bandits with the conversion
I got
and more
1:43.
coming up after this.
59 on the game clock.
How you guys doing? This is showing a typical framing for a window. As you can see, this does not have the plywood on it at this time. This opening here we took, and it's actually sheathed underneath the Tyvek. And we did this on purpose so you can actually see how we like to see our windows installed. The windows ought to have the plywood on, then the Tyvek goes on. Then we actually put a piece of window wrap tape down here. After that's on, the windows dry fit at one time and pulled out. The next step that you see, the window's actually in. Before that window went in, they actually put a 3/8 bead of silicone around the entire opening. The window went into it. After that's done, it's nailed or screwed in every hole. Then the tape is put back up the sides, across the top, and this piece of Tyvek is then pulled down. So everything's covered water, 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 water.
And the wide out for this work.
Okay, we are back here in Millville as Holly City has taken a 13-0
Timeout's
lead
over, boys.
following
Here we
the
go.
touchdown. Now, you notice in the background, as sounds of the game, you're hearing referee Steve trying to coach both teams, trying to expedite the game along and making sure everything goes smoothly, which is actually a nice feature we've had now for a few weeks here on HSG Network, and we've used it on a bunch of levels, from semi-pro to high school. In fact, we did that for a high school game that I thought worked excellent, to be quite honest.
That was last week, right? Was that last?
That was Hillsborough and Bridgewater. If I
Yeah, I
recall
saw
correctly.
the post for that. You guys are everywhere right now.
Well, we try to.
I don't know how you guys do it.
Well, we do it. Anyway, we got the conversion coming up.
10 seconds, Blue. 10 seconds.
You can hear Steve saying there's 10 seconds and counting on the game clock, so they'll go with a condensed
That motion going.
formation. And he said a man in motion. He's like stuck.
I like that.
He's going to try
Oh, he just got
passing.
it off. There's your first pass of the game.
And it's a conversion that went a little bit too high, and
Okay.
it's no good. So it is 13-0 in favor of the Lightning following the conversion. And I think Howard has a replay up as to what Patterson did on that last score.
All right. It was a counter. It was well executed. Let's see here. There he goes, misdirection, counter. There he goes, line blocking, doing their job. Hole was there, and he just took it to the next level.
Actually, I thought that the guy who tripped, I thought he had the ball originally.
Did you? He's got some good footwork.
Well, that's 4.5 hours of sleep for you. So.
Yeah. Great run, great line blocking. That was a well run play.
Yeah, most definitely.
Especially at this level. I mean, you don't expect much. It's usually considered ugly football at this age group, and that's what makes it great. But when you see these kids this young putting these plays in, all this hard work and projecting it, it makes these coaches happy.
I mean, not only the coaches happy, but it makes their respective parents proud.
Oh, absolutely.
For all the kids. They're all
It's hard
doing their
work.
best.
Absolutely. All that hard work, and that's the benefit of it.
So referee making sure everybody's lined up for the kickoff.
Here we go.
And you'll notice Holly City, mostly orange helmets. There's a couple wearing white. There's one, I think, wearing black. Just might be equipment standards or what have you. But like I said, every program differs when it comes to something like this.
Nice
Kickoff
little
is
boot.
taken now. Remember, it's a live ball after 10 yards. Trying
Defense
to get by
swarmed
one
him.
tag
All right.
and did a nice job getting some positive yardage.
I'll take football,
They're going to
please.
say
All
the
right.
38-yard line.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going to see what Vineland can do. The first time on offense, and well, they didn't get a chance. Yeah, so let's see if they can get a little bit of a push here.
Well, we'll see. But, yeah, I think they just signaled quarter time. So, because we'll keep it right here. But, John, I mean, I don't know if we're going to go to the screen here so you can see both our shots here.
Oh, we're going to be on TV.
No, they didn't move. They did not move as far as
Just gonna keep it?
switching sides.
Oh, okay.
So maybe they don't.
So maybe they just don't do that for whatever reason, or they just do it in half. There we are in the screenshot, peekaboo.
Hey,
Anyway, John, I mean, when did you start playing football? And,
I was young too. I was like 6, 7 years
we
old.
didn't expect to be video bombed there behind
Yeah.
us, but
Hey. Yeah, I was this age too, for the love of the game. And this is the best memories you have, all these youth games. I mean, this is the transition period to high school, and it's great memories. You don't forget this. That's why I notice all the coaches out here today on both teams I've been seeing, they all came from this programs, Vineland and Millville. So that's what's really great.
well, how about this play? Holly City going on major attack there,
Wow.
and the Vineland quarterback had nowhere to go but backward. And
That was
quite
Jean
a bit of
Louise
yardage.
again.
Antoine Jean-Louis.
Yeah, him again. Big names today. These guys are making big plays. That's a
So that'll force a second and long. That was about a 10-yard
I was
loss
about to
at
say,
least,
so
maybe
it's-
11.
yeah. It's a big loss.
The referee discussing something. And
All right, stay right there. We're not going to get it off. We want to get this right.
Oh, so this is still the first.
all right, so now Vineland lines up.
Boys, go to your sideline. That's the quarter.
All right, now the official says we're at quarter time. So now we'll switch sides.
There you go.
And it'll be 13-0 Lightning over the Bandits, as we'll have quarter number 2 after this break.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we're back here in Millville as Holly City got to a very nice start with a 13-0 lead as we begin the second quarter of play. We're switching sides. And Vineland, you'll see charging out to the ball as they'll be ready to go for a second and long. Looks like they're spotting the ball at about the 29-yard line.
Yeah.
And you talked about memories, John, as far as youth football. I mean, share one of them. Like, what stands out? I mean, that might be putting you on the spot, but
oh no, there's so many, and all these kids are gonna feel the same way. Just them friendships, your coaches that are your mentors at this level. You never, these coaches are a big impact on the kids, and it's a lifetime. And your players, you never forget the guys at this age that you went through the system with. And it lasts a lifetime. You're still friends with these guys. It goes on forever and ever. The big wins, too. Today, these kids are never going to forget which one wins today. This rivalry right here.
All right. I think we got a flag down. Hold on.
Prior to the snap, encroachment on the defense, 5 yards. Repeat, second down.
All right, so there was a penalty for an encroachment violation, which is basically the same as offside or neutral zone infraction.
Okay,
but actually,
forward.
John, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
What's the difference? It's still a 5-yard penalty with the same signal. But
Yeah.
what's the difference between encroachment and neutral zone infraction, or are they basically the same thing?
Basically the same. At this level, I think the rule, I have been gone since 2014. So I don't know at this level what the penalties are for them.
Well, I guess in this league, what they're saying is that once you jump across, and they have to blow the play dead.
Okay.
And as a wind gust just
Yeah, it was
blew
pretty good. It felt good,
the
though.
roster right off of John's desk here. Here's a handoff on second down, and it's not going to go for very much.
You're having a little hard time getting some plays off today. Quarterback looks a little hurt.
Well, and the interesting thing here, too, is it obviously with Holly City, it looks like they're playing both sides of the ball. I mean, they're trying to get everybody in as best as possible, but Vineland has to get in their players too. So
Yeah.
I guess maybe toward the end of the game, we could see Vineland have an advantage as far as having a little
Energy?
more stamina because of the numbers game.
Yeah, there's double the amount. So that, yeah, absolutely. That could, by the time the fourth quarter, it's not that hot today. Find two machines out there. These kids always got a lot of energy. It's amazing.
And we're only expecting 80 degrees today, so it's not
Yeah.
like everyone's baking and they need Gatorade and pickle juice or some sort of combination.
Yeah, it's beautiful
thereof.
out. It's absolutely beautiful out.
Yeah, definitely. Now we know some weather's moving in tonight, but we should be able to get all the games in before that happens.
Yeah.
All right, so Vineland trying to line things up. Third down, they
There we
pitch
go.
it out.
All right.
Oh, that's
good
a nice
defense.
play.
It's number 7 again.
Once again, that's Antoine Jean-Louis doing a good job.
Young man.
Anticipating the play, and it's like both sides of the ball. He just knows what's going on.
What a great open field tackle. Great form.
Coach, you've got
That's all you
options.
ask
What do you
for.
do?
All right, let's take a look at the replay. And I mean, if you notice where Jean-Louis was, I think what's going to happen, we're going to have, instead of a punt, we're going to have the 25 or 30-yard move over.
Yeah, he's lined up.
All right, let's look at the replay first, actually.
You can call it a D end or outside linebacker position at this level.
Went deep. You got their ball?
He
Way to
just
be on it, dude.
found the ball and great
Their
tackle.
ball.
And they anticipated very well as to what Vineland's been doing, and obviously,
Blue offense, blue offense,
obviously
blue
it's
defense.
Millville and Vineland. I mean, they're right next to each other, and I mean, those are the primo
defense
spots
right
of
here.
Deep South Jersey.
Right here, guys.
Oh, absolutely. They refer to each other as the other town.
I didn't
They're
other
human.
town.
Hey, they're human too. I mean,
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
I mean, obviously, if someone in Millville marries somebody in Vineland,
Yeah.
and they are both football fans from high school,
Yeah.
and they have their Thanksgiving game, makes
Yeah.
for an interesting dinner afterward.
I played at Vineland High School, and my sons played at Millville. It went through the system all the way through. So it was a great Thanksgiving Day rivalry. You know, my sons and then my alma mater. So it was fun for that too.
Yeah, there's a friend of mine from a high school I graduated with who later became a phys ed teacher at the rival school, both in Hamilton Township.
Yeah.
Of course, he and I graduated from Hamilton West. He went on to teach at Steinert. and his sons played for Steiner High School. Of course, Thanksgiving was always interesting.
Oh,
and
makes
his
it
wife
great.
also was a graduate from Hamilton West from that same year. So the sons are at one school. The parents are from the other school. It's like, okay, what do we do now? But then again, as we grow as individuals,
Yeah.
we look back at those things, and it's like, you know what, hey, we're all in the same gang.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Millville's
Doesn't
gonna
matter
do
what
here.
color uniform we put on.
Absolutely.
All right, now 1st and 10.
Nice hole. He's
From
cutting
the
it
midfield
outside.
straight. He's going to try cutting the outside, but the pursuit. Oh,
Wow,
there's
what a
juke
move.
but
Okay.
not too much of one there. That's Cullen Mason Jr., who tried to make something and ended up getting a couple yards out of play.
Yeah, it was
Second down.
good defense. They held the ground. They broke down. They didn't over pursue, and great play by Vineland on defense.
So it ends up being a 3-yard gain, so it's 2nd and 7. And I think obviously Holly City's trying to I guess incorporate some different plays and make sure that everything goes okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so after a 3-yard pickup, you may have heard the officials say 7.5 left till halftime in game one of this quadruple header. So those of you checking things out in Vineland and Millville, make sure you tell them HSG Network on YouTube. Just search it out, watch the game, and subscribe.
Another
and
big
subscribe to
back.
plays like this.
Big back. Number 18 and on the tackle for Vineland.
Good. So
I don't
that
think
was
we-
Isaiah Lennon that time who was able to get through.
Yeah, we don't have an 18 for Vineland.
Well, anyway, it is a first down as they move the chains.
He was another big back. When you see them backs that big, now you just went from number 15 to this big back. They got some big backs.
But when that happens and you're on the wrong side of the ball, they can very easily wear you down.
Yeah, you'll wear down a defense with backs that size at this level. He ran high, too, with high knees. He's a big boy.
Well, they're going to spot the ball at the 35-yard line, so that is where Holly City will have the ball 1st and 10.
Good crowd.
And nice crowd gathering here at the
absolutely.
sports complex,
There's a lot of fans out here today.
which is very good because they're very supportive of this type of football.
Yeah, both teams come from strong communities in the sports level.
Well, they're going to go with another big back.
Wow, there we go. Still
And-
going.
And what he's doing, he is moving his feet forward. And that's what's getting him the extra yardage.
Yeah, it was number 50 on the initial tackle there. Big number 50 from defense, the big tackle, defensive tackle.
And had a good tackle there because
Yeah.
the running back was using his power to make sure that he was getting the extra yards. And I think what we saw, John, that last play was a lot of good technique there because you're moving north south. You're moving north. You're not moving east west on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Millville trying to put one more in before the half. We're moving the ball pretty good the entire game. Right now they're in control of everything. So Vineland just has to step up a little bit.
But keep in mind, I mean, the only pass that we've seen
That
is
conversion.
the conversion.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's been all running plays.
5 minutes.
All right, so we're halfway through the second quarter. You may have heard referee Steve's microphone picking that up and explaining that to the coaches. It's another way of saying official time's kept on the field.
Got that double tight package in all game.
Here on 3rd and short, there's a
Good
handoff
tackle.
with
Good
a nice
tackle. Number 23 from Vineland.
Football, please.
All right, so, and the run of King Temple got through. And now Vineland's going to use a timeout. So we're going to stay here. And now, John, obviously we've seen a lot of things here in this first half. And I know Holly City has literally controlled the ball for most of this first half. But
absolutely.
what have you seen from them that's been most impressive?
Projecting the plays.
Quran.
You know, them open field tackles, swarming to the ball.
At the 4:15 mark, okay?
The running backs following their lead blocks, following the hole, finding the hole. So it was a lot of things. They're pretty well disciplined.
All right, so obviously Vineland used their second timeout of the half, so we just want to fix the timeout thing real quick.
Yeah.
Millville called their second one.
So I think, and I know we haven't seen very much of Vineland's offense because I think they've only had like one possession so far in this first.
Yeah,
half.
and they were going backwards for a little bit there. They'll wake up. Coaches are going to jump in their, heads at halftime and give them a pep talk and let's move this ball. A lot of times that's all it takes, just a little pep talk.
And if you're on the coach's side, it's almost like, okay, what pep talk do I give depending on how the first half goes?
For me, it would be, my lineman, my offensive line. I need a good push. Just give me 3 seconds. Give me 3 second push at this level. Open them holes, let the running backs hit it. At this level, it's all about linemen. A lot of it has to do with that line. As long as that line is pushing forward, you're going to get success.
I actually never thought about it because for many people who watch football, they don't even realize how important the lines are. Because you look, basically when it comes to football, the three things that make the difference are the offensive lines, the defensive lines, and the special teams.
Yep.
And it's not the key players getting the yards; it's the lines that are making it possible for them. Like for instance,
you see a
on
nice
this
pancake
particular
there.
play,
They're blocking, and that's what I'm talking.
and away he goes.
There's a touchdown. That line was pushing forward. They're fine-tuned little machines. They got it in. Another touchdown.
Yeah, and obviously I couldn't tell who the back was. I mean, the tents were on.
I was trying to look too. We might see him come back. Hand the ref the ball.
And there's your Georgia the Jungle reference. Watch out for that tree.
If I'm gonna say it's Patterson. I don't know, but the way he ran, and we've been seeing him all game, I think that was Patterson.
Well, we'll do our best to get the conversion in.
You say that's a pine tree?
I'm not sure what type.
No, that
of
looks
tree.
like a maple. It's either maple or oak. I'm not a tree guy.
And bringing a tree surgeon for this.
Yeah, usually with this rivalry, all levels, all the way through high school and midgets, it's either a nail-biter close game or one is going to blow the other out. This is the game. This is the rivalry. And the breaks don't come off usually.
Right.
This is the love-hate relationship with Vineland Novo.
So Holly City's going to use their second timeout. So why don't we see the replay of the touchdown real quick, and we'll be able to figure out who had the ball there. And like I said, it's going to be hard to see, so we apologize.
Oh, okay.
It's the way the whole thing is set up, so we just work
I think
around
it's 23 or 20 because
well, there's a Jonas Mulligan who's 22.
All right, then it is not Patterson. It is the 22. Young man, 22. They had Patterson out at the wing. 20. Yeah, it's 22.
Or 21, maybe.
We don't have a Mason Jr.
Yeah, we call him Mason Jr.
Call him Mason Jr.
Whoever it was, a very nice run around the side there.
Absolutely. Great blocking.
And Holly City right now, they're 3 for 3 in possession so far as getting the points go.
Yeah, when you're getting them points, you're doing something right. You're projecting your plays, you're paying attention, you're listening.
All right, so they'll try the conversion, and we'll see what happens. The behind the tree perspective, I think the ball got dropped.
And he is in.
He is in, yes.
Patterson.
So the conversion is good, and it makes it 20-0.
Carter Patterson again.
I don't think we're going to show a replay of that one.
No. We're going to have them cut that tree down.
Maybe plowmen.
Yeah.
Which happens to be one of our, it turns out, Howard just suggested Plowmans, which is one of the sponsors of TCUFL football.
They're windows.
Hey, don't worry, we were in Connecticut. We had a light pole at like the 30-yard line in front of the stands. So some of these fields are designed very unusual.
When they're being put up and the box in, they don't see things that you're going to see later on.
Set him out, please. Here we go. Set him out.
There's not much time left in this
Boys, up
half.
here, up here,
I'm going to
up
say
here.
close to a minute,
Up here.
maybe a minute and something left.
Man, I would say no more than 3 because they said the
Up
4:15
here.
mark was the previous
Thank you,
timeout,
boys.
and I
Okay.
think a play or two later was when the score happened.
Here we go,
Gotcha.
please. Come on, boys. Here we go.
Okay, so Holly City will kick off. I mean, I've been very impressed by what this team has done.
Yeah, 20-0. That's a big lead
Good
to
short
start
one, Coach.
before the half.
Short one.
Well, obviously, Vineland's going to bring out some more people and
Need one,
make
Coach,
sure
come
they
out,
get
please.
involved as well. So,
Here we
I mean,
go.
at this age, I mean,
God, we got it right there.
you teach rivalry, but it's also at the same time, you teach rivalry, but you don't teach hate because everyone's coming from
Absolutely.
a different thing. I mean, for 2.5 hours, they might be really pushing to win, but at the end, it's all about respect. And like I said, regardless of what uniform is, and
Here we
I
go,
tell
boys,
Eagles
here we
fans
go.
all the time, I might be a Dallas Cowboys fan, but we're all in this together, you know.
Yeah. So you're a Dallas Cowboys fan? For real?
Life,
Oh,
Here we go,
wow.
You saw my mug, right?
Oh, you know, I did. You know what? It didn't hit me. Oh, wow.
Guess you haven't had coffee this morning. Or you're working on the iced
I'm
one.
still working on the iced one. I was prepared for good football today.
Well, hey, there's going to be plenty more.
Absolutely. Good
A
kick.
nice pop up and
Oh, got it.
tried
There
to
we go.
catch it,
He
just
got
went
it.
through his hands.
It's number 8. Good
and,
tackle.
And a nice tackle there.
31.
Probably
Number
at the
11.
31-yard line. That's
He's
where
dead ball,
Vineland
Karan.
will begin.
Yeah, that's
So-
Dante Thomas on
He's
that
dead ball,
tackle.
Karan.
But another thing to consider, I mean, obviously you've had some great memories, but as
I
a
need your
kid,
ball,
what
Coach.
was the
Thank
most
you.
important thing you've learned when it comes to
31
playing
yard line.
football?
Leadership roles. Be a leader on and off the field.
That's
It's not just
220.
what you're learning on the field. It's what you
220
do
at the snap,
outside.
at
Your
the
character, you know, character, how you represent
at
your
the snap.
team, your players,
220.
your teammates, the other team,
220 at the
respect.
snap, Karan.
So
First
just
down.
being a good quality individual on and off the field, you know, not just on the field. Don't just play with your pads. Don't just do great there, but take that off the field and run with it, you know.
And I think it's also very important, John, because, I mean, we see youth football and everybody having fun and having,
go,
I
Coach.
mean, it's
Yeah.
not just about the game, it's also teaching moments within the game.
Absolutely.
Obviously, it's also another thing to try and stay away from
Coach,
the
you
media
need
when
one. Here
things
we
don't
go.
necessarily go in exactly the same direction. Star players end up in the headlines for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So it's a fine line in learning what to do and what not to do.
Yeah, it's like being in the military when you're in youth sports, and football to me is just like being in the Army. You're working together as a unit.
Well, glad to see we haven't seen any camouflage uniforms.
Oh, sack.
Trying to pass on that first play and
Yeah,
it
that was
didn't quite
number
work out.
19? Number 19 on the
Timeout, what?
sack.
Who called timeout?
All right, so
For
it
Milo.
looks like Vineland's going to be calling a timeout, their last one and a half. So let's grab a break here late in the first half. It's Holly City
Coach,
20-0
that's your
over Vineland. We'll
That's your
come
third.
back in a moment.
Sideline warning.
All right, we're back
go,
here
Johnny,
in
work. Coach,
Millville
here we go.
as Holly
At the
City
snap.
in this first
Second
game of this
down, big
quadruple header. Lightning 20, Bandits nothing at the
157 ahead,
moment.
157.
But there's still plenty of time. I think they said just under 2 minutes till halftime.
Yeah, I'd like to see Vineland get on the board. They just need just one good break, get a little drive going.
Like you said, it just takes one play, and then you build from it.
They got
You see
shotgun.
that so much.
Right.
And look at
Right.
this, a little bit of misdirection. That should result in some positive yardage, but not too much.
Yeah,
Oh, get
that
up,
was
everybody
nice
get
seeing
up,
a little
everybody get up.
shotgun snap out there. You know, it was
Everybody get up.
And that's what Vineland's coaching
Everybody up.
staff is doing, just
Son, you all right?
changing things, as you
Yeah.
mentioned, trying to get a little bit more spread so
Yeah,
that
we
their
did. We saw
receivers
both
can have a better
players
chance
hit
of being
their head.
successful.
Both
yeah.
players
Quarterback got that, and I think it was designed just to keep it and go. He
did.
read
Yeah,
it
but
a little
right back,
bit.
Keep his head up.
Good defense.
They both went down.
I think
They
also
both went down.
here, Yeah, we have a player shaken up. And I think I don't know if you heard the officials say, and I don't know if we saw the tackle, that supposedly that was a little bit of a dangerous technique because you want to make sure you tackle properly and not use your head the wrong way. And I mean, that is something very important as it is a Vineland player that is shaken up a little bit.
They both did it, yeah. It's a shame. It is a shame, but that's what happened. That's all right, Coach. We're good.
All right.
And obviously they're explaining
with him.
Keep
an eye on him,
and just explaining things. And the officials obviously looking out for the safety and welfare of both sides because they don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Nah, that's the last thing you ever want to see.
Replace, please. We're going to go.
All right, so just be a moment until they get a replacement
for him. We're going to go as soon as we get set.
Was that the quarterback that went down?
Coach, here we go.
Yeah, the quarterback
that was
the
the quarterback that went down.
I didn't even realize that until just now.
Tom, talk about how we can have
Clock is on the line. Here we go. We got a player replaced. We're going to go.
You realize, I mean, here at HSG Network, what other network has a official with a live microphone?
It's nice. Get in the game. You can hear it at home, hear it up here with what's going on.
We try not to overpower the official with our commentary, but gives you another a multi-perspective as to what really goes on the field of play.
It's a game changer, absolute game changer at this level.
All right, so Vineland sets up. They do have 3rd and long. It looks like a 3rd and 18. They have to get to, 18. I think, the 41.
Just need a break.
Let's hope they get that break, too, because it's been a tough first half for them.
Oh, boy.
And they pitch it backward, and even that didn't work.
You got him down. You got him down. Here you go. Ball.
Got
So
big number 2 in there, Lennon.
Yeah, Isaiah Lennon with the tackle there as it'll be 4th and long, and I think they might do the 25-yard flip around here.
Punt option.
It's called a punt option. I actually This is the first time I actually heard it was last week.
Ready?
So they'll move it 30 yards in the spot of the end of the last play.
Millville gets the ball back.
That is correct. Just to run down the Vineland group first, these are the players that we have listed here. They are Dice Bailey, Sincere Allen, Warren Savory, Marlon Castillo, Pierre Weeks, Isaiah Soto, Andres Torres, Jahil Lane, Carlos Andujar, Jael Brown, Haven Dixon, Jared Brown Jr., Caden Jacino, Miles Jones, Maiden Scott, Bryson Palmer, Azon Williams, Cameron Chestnut, Jace Acosta, Zacharias Rawls, Kamai Foreman, Charles Brown Jr., Samaj Summers, and Jonah Taylor. Samaj, I just realized, is James spelled backward. I was like, wait a minute, what is that?
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes they do that. They do that with Heaven. They go Nevaeh, and here we got Samaj for James. Interesting.
I like that.
Call your play quickly, son. The ball's
all right.
down. Let's go.
It sounds like
well, let's get to the line.
it sounds like we're in the final minute of the first half. Like I said, the referee Steve is taking care of things here.
I think they're just going to come out running to run that clock out.
I mean, Vineland's going to get the ball to start the second half anyway, so you don't want to go too crazy, as they say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I found it interesting. Friday night, I was actually doing transportation for some students who were going to a high school football game, and it was like a Catholic League game and stuff. And the crazy thing about it was the home team was losing 35-0, and all of a sudden they were playing Dreams and Nightmares by Meek Mill, and I'm like, wait a minute, is that appropriate for high school football? All right, well,
good defense.
Good defense by Vineland on that first down play, and
Looked like number 40.
Holly City will use their last timeout. And we'll keep it right here. And while we have a second, we'll give you the Lightning players line for this freshman group. Isaiah Lennon, Dion Maven, Carter Patterson, Antoine Jean-Louis, Dante Thomas, King Temple, Hugh Sean Johnson, Cullen Mason Jr., Joynes Mulligan, Bremer Hunter, and Jericho Slaney Jr. So, literally... I think here we are again in the corner box here.
Hey,
I think they said 27 seconds left in the first half.
got a second down.
Yeah, no gain on the play as Vineland's defense made a very nice play.
That
on
was
the
very
first
good
down.
play.
Each team now out of timeout, so more than likely, unless they decide to pass, this will be the last play of the first half. And we've only seen, like, what, 2 attempted passes that unfortunately didn't result very well.
Yeah, he caught that one, but he didn't get it in. He was about a half a yard short.
All right, so let's see what happens here. They do have a receiver on the right side, so maybe they might try something here.
Lead block. Oh, hook and ladder.
And they will throw it, and it's a little bit short.
Dead.
The pass incomplete.
I like it. You know, you got to try plays like that. You know, change it up, and they did. Nice handoff, set the man downfield. And I love plays like that at this level.
That's the first time that I've seen a passing formation. There was a receiver on the right. I'm like, you know, you're up 20-0. You might as well try something.
Yeah.
Steve just said 18 seconds left till halftime.
And it was there. I mean, it was there. The ball was just underthrown. Receiver was downfield, and I think it was big number 15 was down there too, but he wasn't turned around. But I like seeing plays like that. You know, go for it. You know,
always a good thing, as they say. All right, so we'll see what Holly City does on third. It looks like 3rd and 11. Ball spotted at the 40-yard line of Vineland.
At the snap, 18 seconds.
they're in
And I
tight.
think they took the receiver away. So looks like overload on the near side for the Vineland defense. We'll see if they start coming.
2
They
lead blocks.
do handoff. Got through
Wow.
one tackle. Might get through another.
2
They're
big
gonna be
lead blocks.
forced. At least three.
You got it.
3 blocks.
Clock stopped. I think he went out of bounds.
Timeout.
Oh, they got the timeout. Great lead block by the fullbacks.
Give me a good spot.
Well, we'll see where they spot the football, but it's going to be good enough for a first down. Okay, so maybe there was an official timeout within those timeouts that we kind of lost. So,
Guys, you got 8 seconds.
So 8 seconds left in the first half, and Holly City, now they've used their last timeout. So I guess one
It's
of the timeouts.
do or die.
Wow.
Do or die here for one more before the half.
That's too permanent. You're up 20-0 here.
Yeah.
But I would have to also suspect. I mean, like I said, people think, wait a minute, they're out of timeouts, but I guess one of them was an official timeout and was not officially deemed one. So, I mean, it happens. So we continue on here as the Lightning will try one more play.
First down. I think the ball is at the 20. I can't see the flags over there.
Well, that's all right. They're going to spot, I think, the 26-yard line.
26-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, you can, on the screen, I mean, you can see the lines a little bit, but I think it's also the angle of the sun and where the light is pointing that might have something to do with that,
There's
too.
our chain guy. All right, so, 26, 25, 26.
Yeah, about the 26, we'll say.
Last play.
We think.
Well, yeah, we
Unless
think.
there's a defensive penalty. So from the 26-yard line.
Oh,
and
fumble.
the exchange falling down.
Good
was the
defense.
quarterback and a
Okay.
good tackle, and that's going to end the first half.
Great tackle by number 7 for Vineland.
Very nicely done. All right, we've reached the half, and what we're going to do, we're going to switch equipment real quick.
They're going to get the ball.
So what we'll do is kill the audio for a few moments. The 20-0 score, Holly City over Vineland for the Freshman League at halftime. Bear with us a few minutes. We'll be back with the second half then. All right, welcome back to Millville for the start of the second half of Game 1 of this quadruple header of TCUFL football. The American Conference being represented today between Vineland and Millville. Of course, Millville known as Holly City. Well, right now, Holly City off to a great start. They had a great first half. They have a 20-0 lead. Now, Vineland will get the ball to start the second half. And just so you know, I'm Tom Wilkins, John Saplensky with me, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. And, John, I mean, obviously, both teams doing their best here in the first half. What have you seen from both this far as from the positive side of things? What's impressed you for both teams?
Millville right now is controlling the game, obviously. They're a fine-tuned machine on all aspects of the game. On offense, they're making their blocks. The running backs are finding their holes. Special teams, they're swarming to the ball. They're making great open field tackles. They're projecting their plays. Vineland's struggling in the first half. They haven't seemed to be able to get a rhythm. They haven't seemed to be able to move the ball, and they've been having a little problem on defense. Hopefully the second half, a little bit of them pep talks, maybe some adjustments, we can see Vineland get on the board.
And we might see that as well, but also keep in mind, you talked about the ball control Millville has had. Vineland has not had the ball very much. So we haven't really seen too much as to what they can do, probably because Millville's taken up, or at least Holly City, they have taken up most of the clock here in the first half.
Yeah, they have. And, you know, also we don't know if their quarterback is going to come back in too. So that's a big thing, you know. Their quarterback went down before the half, and they had a replacement come in. So that could be a big factor too against them.
No, that's
going
also
forward.
true, but you also don't know what abilities that quarterback might have. So we haven't quite seen them just yet, and maybe the coaching staff will have an idea for what to do. All right, second half is now underway.
Number 8 with the carry.
And he'll get
Swarm of tacklers.
Yeah, good tackle there. Probably around the 40, maybe the 41, and that's where Vineland will begin the second half.
Come on, boys. Play's over.
And you'll notice, and I don't know if you caught this, but referee Steve telling the kids, play's over. So, like I said, we're giving you the extra, shall we say, the extra dimension for this broadcast with the microphone that Steve, the head referee, is taking care of things. He's also refereeing the next game that you'll be seeing here, which will be the sophomore group. And so it'll be the Storm of Holly City against the Wolfpack of Vineland. So I think it's going to be pretty fun because, I mean, you would think as we go down the line, we're going to see some evenly matched lineups here.
Great games coming up. It's going to get more intense as the day goes on. Each level age group, the hits get bigger, the runs get faster. Discipline is going to get greater and greater. And it's a good day of football. It's beautiful out here today, so this made it even more enjoyable.
It feels like an early September day.
It's gorgeous. Fans are happy. Everyone's happy.
One in the box.
So, and you can always come out to the sports complex if you want to watch the games here. I mean, you got plenty of things going on, and now we have an official timeout right off the bat here. Now, for those who can't make it, remember we're here on HSG Network on YouTube.
Gentlemen, look at me, please. Look at me. If you can't keep your mouthpiece in, you can't play on the football field, okay? Keep it in when we're playing, all right? Here we go.
So, once again, the officials giving a lesson to the players for equipment and safety reasons here.
Stacking the box, Millville right there.
All right, 1st and 10.
I think we got okay.
Yeah, got a couple yards.
We got a couple yards. I think about a yard.
Maybe a yard to the 41-yard line. I mean, that was a good idea because I thought the handoff was going to go right up the middle, but there was nothing there, so the back ended up bouncing to the side. But once again, Holly City has had an answer for each Vineland offensive play.
Yeah, they crashed the box a little bit there.
Box.
Linebackers were blitzing, and he found a little hole to get through. I mean, he was one more step away from breaking a good play.
Hey, you got to start. You got positive yardage has to start somewhere.
Let's keep this momentum going, Vineland. Let's see what you got.
They're going to spot the ball at the 41, so it is 2nd and 9. Oh, they're going to, wow, look at this. They're going to go full house here. Let's see which back gets it.
Swarmed by what I guess they
Plays
call
over, boys. Plays over. Pop
OGB,
up.
orange
Pop
and
up.
blue,
Your legs
orange
are
and blue
fine.
gang
Pop
on
up. Here
that.
we go.
OGB.
Who's got the football?
Well,
Thanks,
I
buddy.
think
Thank
that
you.
I think
Thank
it's
you.
interesting.
Thanks for the spot. Good job.
How they were like, it's easy
Third
for them
down,
to
right?
guess. Okay, which one is going to get it?
That
And that time,
3 back, it is very misleading. You really got to pay
Come on,
attention.
you all right? No check.
I think also they would
Wrapping
need
you
to develop the play
Break
a
that
little
wrap, man.
bit
Break that
quicker,
wrap.
because I think what happened was it was just a
Absolutely.
slow developing play.
Absolutely.
And by the time the play developed, it was over.
Yeah, there was a little hesitation there. It's got to be a little bit faster on the trajectory.
So Vineland comes back out. They have a 3rd and 11 from the 39-yard line.
Full house again.
We'll try it again. Why not? Might be a full house option, potentially. But we now have a flag down, so let's find.
Okay.
Oh, somebody moved on the front.
Prior to the snap, full start, offense, 5 yards, repeat 3rd down.
Well, that doesn't help Vineland any. So it moves them back 5 yards, and it'll force a 3rd and 16. Like I said,
It happens. Every offensive lineman's worst nightmare.
Yeah, it almost looked like Holly City encroached, but there was movement along the front line, and that's what caused the defense to come across.
Yeah, that defensive tackle, he did what he was trained to do. He moves, I'm going.
All right, so from now 3rd and 16, they go with the full house, and they're going to hand
Millville's
it off.
just too fast on defense for that.
As we mentioned, speed is always a huge difference.
Absolutely. Millville right now, their defense they've got wheels. They're swarming to the ball. They have a knack for the ball. Vineland's plays right now are just a little slow developing for the speed of this defense.
All right, so they're going to go with the punt option here and move the thing 25 yards. So Millville will have their first possession of the second half. I'm going to say their own 41-yard line. Or I'm sorry, 39 rather. Well, we'll take the median there to 40.
These boys are warmed up now. On both sides of the ball. It's warm out there. Their muscles are ready to play some football now. They got that first half over. So,
and a nice warm autumn breeze to go along, or soon to be autumn breeze. Give it another week.
I see a few new players in there coming in for Millville, jersey changes. I think they're going to experiment this half. I think they're going to be less reserved, and maybe we'll see some more passing.
One never knows. I mean, the bottom line is as long as you're having fun and you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So Millville will have their opening possession. The nose of the ball is on the 40-yard line at 1st and 10. They're already up 20-0, 3 rushing touchdowns in the first half. Just one missed conversion. That's been the only hiccup on the scoreboard. Let's find out what they do here. Now, it's like a double broken huddle. I mean, everyone's in a huddle, but half of them break for the line, and the other half waits like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
What exactly is
Well, you want your line to get set because, I mean, they're young, they're a little slow, and if you come together, they're not getting their set. Usually we used to have them go down there and put their hands on their knees. Oh, try the reverse.
A bad exchange, and luckily they do recover, but it's all the way back to 36, or 37, we'll say. So a 3-yard loss, and sometimes it's just a matter of making sure the exchange is right, and that just did not work well that time.
There was a lot of green. If he got the ball to number 5, Patterson, it was a lot of green.
And I think what's happening here, they probably sat in a double wing, and then they tried a lot of motion within the play, and that's where things got a little bit on the messy side there. However, that's what they say, experimentation.
I was calling it. I think they're going to do a little bit experimenting.
Everything can't go right the first time.
Absolutely not. They got the wing again.
The double wing this time.
Double wing.
And this is 2nd and 13.
Okay, got the handoff to 31.
Well, look at the containment by the Vine. Oh,
15
goodness.
out there lead blocking.
Broken
All right.
tackle.
Oh, he's still going.
Yeah, fights to about the 42-yard line. So
about 3 or 4 yards.
Yeah, some very nice running there. Almost looked like it was going to be a 4 or 5-yard loss.
That was number 31 for Millville.
So So 31 for Millville and having to carry. And even though we're only going by the listings that we have here, it is 3rd and 8. That was a 5-yard pickup.
Hey, but to answer your question about the line, they send the lineman first. The quarterback usually at this level will call the play. The linemen break. They go get set up. Gives them time to get, all in sync. Quarterback will call the play again to his utility players. They go line up. Line should already be set. This way they're already ready.
And we're getting a little bit of wind coming into our broadcast position here. So it actually feels very comfortable. I mean, compared to, what was it, like nearly 2 weeks ago, it was like 95 degrees like for 6 consecutive
stale heat.
Well, everyone else had it, I guess. It was our turn to finish up. All right, now we got a flag down as looks like we're going to have
Offsides.
looks like a neutral zone.
Quarterback went on 2.
Defense. 5 yards, still 3rd down.
All right, so encroachment it is, and we go from 3rd and 8 to a 3rd and 3.
Good discipline on the offensive line to go on 2 and hold it down.
Now, sometimes, and usually in the younger games, you don't see very many penalties. But as we get into the older groups, they're called a bit more strict. I think you'll probably witness that. I mean, we've done a good number of youth games, and we see the older the players get, the more strict the officiating is, saying, okay, you shouldn't be doing
Control
that.
the game. Control the game, yeah. The attitudes, you're older, you have a lot more testosterone, you got the attitudes, so they want to control that
everyone's
game.
developing here.
Absolutely.
Oh, here's a big block around the right
play.
side, and look at this run.
He's a truck. He's a big back.
He keeps
He's
running
going.
all the way
He's
to
going.
10.
Wow.
He got
Hey,
to
18.
20 and down to about the 12-yard line. That's number 15. That's Gushawn Johnson.
18 saved the touchdown for Vineland there.
And that was a good tackle by him as well. And he just galloped along and had a lot of green, like maybe a 40-yard pickup.
I love seeing big backs. You know,
Well, you got to
because
see this one, the replay, John.
lineman dreams. When you're a lineman and you're young and you get an opportunity, hopefully, to get in the backfield, you pray for things like this at this age. And he's a big running back.
And there's number 8 trying to make the tackle, try to go shoulder pad, didn't work. And instead, number 18 delivers a little bit of a shoulder block to bring him down.
I didn't notice that the first time. I thought he grabbed him, but no, he got him.
Yeah, we saw a couple weeks ago, we saw a high school game where one shoulder blocked a tackle, a running back for a long gain. And unfortunately, I can't say for sure, but might have separated his shoulder, might have been out for a couple weeks after. So I don't know the extent, to be honest with you, but that was a tough one.
Here he goes again.
Here's Johnson. Got to about the 10, just a short
Number
2-yard
7.
pickup.
Number 7 for Vineland on a nice tackle there.
Now, have you noticed anything different that Vineland's doing in comparison to the first half?
You know what? They're defensively, beside you take away that offsides, they're making some nice tackles right now. So, I mean, even if they can't come back with points, and 20-0 is a tough game right now to try to come back, and they're in position to score again. Go out doing your fundamentals, make great tackles, finish your tackles,
Go to your side. Don't move.
and that alone at this level is success. At the end of the game.
All right, sounds like we are at three-quarter time, so they're moving everyone to the sideline. So after 3, it's 20-0 in favor of the Lightning. So while we take a break, we'll come back with the fourth quarter after this.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
There. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Good job.
Okay, we
Good
are
job.
back here in Millville. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky and Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. It's about to start the final quarter. Right now, it's Holly City with a 20-0 lead over Vineland in the first game of our quadruple header. The next game coming up approximately 1 o'clock is the Holly City Storm taking on the Vineland Wolfpack. So, I mean, this is nice. And John, obviously, you're familiar
First
with
man, keep
both
walking,
cities,
keep walking.
and
Thank you,
considering football
You're
is,
dropping the
shall we
clip.
say,
Okay.
king this time of year.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
that's where everyone's awakening.
Drop
You
the
see
clip
all
and
this
you touch your
participation. You see all the people coming
Good
out and
job, gentlemen.
supporting
Appreciate the help. Thank
the
you.
youngsters and all that.
a great
which
time
is-
of the year.
Which is so important, as we had talked about. We're probably going to mention at least 5 or 6 other times in the other games, but maybe just on a little bit of a different level as we see the older ones.
Yeah, it's a
start
very,
working.
very dedicated area to the sport. Both cities, coaches take it to the next level. The leagues itself take it to the next level. Good sportsmanship.
25, please. 25.
It's all around great football.
Yeah, and how funny, it's a football area, and then you got Mike Trout.
Baseball, yeah.
Here's a handoff
Number
now.
21,
Second
still
down,
going.
bouncing off a couple of tackles.
Oh, great moves.
And he's fighting his way. He gets to maybe the 5,
Inbound?
maybe inside of it.
Inbound.
It's number
He
21 there.
never got out of
This is a good
bounds,
thing,
so
that's
it's
it.
going to be probably third and about 3.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
Cullen Mason Jr. on that.
So they're trying different running backs, I guess, to try and exploit some of these talents that these kids have.
They got a lot of weapons.
And a lot more if they pass, but remember, it's a younger group. So let's see what Holly City has up their sleeve. They'll have
Here we go,
third
quarterback.
down
Call your play.
coming up, 3rd and 3. Looks like the ball's inside the 5, maybe the 4-yard line. A little hard to see the lines. I think the sun angle may have something to do with it too. Let's see what they try to do here. I don't know if they're going double wing here. Yep. They're under 7. Do you have a single back?
Quarterback keeper.
Look at this, a naked bootleg.
All by him. All right,
The
open
question
field.
is,
Can
will
he get him?
No, he
They
slowed
got him.
down.
18 again. 18 and 83, it
Fourth
looks
down?
like, or 23.
For maybe a yard, so it'll be fourth and we'll say 4th in the yard from like the 3. But that was actually a good idea.
4th down.
I think the only issue here is
4th
maybe
down, right?
cut in sooner and dive in, and possibly you get it.
Yeah, I'm just happy that 18 and 23 read it, and they made their tackles
No
on
one's
that
going
for
for it. Let's
Vineland.
go.
And see that they're positives to be built. I mean, it's the second
Absolutely.
week of the season, so you're building off of
Too
it.
many.
That was very well tackles.
Get them off.
And that's positive. You're right. That is the positives right now. I mean, you're down by 20. Finish strong. Finish strong.
Well, that's all you can do here. All right, now whistle blows, so we have official
Bring it in.
timeout.
You got 1st down.
Oh, they're going to give him first down.
We got a 1st down. He's calling 1st down. Calling down. Let's go.
Okay, so we had official timeout to make sure to change their position correctly, and he had gone to 1st down. So it's 1st and goal from the 2. They go with an inside
the big
handoff.
back
A
again.
very easy goal there.
Number 2.
As Isaiah Lennon gets in the end zone and adds some points for the Lightning.
Bring it in.
It's a big boy, hard to take down
Set the ball for the 3 and come over here.
at this level when you got a kid. Them kids just get them growth spurts, and you got a kid that big coming out of the backfield.
And you don't know when these are going to happen depending on what the body chemistry is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So the Lightning add to their lead. I mean, that was a walk in the park because all of them, Holly City, did their job in blocking correctly.
Blocking's
and
been great. Their projection has been very well. I was a lineman coach for a long time, so when I watch the game, that's one of the main things I watch at these younger levels, and you get very impressed. And it's you can coach, but teaching is better on the field. You know?
And, yeah, obviously, in-game experience is your best teacher.
Yep.
And then if film is available, you see what you do, and then you just try and correct
Critique
the
it.
issue. Doesn't mean you're doing it the right way or the wrong way. It's just a matter of what it is. All right, they're going to run for the conversion.
He's still going. That's Cullen
Yeah,
again.
it's an easy one, so I'll make it 27-0 as Cullen Mason Jr. is able to run it in for the conversion.
Got a 27-0 Lightning lead.
And I'll tell you what, Holly City has been very impressive. And obviously, the runners have done very well. But, I mean, when these kids get into the older divisions, obviously, some of the faces will be the same. I'll tell you what, why don't we look at the replay and show you that easy 2-yard score. How you see it lined up, John?
Double wing, tight. Oh, the score. Okay, that wasn't the 2-point. Okay, the big back right up the middle.
Yeah,
the
90.
blocks, they're making blocks downfield. You got pancakes over there. They open a big hole for a big back. It's well taught.
I had frosted Chex, not the pancakes for breakfast. Need something in my stomach. But, 91 had the very nice block, which allowed the hole to open up, and that made an easy goal for him.
Yeah, that's
So,
what
there
you
see us
want.
on
When
the
you
screen.
have your, hey, there we are again.
You
Yeah,
see us a lot.
yeah, great blocking. Big factor at this level. Every level. When you build a strong offensive line, you can build off it at any level. That offensive line, they're working very well after this is the second week of the league. Working very well together, and it's going to get better as the year goes. You gel.
Yeah, obviously, and you can only get better from here. It's just a matter of technique and making some fine-tuning things, and sometimes something hits where then you suddenly take off. But I guess it also depends on the position, whether you're a lineman or you're a receiver, you're a quarterback or something.
Yeah.
All matter of training and knowing exactly what to do.
Also memory, repetition, just a lot of, paying attention, a lot of listening to your coaches, and a lot of stuff you do at home too, extra training.
And basically simulating hundreds of thousands of snaps. Yeah. I don't know if the human body can do hundreds of thousands of snaps, but the repetition is the important thing, as you mentioned, John.
Yeah, just be disciplined. That's all coaches want. Just be disciplined.
Oh, the kick
muffed.
actually went off the leg.
I think Millville just recovered that ball.
I'm talking about unlucky bounce for Vineland.
Yep, Millville's got it.
It went off the leg of one of the upmen, and it bounced 10 yards the other way and right into
Hit
the
his
hands
foot.
of a Millville player. Like I said, off the leg or foot, and it hit it precisely correct where it just bounced the other way. I mean, maybe they should try practicing for an onside kick.
That came right down on the front of his foot. Yep, right in his shin.
That was one of those doinks there,
That was a doink.
except off the leg and not the crossbar or the upright. So sometimes, hey, football sometimes is a game of bounces, and
I think if Millville scores one more, to my knowledge and memory from this level, I think the clock starts to run. I think
well, we
after
know in
hits-
high school in New Jersey, I think it's like 32 or 34 points or
Yeah.
something to that extent where they start a running clock.
Yeah, this would be the same thing. I mean, we are in the fourth quarter, but if they do score, I think it's just going to go right to that running clock.
Here we go. Call your play. Call your play.
All right, so here we go on first and 10. The ball will be spotted at the 44-yard line.
What are you doing? Get them all. Get them all.
Then trying to get a last-second
quarterback, quarterback.
substitution. The official saying no. All right, hey, not everything's necessarily going right for Holly City since it's a matter of getting the right personnel on the field. I'm sure, obviously, they'll need to do some work with that. Now they got a handoff.
Patterson back in there.
Yes, he
Oh,
is. And he breaks a couple
oh,
more tackles.
What a run. Followed his lead, blocks the line, open that hole, and he's going. He's still
He
going.
definitely is inside the 10-yard line
Just the box.
or close
Just
to
the
the
box.
10.
That is a huge run.
Just the box. Inbound? No, he's inbound, right?
Very big hole from Millville. The lineman.
Somebody hurt?
All right, well, we got an official timeout here. There is a injury on the field. So why don't we take a quick break here in this fourth quarter? It's Holly City up 27-0. We'll be back in a moment.
How you guys doing? This is showing a typical framing for a window. As you can see, this does not have the plywood on it at this time. This opening here we took, and it's actually sheathed underneath the Tyvek. And we did this on purpose so you can actually see how we like to see our windows installed. The windows ought to have the plywood on and the tie that goes on. Then we actually put a piece of window wrap tape down here. After that's on, the windows dry fit at one time and pulled out. The next step that you see, the window's actually in. Before that window went in, they actually put a 3/8 bead of silicone around the entire opening. The window went into it. After that's done, it's nailed or screwed in every hole. Then the tape is put back up the sides, across the top, and this piece of Tyvek is then pulled down. So everything's covered water, 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 water.
Okay, we're back following the injury timeout. Thankfully, it was only just a minor thing. So first and goal
job.
as the
Good
ball's
job.
at the 10-yard line. It looks like they're going with an I formation. Split right. And the up man gets it.
15 again.
Look at this. Diving in.
The big boy.
And I'm
Okay,
not
boys, here we go. Line
It's
up,
Mr.
line
Johnson.
up, point try.
Big
Always
back
look and
Johnson.
score.
Yes, he
Always
did.
look and score.
He got into the end zone.
Oh, another
Come on, get up,
touchdown.
bud. You're fine. Come on.
It was just we couldn't see the officials' score from our
You okay?
vantage or signal
don't
from
tell
our
him to take
vantage
his helmet off.
point.
He's got to leave the field if he does that. All right, you okay? Yes, okay. We'll get on defense. Come on, come on. Come on,
All right.
play
So
defense.
obviously, I mean, what you're hearing now
Find the ball,
from
guys.
referee Steve, it's basically encouragement
Son, you
here at
good?
this point, making sure everybody is good and healthy and making sure they're in the
You
right
okay?
mind. So even the official is giving the positive mindset to both sides. And John, obviously, you've been on both sides of this, and obviously Vineland. I mean, they came out. I mean, they're giving it their best shot, and obviously you got a more talented Holly City team at this level that came to play today.
Learning experience. It's all you look at it as, a learning experience. What are we going to
Find your
do
spot, boys.
to not
Find your
have,
spot. Find your
to
spot.
learn to play better next time?
Good job.
You're young, so as long as everyone leaves happy
Good job.
today,
You got it. You got it.
it's a plus plus.
Nice.
Have fun out there.
Happy and healthy.
Happy and healthy.
All right, so here's the conversion try, and they're going to swing one to the left. That should be a conversion, and it is. A little
He gets
shove
it.
at the end, but he was already in. So I'll make it 34-0. And
your
the
sideline,
Lightning,
buckle out.
I think the very impressive thing about the Lightning is how they've been utilizing their running backs, and
5 or 6.
at least 5.
Number 2, number 15, number 5, 31, and 23 right there. 5 running, but they've been
Well, 5
rotating.
and 7 were the main ones. Carter Patterson and Antoine Jean-Louis.
on.
Yeah, so it might be 7. They've been giving everyone the ball, giving everyone a chance to run the ball.
Bringing the rock and bringing it home pretty much. So
Yeah.
I guess the coaching staff is trying.
Running clock, rest of the game. Running clock.
So I think what it is, as we see ourselves back here, you've had at least 5 running backs here, but I think the stars of this game have been the offensive line that have made this possible
Great
for
blocks.
the running backs.
Great blocks, projecting.
Yeah, we got 34, right?
It's been a well fine-tuned offense. Hats off to the coaches, getting them prepared for week 2 against
Here we go,
Vineland,
boys.
and it's going to get better for them. They got a nice team. I can see them going far in this league. I know the league very well. 34-0 right now, and they look good. They look like good.
They definitely do, and obviously there are going to be some weeks where everything goes right, and there are going to be some weeks where everything goes wrong.
This
and
is true.
This
This
is
is
the
true.
Giants, and then you got things down the middle.
That's the Giants.
Well, I had to do that. I mean, this is a new week. It's not going to happen again this
Wow.
week. Trust me. Trust me on that.
Someone's at home. Like, what did he say? The Giants.
Nah. Like I said, done over with now. Now it's a new game.
Yeah, they're just fundamentally sound right now. At this age group, they're making plays, and that's what wins ball games.
And that's the important part. Everyone does their job, and like I said, usually you get some good results. Here the ball is being picked
Got
up. around
43.
the
Oh, no. Okay, Vineland got it
All
back.
right, the play is over. You're going to stop pushing. You're going to stop.
He was trying to
pushing.
make a
Don't
little
push
cut,
from
and
home.
the grass
Come
got
on,
him,
get
and
off
the
the
ball
ball, get
came
off the
out.
ball.
I think he also slipped too.
Yeah, he
As
had a
soon as
little
he did-
slip, and that ball came out on his own 43, but, luckily they recovered the ball.
I think they may have also blown the play dead too.
I think 23 might have recovered it.
I mean, it happens. And Vineland. Sometimes you just have a bunch of bad breaks, and I was another one of them. But like I said, you try and run, and something just goes wrong. And as somebody's always said, there's going to be days like this.
Yeah.
you just don't know when they're going to come. And it's like, how do you handle it when you feel something like this does happen? It doesn't matter what it is.
You know, go in there right now and just keep trying to project. Try to get that one score before the end of the game and take that into next week. Get that feeling. See, these at this level, they're not going to forget what it took to get in that end zone. So try to get them in that end zone. Give them that little push.
And that's what Vineland's discussing right now as they take a time out here. And I think it's just a teaching moment here. How can we finish the game on a positive note?
Well, if they can get it in, it's a winner for them. That's all they need is that one score, and it's huge success right now.
It definitely is. And, I mean, obviously, like I said, from start to finish, Holly City was able to basically take control, and they never let up. And sometimes you're going to, like I said.
They dominated pretty well in every aspect of this game. Offense, defense, special teams. They came to play today. You know, they really came to play today.
They most definitely did. Now, Vineland having their, I guess, teaching moment, making sure that everyone's on the right page for what potentially could be the last drive for them today. And, of course, you always want to end on a positive note here. So let's see what happens as the Bandits will line up on a 1st and 10. Let's see what formation they try.
I think they're in that full house again.
That's what I was thinking. And that didn't quite work. No, but there's going to be a offside.
5 yards. First down.
Okay. It's on Millville this time.
Yeah, it was. It was a neutral zone infraction. And you can tell on the side officials, they will kind of give the signal to the referee as to what it is, and that was the case. And we see that a lot. I mean, you learn that especially when you're watching a pro game and all of a sudden the play is blown dead and somebody's coming running and making a signal for them.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen more than you want, but, you know, it happens at all levels, college, NFL. These are just little kids.
That's what matters. Oh, and now a bad exchange.
Don't hit him. Play's over.
So holding
please.
on at about, I guess, the 37-yard line. Just a bad exchange, and the quarterback just fell on the ball.
Get to your huddles. Get to your huddles. Get to your huddles.
That'll be second down.
Yeah, 2nd and 5.
See, the referee's doing a very nice job telling both sides what to do, and they're doing it in an encouraging tone. And I think that's very important, too, because, I mean, there are some officials, they realize, we're down to a minute and a half left.
Okay, it's almost done.
So I'll probably get a couple more plays off before this one's done.
Yeah, I'd like to see them.
So what we're looking at here is Vineland trying to execute a couple more positive plays before this is all done. So John is actually going to take off, and we're going to try and find a coach that will be coming up here and speaking about this game. Try and get that in there. Unfortunately, John took the wrong exit to the porch. Oh, here's a good play, a handoff to the 41-yard line. So a nice 4-yard pickup. So some nice running up the middle there, and let's see if Vineland can get something more going.
You good?
But to be honest with you, the Lightning are just too much. And sometimes you're going to have teams that are just going to be juggernauts, and the Lightning were a juggernaut today in this freshman group. They're going to try one more play because I think we're down to 30 seconds till time. And they went all the way back. It's funny when they huddle all the way back 15 yards from where the line of scrimmage is. Maybe they have a secret play for this finale. All right, so again, a full house. They'll get this play off, don't worry. And not so fast. So Millville jumped.
Encroachment defense.
And that's going to give him a first down. Now, the game cannot end on a defensive penalty, so we'll try it one more time. They'll move it to what looks to be the 46-yard line.
Hey, call your play.
So we'll try one more time. making sure everybody's lined up.
Fuck out of here.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Let's see what happens. Again, a full house. They hand it off, trying to get around the right side and maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, and that will be the game. So a very impressive first game for the Holly City Lightning as they shut out the Vineland Bandits by a score of 34-0. Very impressive performance, to say the least. So what will happen now, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back right before the second game, which will be the sophomore division, Holly City Storm against the Vineland Wolfpack. And I think we're going to get an interview, too.
Coach come up?
So we're going to get the head coach from that freshman team of the Holly City to come up as well. So why don't we break before that happens, and we will come back in just a few minutes. And if he comes a little earlier, we'll get the interview on then. So hang tight. I'll be back in a few moments. I guess we're on here as we're back here for a couple of minutes here. I'm Tom Wilkins with Coach Hunter, the assistant head coach for the Holly City Lightning, the freshman group who were very impressive today in their 34-0 win over the Vineland Bandits. Coach, I got to ask you, I mean, that team looked like a well-oiled machine. What was the difference in this game for you?
That's what we do, Coach. That's what we're here for. We're the Donut Boys.
What makes you that?
Hey, man, hell of a coaching staff.
Well, I was thinking, I'm like, wait a minute, there's a Dunkin' Donuts around the corner, but, you know.
And we keep Dunkin' Donuts close. It's right here. If you pull up here, this is where Dunkin' Donuts at.
Yeah. But what have you told the kids leading into this game?
Hey, we told them we had to hold it down for our coach CP. They suspended him. He's not here right now, but he's here with us still. So they made sure they played hard for him.
Well, I was unaware of that. But, I mean, obviously, when you have players like this, and you have Millville, which is a huge football school. You have Vineland, which is a huge football community. These two kind of go
They're a
hand in
huge
hand
football
one.
community when they're not playing us.
Well, you also got to consider too. I mean, those running backs were very impressive. I mean, I'm not saying anyone stood out, but I tell you what, that number 5 person Patterson and Jean Louis, number 7. Wow, those they did some damage to.
Explosive. That's how Coach CP. That's how he coach them.
I mean, what kind of makes a difference? I mean, do you deal with this group all the time?
What makes it the difference is CP grind time. That's what makes the difference.
So you're as in Carter Patterson.
Yes, sir. As the whole team. CP grind time. He trains these boys on and off the season.
So basically 24/7.
24/7. The grind don't stop.
Well, obviously not, but when you have a mentality, I mean, these kids have been together for how long?
They've been together since they was 5, 6 years old.
And what age are they now?
8.
All right, so you're talking 8, 9-year-olds.
8, 9-year-olds.
So they kind of know each other. They get the ideas to what one is doing. So yeah, you kind of have the I guess the trust.
Yes. They trust them with each other and play together all day.
Hey, any shouts you want to give before we wrap this?
Shout out to our head coach CP, man. That couldn't be here with us, but he was here with us. The kids kept him on the field with us. Shout out to everybody that came out from Millville.
Well, let's put it this way. He's definitely going to be happy when he hears this news, and you did a heck of a job, Coach Hunter. So thanks for joining us for a couple of minutes, and obviously best of luck the rest of the year.
And shout out to my son, Daddy-O, man. He's on the team, but he couldn't play today, too. He's also suspended, so he'll be ready for the next game.
Hey, that's all you can do, 1 week at a time.
1 week at a time.
All right, Assistant Coach Hunter for the Holly City Lightning, a great job.
Y'all got donuts up here for us? Any donuts?
I have that for lunch.
All right, okay.
He'll be with us, of course, hopefully later on this year. But again, the Holly City Lightning with
The
a
Donut Boys.
34-0 win over the Vineland Bandits. Great job by him. More with this broadcast in a moment. Okay, we are back here in Millville, New Jersey for game two of this quadruple header. We're about to start the sophomore part of the TCUFL football, the American Conference. Again, it's Vineland and Holly City. This time the names are the Vineland Wolfpack and the Holly City Storm. So we're talking 9 or 10-year-olds that are going to be performing for us here. And we should, I think, have a good matchup. Once again, I'm Tom Wilkins, John Zaplensky with me, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. We also have on the microphones, you might hear in the background, referee Steve will be doing this game as well. And then we'll have another referee for game number 3. So I thought they were like 8, 9 years old in the previous game. So you're looking at 9, maybe 10 years old for this league. What do you expect to learn at that particular age for the amount of football that's been played?
You're talking about at this age group right here?
Yes.
You already got the, oops, sorry, somebody was coming up. We were all like, what was that? The kids were coming up the steps, startled us
Maybe
all.
we should just tell them, hey, subscribe to HSG Network, tell your friends we're broadcasting.
Yeah, I was like, hello. This level right here, it's the next step. All the butterflies are out that first 2 years. The bad football at this level now is supposed to be gone. You're learning at this level. It's the next level. The coaches are going to expect more. No more mental mistakes as you go.
Hey, if you take a look, here's something I've never seen before. Pre-game handshakes amongst everybody.
Nice.
I've never seen that before, and especially with two football prowess scores like school areas like Vineland and Millville. This is very nice to have the respect of everyone in the community. So, wishing everyone good luck and, more importantly, good health, that nobody gets hurt in the game. So that is certainly very nice.
Yeah, good sportsmanship is always the best.
I mean, obviously, you get done a Thanksgiving matchup with Vineland and Millville, regardless of the score. I mean, they all do that.
They do.
It's certainly very nice to see. I mean, even on the collegiate level, Lehigh and Lafayette, Michigan, Ohio State. I mean, we mentioned this, and I said this in the broadcast at least twice. Doesn't matter what uniform you're on. Everyone's doing the same thing, and that's why I had the fraternity of football players, regardless of where they come from.
One big union.
That's what it matters. I mean, obviously, John, with your experience, I mean, have you had experience with kids or coaching them before? Or
I actually did. This is where I became a coach in Millville. Spent a lot of years at Holly City. One of my best memories of all the sports I've coached, I think it might have been 10 to 12 years here.
Actually, you know what? Let me listen to referee Steve for a second.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, the reason why I'm bringing everybody together is this game's not about us. It's about these kids, okay? You are role models. You are leaders. There's a reason why you coach, okay? So before you say something to them, think about what's about to come out your mouth, okay? Keep it calm. Keep it respectful, because I want your kids to show respect. We're going to show them respect. They're going to show you respect as well, because you're their leaders. You're their coaches, okay? And we're going to show you respect. We're going to give you our best game, okay? So I'm going to ask you kindly, stay off the field, okay? You guys all have loud voices, okay? Your guy can hear you. You want your quarterback to come out to you? That's fine. Take a couple of steps in, talk to your quarterback, get the play, come back behind the sideline, okay? So the last thing I want is somebody running into you, or you getting hurt, or them getting hurt, okay? Have a great game. I'm going to give you my best. I understand this is being live on YouTube. That doesn't affect how we call the game. But let's just be safe. And I want the kids walking off the field both mentally and physically healthy, okay? So have a great game. Thank you for your time.
I'm willing to bet that half these coaches didn't realize that this was going to be on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was actually I was taking an interest as to what Steve had to say, and I'll tell you one thing.
Very well said.
Maybe Howard can take that clip and send it to literally every league as to that speech that what referee Steve had.
It made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense. It has a lot of truth, and it was very well put. And I appreciated just sitting here hearing that he took the time to speak to everybody, because that's what this is all about. You know, good quality football, recreation, friendships, and taking care of each other. So
and everyone having a job to do. Yep. And there has to be a facilitator. And Steve, who's the head referee, he was there for the last game. So very happy to see that. So as they say, a breath of fresh air, and it's blowing right into our press box.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I'm enjoying the opportunity today. I'm very glad you guys called me because this is you asked me right before the Steve got on, and this is where I started. Not at this field, but down the street in Millville. And so coming here today was my return for the first time to seeing football from Millville Vineland. And it's been a blessing right now. I like it.
What have you seen that's been so different in comparison to your past?
All my kids I coached are now coaches out here, and I've been seeing more and more. These kids I coached at 5 years old to 14, and now seeing them with the shirt and out here as coaches, that's great. Giving back what you taught, and now they're teaching.
Isn't that the greatest gift? Outside of love being the greatest of all things, giving back to the community is such a big thing as well.
That's what I saw when I went downstairs to get the coach and up here, and I see coaches and other teams warming up, and you're like, I coached him. And to see them giving back what they learned to the next generation, you did your job. The coaches that I coached with, they did their jobs. Because for these kids to come back as men now and coach here and give back, you did your job. Everyone did their job.
Okay, so I believe Holly City will get the ball first. As once again, the same colors amongst the two teams. Vineland all in white with what looks like red numerals and striping along the side. Holly City with orange helmets, and they have blue shirts and pants with white numerals. There may be a few people wearing black or white helmets to go along with it. Like I said, that might be all part of what they have in stock.
They might have had to get some new helmets, and couldn't even get them painted yet.
And don't forget, kids grow too, so you had to change the helmet size. I mean, obviously, other things grow along with it. And obviously, they're a long way from having their body fill out. I mean, it's still a long way to go. But, I mean, at least at this stage, I mean, they're in a position where they can at least attempt to do some more things. Now, obviously, when you got the 9-year-old teams, you're going to see the game called a little bit more strict. I mean, there's some.
Yeah, the referees at each age group, they're going to be a little bit more strict. It's going to be a faster game each level, so it's exciting. You know, these guys are going to be a little bit faster, hitting a little harder.
Just one.
More disciplined.
All right, we're in a slight delay now. We were supposed to start at 1 o'clock anyway, and we're a couple minutes early. We're just waiting for the chain gang to establish position. We should be ready to go for game 2 of this quadruple.
Yeah, we got them going over there right now, it looks like.
And whenever one has a job to do and everything goes like a well-oiled machine, there usually is nothing to worry about. All right, referee blows his whistle. Vineland to kick off the Holly City.
3-point stance. Look.
And we are underway. Here we go, game 2.
All right.
And it's caught at about the 30-yard line. Oh, there's a nice opening.
Oh.
And look at that.
Oh, number 4.
And he's going to take it
He's still
all the way
going.
back.
Opening kickoff all the way.
He does go all the way. That's Jason Barnes.
What a way to start the game.
And somebody from Vineland got a little shaken up at the midfield stripe, so we're going to have an injury timeout.
Very good insight.
How about that for Jason Barnes? I think it's like 69-yard kickoff return. What a way to start.
He had good vision. He's vision. He saw that hole. He's seen the next hole before. He's got good vision on that.
They found his blockers. They all did their thing. There weren't any illegal blocks. John, why don't you describe this replay here?
Right off the bat, big kicker, good kick. He handled the ball when he received it, number 4. Great hands. Everybody's dropping back in position. Everyone's in position. Great fundamentals. He's seen a little green to the right, but he's going to make his own play right here. Missed tackle, still going.
And then another player fell.
Yeah.
That also helped.
And he was just all by himself.
And a good block on the last block that assured the points.
Yeah.
And it wasn't in the back. So very well done by Holly City there as they get the first points right off the bat.
You can't ask for much more than that to start the game, you know?
Definitely not. I mean, it's not often you see something like this on the opening kickoff.
Thank you, boys.
Special teams,
Okay, boys, listen
it
up.
shows you how important
This is an
special
extra
teams
point.
are.
Possession of the ball, the play is over. Only blue. Okay, boys. Play clock's moving. Let's go.
Okay, so I believe they know it'll be the same rules as were before. If you pass, it's a 2-pointer. If it's a run, it's a 1-point conversion.
Looks like they're going to go for the 1.
Well, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit, and I'm wondering if it might be just the outskirts of the remnants of Hurricane Lee that brought some wind to the western end. Obviously, the storm is far out at sea, but you get the effects hundreds of miles away. All right, the conversion is good, even though the tree kind of blocked the play.
I'm pretty sure that was number 3 on that play.
That would be Tamir Banks.
Yeah, the
So a
famous
quick
tree.
7-0 lead for the Storm as we get ourselves set to go for the kickoff. I mean, obviously, very impressive start for Holly City. I mean, they seem to really have a good program from each level up.
Very disciplined. The coaches, they take it to the next level. I follow them on Facebook, and I follow a lot of the teams on social media, and they put a lot of heart in the program of teaching.
And they put a lot of hard work in there, too.
A lot of hard work.
And it's for every little particular fundamental thing that goes along with it. I mean, a lot of things that are missing in today's football, we are seeing here being displayed by the youth here on both sides. Vineland, too, let's also not forget. I mean, they're doing their part as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see what they do over here on offense once they get the ball.
All right, so kickoffs again are at the 45-yard line. Not sure what age it is where it goes to the 40. I know, obviously, high school football, they kick off at the 40.
Yeah, I don't know if the rules changed since I've been gone. Youth level, you gotta when you leave, so many things change. So you have to relearn the game.
Well, obviously, I mean,
It might be the senior level that they allow.
All right, and a kickoff goes off of a
Millville
Vineland
ball already.
player who wasn't paying attention. It went right off his chest and onto another Holly City player, and
Their ball, right?
they end up getting the ball back.
Wow.
Considering Holly City was to get the ball first, they ran it back. Now they end up getting the ball first off special teams play.
It looked like he took a helmet to his wrist, possibly, but I'm not sure if he's holding his leg.
All right, well, while they look at that, let's check the replay here as to how the kickoff went. Do you think it was just the up back wasn't paying attention, or it was just a bad bounce?
Guys, we got a flag on the play.
Hold on.
We got a flag on the play. The play did not happen.
So we're gonna look at this again anyway.
Maybe offsides. Let's see.
That's what we're talking about.
You got to play on the.
Yeah, I would say possibly they were offsides.
Yeah, you're right. I thought I saw something go wrong there.
Yeah, 83 muffed it and then bounced off of the second.
So it
second
didn't
player.
matter. So we replayed you just
Prior to the
practicing.
kick. False start on the kicking team. 5 yards. Repeat the kick.
Okay, Vineland got a good break.
Well, most definitely. So they're going to back it up to the 40-yard line. Yeah, I thought something went wrong there. I'm glad you, as soon as the official said there was a flag down, I'm like, oh, that's what it could have been. Took a little bit to figure that out, but
It's a good break. It's a good break.
Take whatever you can, as they say, and just a little bit ahead, and obviously get that still screenshot, and you'll see how far the guy next to the kicker was, and probably was about 2 feet ahead.
Definitely was.
All right, well, let's see if this kickoff works. So they re-kick from the 40-yard line. And referee blows his whistle, and let's see what happens this time around.
All right, now these guys got to pay attention. Same guy. Okay, we're trying to kick to the same guy. Same area.
It's a live ball after 10 yards.
Oh, no.
And it's still
White
loose.
ball, white ball.
But
Okay,
it is
they got
recovered
it.
by
Need
Vineland.
their ball. Bring it out.
Yeah, they were game planning to that gap. If they're kicking that way twice, that was part of the game plan. They're going to that green area, and they got speed, and you can see what they were trying to do there.
So that makes it 1st and 10. And Vineland will begin, I believe, at about the 38.
Calvin, keep the spot.
I think another man down.
Yeah, another Vineland player shaking up on the play here.
I need their football.
Probably on the near sideline right across from it. So we'll stay here for a minute. Now, John, obviously, sometimes, I mean, on grass fields, I mean, we saw about what happened last week with Aaron Rodgers and that terrible injury. Do you believe that all football should be played on grass fields? Now, on the with the younger ones, there's no question about it. But with these new synthetic fields coming out, are those preferred or is grass preferred?
Majority are going to say the new turf. I always played on grass, and in high school I played at Gatone Stadium, and they had the nicest grass stadium you could play on. It to my memory, and I loved it. I got on turf later on after school, and I liked it, but I felt I liked grass better. Better footing. You felt better after the game, to my opinion, for me. But most are going to want turf. You know, no more mud. There's no more, ruts and stuff can happen on grass during the game.
Well, isn't it part of the game though?
Yeah. I love mud.
I mean, if you're playing on turf and what have you, and of course you got the
you
weather
miss
elements
out.
to go with
You
it.
miss out a little bit.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, final high school game that I was a part of was a game that was supposed to be the Thanksgiving game between Hamilton and Steiner in 1989. They postponed the game because the night before 7 inches of snow fell.
Wow.
So they played the game 2 days later, and it was an absolute mud slop fest. And it was also the only game of the Hamilton Steiner series that ended in a draw, 6-6.
Nobody could move the ball, right?
Yeah, it was a running fest, and I mean, even the band performers, I mean, drill team, color guard, they were falling left and right.
I would love that.
I mean, that's an incredible memory. I mean, and jogged up with the way we talk about grass and other surfaces. All right, Vineland with a first down, a nice start, moving the ball to about the 45.
That was number 4 for Vineland.
And a double wing that time.
13 with the tackle for Millville. They had a pretty stacked on the right with the wing. I really wasn't paying attention. They had a 3-back set over there stacked, parallel to the line. Little different formation than I'm used to.
Yeah, well, I guess even the referees are discussing proper tackling techniques and stuff, and he's doing that for both sides too. Let's consider that. That was a nice gain on first down, second and 4 from the 46, and this was
good
in the
defense.
shotgun formation, but Holly City was ready for that one.
That was number 5 on the tackle for Millville.
And a nice tackle it was, so it forces a third down. And I think the important thing to remember, too, I mean, obviously got referee Steve. He's going to be a little stricter with these folks because this is a level higher than what we saw earlier.
Faster game. Gets faster every level.
Most certainly does. So the ball is right now at looks like the 43. So you're looking 3rd and 5. End up being maybe a loss of 1.5 yards on the last play.
Same formation. They're staying in it.
All right, well, they're going to really condense it here in the double wing.
Quarterback keeper again.
And the keeper, there's not much push along the right side. So needless to say, Holly City is holding it down and forcing maybe 1 yard on the play.
Yeah, they basically ran the same play all 3 times in a row.
He's got no options on the line.
Well, I think what it is, I mean, if you run the same play, eventually they're going to catch on.
You've got options. You can still punt if you'd like.
All right, so in this, so what it is, there's the punt option, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Relax. Punt option.
And I'm willing to bet the Vineland players like, can't we punt? I mean, the wind's got to be at our backs.
I think it's the fear of the snap at these younger levels for the long snapper. Takes a lot of technique. It's nice they give them the option.
They don't want the collisions.
Well, there's also the collision factor that goes along with it. Yeah, I know. Punters would like to be like Randall Cunningham and kick 91 yards from one end zone to the other Giant Stadium.
I remember that game like yesterday.
I do as well. I mean, those are just some surreal moments that that kind of stick with you here. All right, so the ball's going to be at the 30-yard line after the punt option. which I believe is 25 yards again. And Holly City will have, they're going to have their first offensive plays now. Let's see what they try and call, and we'll see what Vineland tries to decipher here.
Some nice sized linemen out there.
They're one short, and they're not getting the call on. That was the referee. There he is.
Last second substitution. They only had 10 men on defense, and you have 11 on both sides. All right, so here's first down, and that handoff, and good
defense.
Job. Number 8 for Vineland did a good job.
81 too. Great
80,
job.
81 also.
88, I'm sorry.
88 rather on the tackle, so crazy 8s on the tackle for the
Crazy
two of them.
8s, yeah, 8,
and
8,
no
8.
gain on the play. That much. But you got, and like you said, it's a faster game. The reaction's quicker, and even if it's just a split second, you notice the difference.
Definitely a big difference this game. Defense right now, Vineland, they showed they came to tackle, came to get through that line and watch that ball. I love it.
And they're going to hand off and
again. Way to read.
Oh, look at this! Pushing,
he's still going
backwards and trying to make a run out of it. And there's going to be a block in the back
got
too.
a clipping.
Look at this run. It's going to be called back, unfortunately.
What a heartbreaker!
And he's still playing until the whistle, and he's going to end up scoring.
Yep.
It's just too bad it's not going to count, I don't think.
It's a shame because it wasn't probably intentional the way that hit. I mean, the lineman did. He protected his quarterback. Kid turned his back.
And
during the run, number 99, blindside block.
Yeah.
The spot foul plus 15 yards.
Wow.
It's tough when your running back or quarterback takes off and you turn and you hit a guy.
I want to make sure he's okay.
And unfortunately, the one who was on the wrong end of the blind side block ends up being the one shaken up on the play. And that would have been a 70-yard touchdown. Probably would have been 120 yards with how many yards he ran from sideline to sideline and backwards to go along with it. So unfortunately, it's being called back.
Blindside block, 99.
So it's definitely a 15-yard penalty. He said spot foul plus 15 yards, which would mean half the distance, which he just confirmed.
We still got.
So let's take a look at the replay here, and we'll show you what the block is or what not to do when blocking.
Yeah, it was right when the running back cut. Here
He's going to bounce left. He's going to back up right here. Now watch him switch. He goes the other way, and watch what happens.
The moment you turn around,
boom.
Oh.
It's a blind side block.
Now that.
You cannot do that.
Oh, blind side block. Okay.
You can't cut back and block.
Unfortunate.
So it's all safety precaution. Now, good call by the official there.
Yep.
Just a bad break for Holly City, but I mean,
big stick.
That's what you teach in football: safety on how to play this game. It's vicious enough. It has to be safe for everybody, so nobody gets hurt.
Used to call them lookout blocks. You used to yell that from the sideline. Lookout.
What were they called? Milkout blocks? You said. Lookout blocks. I beg your pardon. All right.
Great defense
on
again.
second down, the handoff, and number 4 takes a hit and goes
by
down for
number
another
4.
loss.
Number 4 takes a hit from number 4 from Vineland.
And
great tackle.
And I think lost about a yard on the play. So
there definitely was a loss.
Third and extremely long.
Hey.
So the block was at the 20.
Drop the flag. Just drop it.
So
got a whole different ball game right here.
Yeah, most definitely, and a whole different tone compared to the first one. And that's what these levels give. I mean, like I said, the higher the level, the more intense it is, as you had mentioned. So third and quite a long way.
He's going to go to the air.
Oh, and he slipped. He slipped.
He's down here.
Wow.
He slipped down at about the 3.
He was rolling out.
So may not be a bad idea to do a punt option and just go to like the 28-yard line.
Punt option.
So they'll do the punt option. So they'll move the ball, and for Vineland, it'll be the 28-yard line of Holly City.
It's a great place to start on this drive.
So a great, shall we say, pretty daggone good field position start the drive, to say the least.
So they get their momentum now. Got the ball back.
Notice how Steve is a lot more demonstrative in making sure everyone is off the field and doing their part. So he's probably been doing this for many years, I would think.
He's doing the refs are doing a great job today.
Most definitely.
Controlling the game, doing a very well ref job.
Yeah, and I'll make sure that, of course, after this game, we're going to have to get the microphone from him because there's going to be a new official for the next game coming up.
Checked. Ooh, I'm in.
We got Howard checking in on the microphone here out of nowhere.
Yeah, I wanted to give you guys the lookout. Why they call it a lookout block, and it was back in the day when it was legal, and what the sideline would do is the sideline would yell "Look out!" because here it comes.
Here it comes.
And you couldn't see it, so that's why they called it a lookout block.
And by the time you say "look out," you're already in.
You're getting your bell rung.
Well, that explains a lot there. I mean, Howard's been around on the field a lot more than I ever have, and he's also done officiating too. So,
where's the whistle? Where's your whistle?
All right, handoff goes to about the 26-yard line.
A nice tackle by number 11 from Millville.
Hey, something else we may not have noticed, Vineland with their cheerleaders, as you'll notice on the far side of the field right behind the sticks. So around the 25-yard line where you can see the angle, and now swerve to the center. Yeah, Vineland has a cheerleading group, and the ball will be spotted with a 2nd and 9 from the 27.
Get him set. Get set.
Shotgun again. Zero just going to keep it.
It's a keeper. He calls his own numbering it to about the 23-yard line. So another 3-yard pickup, and it'll be a 3rd down coming up. But I'll tell you what, Vineland has some more creative players here on this roster. And, yeah, a guy behind the quarterback who tends to have some speed. That could be difficult for Holly City to stop later on.
It's a tough play to, whenever you're getting a direct snap and a quarterback, takes off, it's tough to stop at this level sometimes. If he's got some speed and you stretch it out, you're going to get positive yards a lot of times if everyone's making their block.
That'll make it 3rd and 5 from the 23-yard line.
Changed quarterbacks. We got number 4 in there now.
And that didn't work that time. And Holly City kind of read the play and stopped him there.
Get up. Ball, please.
And looks like another Vineland player shaken up. At about the 25.
He hit that hole at number 11, met him in the hole. It looked like number 11. I mean, he hit him pretty big. I mean, there's a big size difference. You see number 11, he's a big boy. And 4 took the direct snap and went up the middle. And, 11 put a hit on him.
Yeah, this might be a minute or two on this one.
Yeah, so, I want to come in again and let you guys know a lot about that offense. It's a Delaware wing tee, and what it's made for misdirection.
Yeah.
So you're switching your running backs, and you're switching there really is no quarterback, and that's why you usually don't get that in a high school game, because kids are looking for scholarships. And when you have 4 different running backs running the ball, who's going to get the scholarship?
Yeah.
You really don't get the stats out of it. But it's all about misdirection. It's all about, tackling the ball. And the defense, we had the other night, the defensive's job is to tackle everybody. So
yeah, you're
anybody
right.
that's
You're
back there
right.
is going to get tackled because they may have the ball.
That's very true because 1 out of the 11 have the ball. Now, if 11 balls are on there, that could be a little bit of a different issue. All right, so 4th down, trying to sneak around, crossing the no, he's going to be a little short.
Yep.
Probably by about 2 yards to the 20-yard line, but give Vineland credit. They put a nice effort onto that little drive there. And looks like we are done with the first, so we are at quarter time with a 7-0 lead for Holly City. So let's break here. We'll have quarter number 2 right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back for quarter number 2 here in Millville on a breezy Sunday afternoon, but very comfortable to say the least. We're in the sophomore game. Holly City, 7-0 lead over Vineland. Opening kickoff, ran back for a touchdown, but nothing since then. So following the first quarter, we've had a turnover on down, so now Holly City will have the ball, but all the way back at the 20-yard line. And the reason why they are that far back is because of a blindside block that occurred in the previous possession that sent them way back after a major penalty.
He's good.
So, John, tell us, what was the strength when you were here?
There you go,
like
just
what
like that.
Program? Or was it
Clip
overall?
right there,
Like,
cool.
what was your
Overall, we had something special. We watched our kids come. We used to practice at the dump. I used to be up near the airport in Millville, and it was a special place. And we had a group of kids that we watched from 5 years old all the way to high school, win multiple championships, go to high school, win championships, and then we were blessed to see a lot of these kids go on to college and the NFL and the XFL. So it was just such discipline, you know. It was the discipline factor of it all.
And when you have a string of success that you've had for pretty much decades there, I mean, obviously the awards will certainly pile up, and there's where you get noticed.
It just keeps growing here. Like I said, I follow everything on social media because I've been going a while, and to see the high school program blossom, 2-3 state championships, the sectional championship, first ever Millville captured in the history of New Jersey. It starts at this level. When you're putting all the effort here, it reaps the benefits later.
Most definitely. Oh, we got a flag down. Somebody jumped.
Prior to the snap, encroachment, defense, 5 yards, still first down.
All right, so a penalty on encroachment. That'll make it a 5. That'll make it a little easier for Holly City, as they'll be at the 25 with a 1st and 5 coming up. And that's really big, too, because since I graduated in 1990, and high school football was high school football, but the growth in the past 3 decades has been immense. I mean, what's been the difference, and what have you seen from your standpoint?
More parents' involvement. More parents' involvement, more training. The internet era opened up that there's more opportunities for your children to learn, get proper training, speed training, weight training. There's just so much more opened up for these generation.
Here's a cutback, and a
cutback,
handoff. Look
huge.
at this.
Here he's making up.
He's still going.
He wants
midfield,
that.
And he stutter steps.
He wants that touchdown from earlier. He's fighting
He's
hard.
surrounded by like 7 Vineland players, and he finally gets to about the 30-yard line, checking to see if there are any flags down just in case. It doesn't look like it. So the chains will move after what looks like a 45-yard gain and 1 tired running back.
Great play.
Why don't we take a look at the replay? I don't know if it's the same guy who had
I'm pretty sure it was.
That
he had that
70-yarder that got
yeah.
called back.
I'm almost positive it was him. Yep, number 3. There he goes. Missed block. Finds a hole. Stretches it, and
Couple broken tackles later, there he goes.
He's got good vision. Great move here. The juke. The back. You can't teach this type of running. This is all natural athleticism.
And that's certainly very good, but he's going to be tired when this one's over. That's a heck of a run. That time was 45 yards, but it counted.
Big game.
And Vineland, by the way, called timeout. So take a moment here. And when you see backs like this, I mean, you see the intangibles that really can't be taught. But what's the most important thing for a running back to do, especially to come up with all the positive yardage that we've seen so far?
Good eye, good vision, stretch, stay warm. You know, they're going to probably feed this kid quite a bit. You know, they're going to feed him this game. Seeing a running back make plays like that, moves like that, just keep him ready. Keep them focused.
I was just saying that some of the equipment got in the way, but that's okay. But, yeah, but, I mean, these kids just continue to fight on and put their best effort. And so far we've seen a rather clean game on both sides. I mean,
yeah, it's a good, friendly game. You play with your pads. These kids are playing with their pads today.
That's correct. Vineland's been a little bit banged up with a couple of players, but it seems like they'll try to get themselves back in there. Of course, with this league, you might want to make sure everybody plays a certain amount, so that way nobody gets left out.
Yeah, and these schools get a lot of players. You know, these programs get a lot. I mean, you get 60, 70 kids sometimes a team. So they have B squads or JV squads for every level, I'm pretty sure still. Basically, you know, Millville, Vineland, all the other teams, you get 60 kids, you can't dress them all. So they have games during the week for the JV players per each squad.
And that's certainly good. I mean,
develop it so this way everyone's getting developed and you're getting a full game.
That's correct. That was a 3-yard pickup, so 2nd and 7 from the 27-yard line, it looks like. What do you think Holly City might call here? I mean, 95% chance it's going to be a run.
I would like to see a pass. You know, you live for the passing game. At this level, you will see more. They might want to be secure sometimes and get a couple scores on there before they start passing. But, I mean, you got these running backs getting big plays, feed them. You know, and it wastes the clock, too. So if you take the lead and you're scoring and that clock is running and you're just getting positive yards, most coaches are going to keep running that ball.
That was number 1 with that carry for another 15 yards, and now put them in the red zone and move the chains.
I always went by that philosophy. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Ground and pound is real football to me. Old school, ground and pound is running.
25-yard line. Back him up. Back him up.
Okay, so trying to get the players behind the 25-yard line. It's obviously the box where they can hang out is in between the 25s of each side of the field, but they can't cross that. And that's what referee Steve is telling the players to do. So from the 12-yard line, 1st and 10.
Got that pro. Another big hole.
Yeah, going inside the 10 and dragging tacklers down. About the 4. 5, maybe inside the 5.
Positive yards. They're moving the ball.
They definitely are. I mean, they're short of a first down, but I think the key here is, again, north-south movement and second effort. Obviously, you can't teach second and third effort.
Need a big stop, big stance from Vineland here.
And they're going to go full house here with this option. Which one's going to get it?
The fullback,
the back, and an easy goal there.
Number 20 in for the score.
That is correct. Gets himself welcome to the end zone and increases the lead for the Storm. And I think that powerful offensive line did some wonders there to make sure the backs were able to get what they needed.
Again, the line is blocking very well, executing. They're all in sync. They're capitalizing, finishing their blocks, and the running backs are feeding off it. So it's good football.
We have Charles Patterson checking in with some comments courtesy of our live stream here on HSG Network on YouTube. Willis Humphreys has checked in.
Coach Willis is
sounds like
former coach here
Millville's doing
too.
a lot of participation here on the Threads.
Yeah, Coach Willis has won a lot of championships here. He's at the high school level now.
All right, so the conversion. They got to do a straight handoff, and he goes in untouched. So the Storm end up now with a 14-0 lead following the short touchdown run. And again, it's the line that's making the difference here. So, and just as a reminder, if you can't make it out here to Millville and these youth games, you can always catch us on HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you search us and, of course, subscribe. Plenty more youth football coming up this fall. So definitely going to be a lot of fun doing these games. And from what I've been told, it looks like it's going to be one broadcast per week.
That's a nice thing.
And I'm hearing we might be in a different location, too.
Yeah, that's a nice thing they're doing.
And I guess, as Howard would say, to draw the hat. So,
you know, when you got a live feed for kids, you know, and they get their friends and family at this age group, and then everyone can grandmom from another state, you know, seeing this and live or family. It's a great thing for these kids.
And YouTube is such a great tool for something like that. I mean, could be watching from Minnesota or San Diego for all we know.
Yeah, it's a game changer. Definitely a game changer.
So check in the comments if you want. Like I said, HSG Network on YouTube. and tell your friends and family about. We got 2 more games left too, so and the second half of this one. Brandon Crenshaw's checked in, so Ian Busby, he's checked in, so we got plenty of good things. We're seeing the comment on the northwest part of your screen. So
that's what makes it that much, better. You're seeing the people start chiming in and taking the time, and they're watching the game, and it makes it nice.
And that's what HSG Network brings, another element to the game, not just the field mic and giving you another perspective of the game, but also the commentary of people watching, whether it be kids or relatives or anything like that. And checking in, that's like, oh my goodness, what is this? And then spreading the word along. All right, Steve blows his whistle, so Vineland about to get the ball at this kickoff.
Okay. Good hands.
Wow.
Hey, I'm okay with that. It was 23.
Philly's infield might be looking for somebody.
He was
there.
paying attention.
He certainly does. He took the dive, fell on the ball, and that is where Vineland will begin. And of course, once you have the ball down, that ends the play right there. It's not you cannot get up.
You really
and try and run.
you got to be alert at this age level and that ball coming, because it is scary. It could be scary on that front line because you never know. You never know. Great effort by him.
And you never know which way the ball is going to.
You don't know.
Yeah. So you had to be ready. So you had to study the ball and make sure you don't get hit by the wrong point.
At the snap, 5, 4, 7.
Okay, so 5:47 left in the first half, according to Steve.
Yeah, the game's moving on very well.
It's always a good thing when things are done like a well-oiled machine. The ball's spotted at their own 45. See what Vineland does. They had a nice drive last time, just couldn't punch in the end zone. Now a one-hop snap.
Millville has got the ball.
And I think it might have bounced to Millville. We'll see what the officials say.
It's Millville's
yes,
ball.
It is Millville ball.
Got a helmet in his hammy.
The frustration of Vineland continues here as looks like another Vineland player shaking up.
Fundamentals. That's it. Just a little bit of fundamental tweaks.
I mean, we've seen this on all levels, like especially with the snap of the ball. I mean, what have you seen different with the snap of the ball when it comes from the center to the quarterback in a shotgun formation? It's a matter of getting it like precisely the right instant, not have airtime on it.
I mean, the direct snap, obviously the quarterback is prepared. He's under center. It's right in his hands. He's got confidence. These kids are younger. It's the confidence level. If you're not confident sometimes and that ball's getting snapped, it just has a lot to do with confidence. You're getting that direct snap, but you're also looking at this defense looking at you. There's a lot of factors. You're young. You're looking at your role playing the play in your head. And then if you take a split second off and all this thinking goes on at this level, it could result in a fumble like that. Hit his hands. He might not have been ready. Maybe the center snapped it a little early. So they're young, so it's going to happen sometimes. But when you do see shotgun at this level, it's great. It's amazing.
Well, verbal communication is one thing, but the mental communication is also another big thing here too.
Yeah.
Maurice Johnson checking in, watching us. Like I said, spread the word about this to your friends in Millville and, of course, in Vineland.
Here we go, quarterback.
So we're going to get Millville on the offense again here with a freebie.
Well, following the turnover, it'll be 1st and 10 now from the Vineland 41-yard line.
I like yep.
Back to pass and
There
throwing
it
it
is.
downfield
Oh.
a little bit high and incomplete.
I think the camera it almost looked like pass interference. It was almost, to me, that was almost pass interference. He kind of like hit him in the back a little bit with his hands. Yeah, there was the pass.
And it was a good pass, but obviously that was a little bit overthrown. That was a well-designed play, though.
Yeah, he had his man.
So now we'll try it again, 2nd and 10 for the 41-yard line. I mean, sometimes the kids are like to try different type plays. I mean, that was almost reminiscent of Hurts to A.J. Brown, which was a little bit overthrown, and that was a play, obviously, A.J. thought it was interference, but
Him too, huh?
but anyway, And Maurice Johnson, I think we mentioned him. He says October 8th can't wait.
10 seconds, quarterback. 10. Move.
Ah, okay, another live feed. Nice.
10.
10 seconds.
All right, so checking he has the game clock and the play
got
clock.
number 2 at quarterback.
I formation. Here's a handoff. And there's
number
nice,
3
there's
again.
number 3
There
again
he
with a
goes.
first down and more,
Oh,
but a
good D.
nice tackle to the 28-yard line by number 11.
Get it, number
And
11.
He's getting, I guess he's getting the negative
fired up.
energies out.
Sometimes a play like that can get everyone fired up.
Hey, one never knows.
Game changer.
Ends up being a 13-yard pickup. So first and
Coming out
10
in 4
now
minutes.
for Holly
I'm gonna
City.
give you a signal in a second. Hold
Has the ball is at the 28.
on. 4 minutes.
All right, now we had the 4-minute break.
It's a great tackle.
That has to be another game later on. That's a game later on.
Oh, okay. The comment you just saw is in reference to a game that will probably be later on. It could be the Vineland Colts and the Holly City Thunder, which is next, the Junior League,
yeah.
or the Senior League, which is the Vineland Raiders and the Holly City Bolts.
Uh-oh, there we go. Got a nice
and
hole.
Speaking of a young Bolt, look at this handoff.
Turn direction.
Turn direction,
He's
and he's
gonna
going to be
score.
home. How about that? So another goal for Holly City as another one welcomes himself to the end
Come on,
zone.
boys. Hustle down this way.
The Storm extend their lead. And the cutbacks, John, they have been very impressive today by
Very
this group.
well. I think it's 20. Finally, 21. Okay, that's why we couldn't see. His number's orange. I was trying to figure out why we couldn't see his number. He's got an orange 21 on.
Now, that's interesting.
Got 11 on D.
I mean, it could be an older jersey. It could be a whole bunch of other things, too.
Yeah.
Could be they might be marketing their alternate package. I don't know.
My guess is that the orange numbers were on, and maybe they fell off, and that's the white underneath. I don't know.
It's a possibility, too.
At this level, somebody could leave their jersey home. Somebody could have lost their jersey right before the game. It could be anything at this level.
All right, so here comes the conversion. And it's a handoff up the middle, and there's an easy point there to make it 21-0 in favor of the Storm. And I think Holly City, even after running the opening kickoff back for a touchdown, got to a little bit of a slow start, but they've really picked it up here in the second quarter.
This is looking like the last game with going into halftime at 20-0. There would be 21 though here, but their motors are moving right now. They're playing good football and they're taking advantage right now.
And that, of course, is the score that made it 20-0. And again, great cutbacks and also the speed that goes on after the cut.
And a great rotation of running backs. 4, 11, 21.
And usage of those backs, too.
Yeah, and they're all capitalized. All positive yards. Again, right now Millville is on top with a fundamentally a little bit more sound game. More confidence. We're seeing a lot more confidence the last game in this game with the Millville players.
And you'll notice behind the bleachers here, the looks like the junior team for Vineland, the Colts, they're starting to warm up and get ready for their contest, which will be coming up next.
This is where they start to grow a little more. You know, that junior level, they start to get size. They start to fill out. You know, bigger players. You can see back there just the size difference.
Well, needless to say, Holly City is lining things up to kick things off, see what the Wolfpack can do. And we're not discarding the Wolfpack at all. They've actually had some very nice plays in this game.
Absolutely.
It's just that Holly City's been a little bit too much for them.
They're a little bit dominant right now.
Here he comes.
About 3 minutes left in this half, and maybe Vineland could put one on before the half.
That's true, and they have 2 timeouts to go with it.
Yeah, it's a big help.
All right, referee's making sure everybody is lined up correctly. And let's see what they do. They will, one hopper.
Okay,
take him out of
got
the up
0
man.
with the ball. okay.
And trying to reverse gear.
Wow.
Trying
Over the
to
back.
piggyback a defender. And
87.
87's weight was a little too much, and he fell right on the returner. Looks like he's going to be all right. But, I mean, he got tackled one way or the other.
87's a big boy, too. He might be the tallest player out there.
We need their ball.
All right. Now we're hearing the words, we need their ball. Does each team have a different type ball that they use?
No, same ball, but your name is on it. We used to just use marker. And it's you want to get your game balls back, so you put bolts on it or Vineland on it. Same ball, just it belongs to them, and here's your ball for your offense. Supply your own ball. That's all.
All right, so for Vineland, they will start off at about the 41-yard line. We're going to read down the list of
I believe the Vineland ball is slightly deflated.
Deflated.
Here we go, boys. Hustle up.
I don't think they check at this level.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Never thought about it, though. You never know.
Now, coming from a Patriot fan like him, I mean.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
He's a Patriots and a Cowboys fan?
Well, listen,
Wow.
I mean, they're wearing their throwbacks tonight for Sunday Night Football, so sure I'll be looking forward to seeing that. All right, so first down, they're going to hand off.
Okay,
How about this for a nice run? Over to the 47-yard line.
I think that's number 4 for Vineland.
Yes, indeed.
Roll off. Here we go. Who's got
Yep,
football?
there it is,
Back
number
here,
4.
ball.
He had a couple big hits in the first quarter.
And also the offensive line's been doing their job making room
Yeah.
for him. So
Yeah, they just
that
did a
also
real good
helps.
job on the offensive line.
Coming down.
So sometimes it's a difference of what you learn and how far advanced you are in comparison to the opponent. So
Yeah.
Coaches.
sometimes you see some different things at age
Behind the
level.
numbers, please. Behind the numbers.
Sometimes some kids just need a little warming up, get a couple hits out of the game, it's butterflies. Get butterflies in the beginning of any game.
That's what it really
Warm
comes down
yourself
to.
up. Absolutely.
So that was a gain of 7 that time.
Great play.
2nd and 3.
Okay, here
Here's
we
another
go.
handoff. There's a first
Great
down,
job.
even
Keep
more.
going.
Look at
There you
this.
go.
And a good shoestring tackle about the 40-yard line. Play is dead. I thought he may have lost the ball at the end, but
A direct snap, quarterback keeper again.
yeah, good. Very nice play. But there is a flag
During the
down.
run. Holding. Number 88 on the offense.
Oh, that
Coach,
hurts.
You're marching him back, right? Okay.
It's tough at this
88,
level. It's tough at every level, and I believe somewhere on the field at every level there's a hold. At every level somewhere. It's just if you get caught, if that flag is coming.
Or the timing of when the officials decide to throw the holding calls.
Yeah.
That happens a lot. So I mean, and now Vineland's going to use a timeout. So let's grab a break here late in the first half. Storm ahead 21-0 over the Wolfpack. We'll come back in a moment. Okay, we are back here in Millville as Vineland just used their second timeout of this half.
Timeout, coaches in order. Here we go.
Trying to sort everything out. Unfortunately, a good run got called back on a hold. So
Wait for us.
Vineland is at the 37-yard line with a 2nd and 14 coming up.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaker. They finally got that momentum, 2 good plays, got the ball going positive direction, and then, you get a slight holding call.
That's all it takes.
Yeah. Okay,
They're gonna
quarterback
call the same
again.
number
Okay.
again, and it's not going to work with the same success, but it is going to get him a couple of yards to the 39.
Nice wrap up by number 4 on defense. Way to wrap up, finish the tackle. Good technique.
Don't do that.
Literally saying, I'm going to take the yards by myself.
Yeah.
So I'll force a 3rd and 12 as the ball's at the 39-yard line. I'll say this much for the Wolfpack as we're down to, I guess, the final minute of the first half. I think one of the biggest things we have noticed is
Vineland's had some very nice nicely designed plays to keep the Holly City team
on their
pretty
toes.
honest.
Yeah, keep them on their feet. Change it up a little bit.
All right, let's see what formation they give. It looks like it's going to be a little bunch.
Okay.
And this is a handoff. Go for the lead blockers and get yourself maybe another 4 yards to the 43-yard line.
They put number 4 in that time, took that direct snap right up the middle.
And then Vineland just used their last time out of the half. I'm guessing they will probably, we'll keep it here, I'm guessing they will probably try and go for it on 4th down if given the opportunity.
4 limping a little bit.
That's White's third, right? He's out.
And needless to say, the Vineland players just trying to keep themselves lumber and keep loose, especially got a second half of football to play. I mean, the first half you may not have much, but the second half, that's when it comes and gets you.
Yeah.
And that's where the physical challenges, you get the mental challenges, you get all the other challenges taking place as you lead to the end of the game.
Timeout's over. Here we go. 4th down at the snap. 33 seconds.
So you heard referee Steve say 33 seconds till halftime.
Maybe we'll see them come out passing here. Maybe they got a nice pass play to get downfield. You know, it'd be nice.
And that's why I think they chose to go for it here, only because, I mean, just because you're down 21-0 as you catch me trying to readjust my glasses, that's okay. Luckily for Vineland, they're already lined up, and we got 4th down from the 43-yard line. Let's see what they do here.
All right. Change it back again. Yep, 22 in there now.
Yeah, he is. He's not going to get the first down. He's about 3 yards short to the 48-yard line. So Vineland turns the ball over on downs, and we'll see what Holly City can do to end the first half here.
So they're getting a good rotation in there, too, for Vineland. You're seeing 0 in there. You're seeing 4, 22. Just couldn't seem to get the first.
19.
Just want to remind our fans at halftime we're going to have a special home fix-it from Plowman's. So halftime feature for everybody. So stick around if you want to watch some Plowman's.
Might learn something. I like it. Yeah.
Well, you can certainly, I mean, incorporate sponsorship with a lot of running plays.
He was 11. Now he got 11. You're good.
He's just plowing his way through the defensive line. I've been saying that a lot lately. I've been saying that a lot lately on these broadcasts. He's plowing through the line. I'm saying to myself, okay, now we got a sponsor here we can use. Problem is, it would not work in North Jersey because we're dealing with somebody in Millville.
Yeah.
The play clock's moving. You got to move.
All right, very quickly, Holly City breaking the huddle. Let's see what you do on 1st and 10. Now, keep in mind, Holly City has all 3 of their timeouts, and we'll see if they're going to use them or let the half run.
Quarterback dropping
back to pass and firing. Pass is complete. Let's see what
happens.
Number
3 again. Okay.
Yep, number 3.
87 with the tackle.
We have a flag down. Let's see what happens here.
Don't touch the flag. Don't touch the flag.
And I think the officials are telling the kids, don't touch the flag.
Are you sure? Okay.
That was big 87 on the tackle there for Vineland.
Let's find out what it is.
88. Are you sure?
Sounds like, well, let's see what it is.
Don't pick up, leave the flag alone. Leave it there. During the run, block in the back, 88 offense. We're going back 10.
All right, so a 10-yard penalty for an illegal block in the back. And usually you would expect that to happen on the offense. So they'll repeat the down. It'll be first and it's 10 yards in the spot. It looks like they've got this one at the 38-yard line. And now looks like Holly City is going to use their first timeout of this half. And that was what I was afraid of. You got the last possession of the half. You're probably going to use your timeouts anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll stay here. I mean, what have you seen so far in this first half as far as both teams go? Anything different compared to the previous one?
Yeah, an upgrade in football. You know, more disciplined on both ends. Millville's just had a little bit more of the breaks right now. Their running game has been the number 3. Was it number 3? Yeah, number 3 has been a factor in this game. Some big runs, and then, you know, if he had that other touchdown, it could be 28 right now. 3's been a factor. Both teams are tackling very sound right now. Offensive lines are both doing good too. Vineland had that one good drive coming up with number 0 at quarterback at the time, and they had that bad break on the drive. But so, I mean, they're just on the other end of the draw right now. It's not a bad game. The score isn't reflecting the game too much.
Well, the kids are trying their hardest.
Absolutely.
And I think that's really the most important thing to get out of all this.
Absolutely.
All right, so following the penalty, his first down is back to pass.
He
drops the football, but he falls on it. He falls
Sack
on
and
it
a
back
fumble.
to the 25-yard line, and
87
they decide
again.
the half is over. So the Storm has a 21-0 lead at the half. So here's what we'll do. We're going to get you the Plowman's special. So while the kids get the rest, we'll do the same. And we'll come back in a few minutes. In the meantime, enjoy the special edition of Plowman's.
Greg Hennis, and welcome to Plowman's Windows and Doors. We are here at 118 East Vine Street in the heart of Millville, and we are joined by Joe Plowman and Carol Plowman. And Joe, somebody told me, actually you and Carol were telling me, 40 years, Plowman's Windows and Doors. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. It's actually been a little bit over 40, but 40 years in our own business.
Over the years, I know the thing you've always strived for is top quality installations, top quality products, and standing behind, along with the manufacturers, what you do.
That's the most important. When you buy a window, you put it in your home. You don't want to have a window in your home for 2 or 3 years and have a problem and nobody comes out and takes care of it. We come out, we'll do any type of repairs that's needed on the windows. Manufacturers supply free parts. It's really convenient that we save you a lot of money.
Now, over the next 30 minutes, we're going to have a unique opportunity to go on some job sites with Joe and the crew, and we're going to actually visit with you a little bit here in the showroom, Carol, go on a tour on the products. But over the next 30 minutes, if you're thinking about windows, you're thinking about doors, stop thinking and come visit Plowman's. Now, Carol, your showroom hours here in Millville are from when to when?
We are open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 and on Saturdays from 9 to 1.
And is there a website if someone would like to visit to learn more about Plowman's?
Oh, absolutely. Plowmanswindows.com.
And a phone number?
856-327-2841.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm excited to go on and visit some of the job sites and learn what makes Plowman's Windows and Doors what it is, and that's really special.
All right, how you doing? I'm Joe Plowman from Plowman's Windows and Doors, 118 East Vine Street in Millville. And what you're seeing today is a typical wood window. You got 2 sashes that move. This is a 6/6 grid. And we're getting ready to remove this window. We do all our removal of our windows from the exterior. We're going to remove the storm stop. We're going to take these sashes and push them out. And after that, they're going to put a sill on the bottom of this thing, which is the process you're about to watch right now. Okay, now what you're seeing here, he's removing the stop trim, which held in the storm windows on this. He's going to take all 3 pieces off. That allows them to remove the window from the exterior. As you're watching that, if you notice down the side, they've already cut into the siding here. They made this cut all the way down so that the metal will go all the way back into the siding, and then it gets sealed back under it again. So you can see the groove in that. Now he's going to pull the sashes out with the jam liner. That's a parting bead that's in the top between the 2 windows. Now you see how the window came out all together? Basically now what they're going to do is going to clean this up a little bit more. You're going to put a sill cap on the bottom of this, and then we're ready to watch the window go in. Okay, what you're looking at here is a typical sill that we've capped. This is how we bend the metal. You can see the returns that come up on this. A lot of guys don't include these uprights or this piece coming back. So you're going to watch Wes put this thing on the window, and it covers really nice. Also notice that it's going in past the siding on the sides. Now when this thing sits here, we don't touch it all the way into the inside stool. We keep this thing a little bit away. That way we don't have any metal contact coming in where the crack of this piece sits on here. When we do storm windows and we cap without putting replacements, we lift the window up and it comes all the way in. It's a difference of the two installations of these. That way we don't get no condensation sweat. It's now ready for him to process out for the window. What you're seeing now is what we call the dry fit. They're going to put it in, they're going to check it. They're going to check it for level. After that, they're going to adjust this window up with 2 small shims under it. Once the shims are under it, it allows the center of the window to float and then to be screwed into place.
Good.
You're seeing where the installation screws go in the windows right now. There's 2 on the bottom and 2 on the top. We do not use the screws that come with the windows. We use a little bit longer screw for better grab on the window. Okay, at this point he's got the 4 screws in the window, and what he's done is he squared the window up and leveled it within itself, and you can see the crack line on the top sash. When we open up, that's what we want to see, and then we want to see the same on the bottom, which he's already checked. So now at this point they're going to proceed to finish insulating out the window, which is up to George here now. We use loose fill insulation around all these windows. We don't use any spray foams on them. When they get this done, they will actually seal over top of that with a siliconized caulk on all 3 sides. The other thing we do that's different than a lot of companies is we actually seal these screw holes closed on each side of the window and the tops and the side adjusters. All these windows have stops on them. What you see them moving right now, a lot of people remove those stops. They're there to prevent the sash from going too high or too low. He's sealing the side adjuster holes now. Every job we do, it's the same thing. It's the same process. And now what you're watching, he's using a siliconized caulk and he's sealing the cracks closed over top the insulation we're already putting in the window. This is going to be in preparation for him to add a board back around this window again. So this is one of 3 seals that goes to this window, the one that you will not see, the other 2 that you will see, and of course the final will be against the siding, which that's just a cosmetic thing. These are homemade stops. We cut them down ourselves. Just gives our place for the cap to go on this thing. It makes a nice smoother fit on the capping. 3 pieces that ought to go on the window. 1 top, 2 sides. After he's done with this process, the next part of the thing they'll do is they'll come up and measure for the caps for the side and the top, and then they'll apply them to the window. Last thing they put on is the sill angle on the bottom. Okay, I'm here with Matt, and he's about ready to put the side capping on this window. You can see we do a full return. You got the face, and this is going to return back to the window. The very unique thing is when you get to the top, how we've bent this over. So when the headpiece comes under, it's under it. All this is basically covered quite well. You're going to watch them install that on the window. This one's already been installed. It's not finished, though. He's actually returning that in between the old wood frame and the siding itself is what's taking so long to get that on there. Once it's looking good, he's going to put a couple screws in from the side. We never face nail any of our products. Anything we cap in wood on the outside, this type of window is capped exactly the same over and over and over again. There's nothing changing in how we cap or seal them. The header piece is just an L shape. He's got to put it up where he's got a mark there where the 2 ends are going to go back to the window. He'll actually make a notch in there and remove the end pieces. You notice the piece is a little long. We don't try to make anything the same measurement until it's up there. Windows can change by about 1/8 of an inch on an average. Matt's been doing this with us about 15 years now. The first cut was for length. The second cut is for the folds for the sides of the windows. And you'll notice he's leaving some And what they do is they fold that in to give you a nice seam at the top on both sides. Once he gets it up, you may have to trim again one more time, but it's the process. This is how you do all the windows. That handbrake's older than that by the looks of it. The head pieces are installed with 2 nails. The nails are always approximately in the same spot. Okay, now the last part of this window is this sill piece here before they actually do any sealing. And what they actually have to do with this thing is they put it upside down and they get a mark where the groove is. So this is trimmed. We go to a lot of jobs, we see people force this thing under there just like this, and then what happens, it picks up on the whole window and makes a mess. So he's actually got to test cut this once, and then he'll put it up there and check it. Then it gets cut and put on it for the last time. You're supposed to trim them down. It's a normal process to the window. As you're watching him cut that, you can see why most people don't want to cut them. It's actually no fun to trim at all. And after he makes that cutting, they have to make another one. Now he's going to do a dry fit. You got a couple high spots on the window where the 45s are welded together. So they take and they remove them off of them. That way the piece lays a little flatter. A lot of times we actually have to take and trim back on the inside piece too. Again, a lot of people, they don't do this and the pieces don't quite go on the way they're supposed to go. He's going to take a little bit off each side now. And again, this is what everybody skips, is removing that little piece out of there. What he's going to do now, he's going to actually put a seal into that groove where this piece goes. This is something a lot of companies don't do also on this thing. This is something we chose to do. There's no real right or wrong way to put these windows in according to any type of code at this time. But this is our preference, and when you see it done, you can see why we do it.
Okay, we are back here in Millville to start the second half of Game 2 of this quadruple header. Holly City Storm, they really picked things up here in the second quarter, and they're about ready to start quarter number 3 with a 21-0 lead over the Vineland Wolfpack. Vineland will receive the ball to begin the second half. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Saplensky and Howard Gaber taking care of the controls as always. Just had a little sound thing to work on. So getting ready for the second half, and I tell you what, even though Vineland might be down this game, at least they're showing a lot of heart and keeping up with some of the offensive plays that they've been doing.
Yeah, they didn't look too bad at all. They just had a couple bad breaks. Good rotation, line is blocking, making good tackles. Sound tackles, 87, made the last 2 tackles the end of the half, and a sack and possibly a fumble to end the game, or the end of the half. So they're looking good.
Fire one hopper taken by the Upman. It's going to swing around That's number 0 who we caught. He lost the
Millville
football. And Millville's going to fall in at the 45-yard line.
Number 9 coming up with the ball.
I'll tell you something. Just
bad break. We just said it. They had a couple tough breaks.
Vineland has had bad breaks all day. But again, it's proper placement as to where to hit the ball out, and that's exactly what happened here. They forced a turnover on special teams.
Orange and blue gets the ball back quick.
So just like that, it'll be Holly City ball at the 45, 1st and 10.
They teach
Where's
you
our chain crew, Coach?
Hold that ball and just do not let it go. It's a coach's nightmare. We've seen it many times before. Just tuck that ball, cover that ball. Just hold on to it.
Handle it. Go in the huddle. Go in the huddle.
All right, well, there's a slight delay as I get the chain gang back in position. It's funny, we're getting some interesting comments saying sound like rain, but according to what I have here in Millville, it's not supposed to start till about 9. So we'll be able to get all the games in before that.
Yeah. I think that last game is, 5 o'clock, right? 5
That's correct.
Yeah, we're going to beat that rain.
And there you see the 1st and 10 logo.
I don't want to do that. Get somebody out here.
And of course, referee Steve trying to expedite the process here.
Get that little break. You don't know where the chain crew goes sometimes. They get that hot dog break, They forget, wait, I got a job to do.
Yeah, come on, John. You've seen that so many times in semi-pro. You're like waiting 10 minutes to get volunteers to show up.
At that level, it's embarrassing. It's like, darn it.
Your badges off. And no coaching. Give your badges to your guys, please.
You get their dads.
Yeah, you get the dads out there. You get an uncle, a dad. You even see moms run out there and hold a chain. Someone's going to run across the field to hold the chain. Or send a coach.
Somebody will do it, but the problem is the volunteerism. You may get the next game's coaches out there,
yeah.
And then they think, oh, well, now I can't coach my own, my players.
I've seen it before. Every game used to get done, and the last team coaches would do the chains for the next game, and it was guaranteed. This way, you guaranteed you had a chain crew. And I think a coaches there. You got one of the coaches going across now, possibly to be on the chain.
Okay, so 1st and 10 as they break huddle. Referee holding play yet again. Nose of the football is on the 45 of Vineland. Remember, Holly City got the ball for special teams turnover. Try to make sure everything is set to go.
Okay, wait for me. Let me get set, all right?
All right, now they're just about set. We can get ourselves rolling here.
Wait for me, quarterback. Wait for me, quarterback. Wait for me.
Got number 2 in at quarterback for Millville.
Oh, we'll see what he can do here.
Settle down.
Telling the offense to settle down. I think they're too antsy to get themselves going.
They're ready to go.
Now the referee says, okay, let's play. So it looks like they're going to go full house here. On 1st and 10. Back
Good
guy
blocking.
gets, there's number 3 again. I mean, he is
Following
so
his
shifty.
blocks.
Following the blocks and again thrown back
Good
at
hold.
about the 35-yard line. So should be a first down. They're going to spot the 34, so that will definitely be a first down, a gain of 11.
Yeah, it was a very good job at the front line. Everyone executed their block on that. He took his time to get through the hole, got some good yardage.
And that's what we've seen, especially with these shifty runners, that they've been able to find the blocks and then just continue again.
They're reading
north-south, running downhill, as you had put it, John, earlier. And that's what's getting them the extra yardage so far.
Yeah, they're reading very well. Very, very well disciplined running backs.
It'll be 2nd and 11. I'm sorry, no, 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line after the 11-yard gain. Again, going full house. Now they split off of that. And they go the up man, following the blocks, and a good tackle.
Number 0.
And again, number 0, who's been all over the ball offensively and defensively, gets himself a little closer there. Another 11 yards. So 1st and 10, they're going to spot the 23.
A little bit of that Iron Man football. Doing your job on offense, doing your job on defense. Special teams, he's out there on everything.
And I find it amazing, too, that a Colorado player who plays both sides of the ball, like 100 plays in the first couple games.
Yeah, it's
I think
interesting.
he got hurt in last night's game. I wasn't 100% sure.
I read it was a late hit, but I haven't.
Yeah, it was a late hit. He was thrown out of the game for the late hit targeting. So,
Oh, all right.
yeah.
Oh, he threw the late hit. Oh, got you. Okay.
Well, sometimes it's beneficial because that gives his body a little bit more of a rest. You're playing both sides of the ball in college.
That's tough. That's real tough.
Like, how do you do that? Whoops.
Got movement on the line.
Yep, movement on the line, and we'll see what the official says. Who's the guilty party?
Prior to the snap, both start. Offense, 5 yards, repeat 1.
All right, so repeat first down after the 5-yard false start. Probably a move on the left side. And that's the thing. You start your drives, and you get some positive yardage, and
then you go back.
And then all of a sudden you get a false start.
Little
that kind of
discipline.
stalls things.
Nothing a little pep talk can't from your quarterback can't fix. Your coach can't fix.
Well, from what I believe, I think the 5-yard penalties are all mental.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's a disciplinary thing because you want to make sure you're on the line. You want to make sure you're lined up correctly. And you're not doing anything ridiculously wrong. All right, so on 1st and 15.
Good
That's
hole.
a big hole. Trying
He's
to
fighting
sneak
through
through
there.
in the second level, and somewhere behind a tree he's tackled. That's the only thing. We can't necessarily broadcast what goes on behind this tree. But it was a very good gain, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, this tree has not been our friend today.
Hey, we've had situations, I think I may have mentioned this to you earlier, about a month ago we had a broadcast in Connecticut where the light pole was in the way. Now, you can't move a light pole. I mean, you could
No.
move a tree, but
We could put it and see if we can have this cut down.
or some of the environmentalists will say, spare that tree. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, that run was for a first down at the 11-yard line.
Right up the
Another
middle.
handoff right side, and
I think
pushing
he's
his
in.
way inside the 5 maybe to maybe the 4. We'll see where they spot it. Yeah, probably about the 4. So a 7-yard pickup.
Another big run. Finding them holes, offensive line is getting a good push. You know, you can't ask for any more than that. I mean, any gain is a gain, but when you're getting 7 yards, 8 yards every play, it's just an offensive line doing their job.
So that means 2nd and 3. The ball will be spotted at the 4-yard line. They can get a first down without scoring.
I mean, John, tell us, at what point you just pull some starters and start getting the subs in? I mean, it's 21-0.
You really
third quarter.
You really want to wait. I mean, realistically, you want to wait to at least get halftime and secure.
Doesn't everyone still have to play, though?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you're seeing a rotation on both teams already.
And there's a handoff up the middle. That should be a goal. It is. And it looked like number 4 was able to bust his way through for a 4-yard touchdown run, matching the amount of yardage he needed. So the Storm extend their lead, and I tell you what, that was a very good opening drive for Holly City. And again, they were pushing the line and making sure that the holes were there so that the qualified result or the optimal result would happen.
Yeah, just like the first game we seen, you got a team that's going to get a big lead. You just want to see, Vineland get an opportunity to start gelling some point in this game and get an opportunity to keep the ball a little longer. They've had a couple miscues that cost them. So, just get that first score. Once you get that first score on there, you get a taste for it. So that's all we're hoping Vineland can do, get that first score soon.
All right, so behind the tree is the conversion, and the handoff at the middle is short. About a yard short, so the conversion fails, and the Storm lead is now 27-0. Well, if anything, at least going to get some of the other players who don't normally play as much, probably get some more experience, as you have been mentioning.
Yeah, rotate them in. That's the best opportunity you got. Inexperience with some the great players on the team, the better players on the team, you mix them in, and they become better players. That's how they get their experience. when you're surrounded with the better players, you tend to play better. You get more hype.
And that's very important. And also from a morale perspective, that
Yeah.
they get the time and they may not do some things well, but as you said, repetitions and in-game experience, that will always help.
Coaches coach for a reason, and they know when to make that call. They know where to put you that best suits your abilities, capabilities, and they know where not to put you so you don't get hurt at these levels. So they're doing a good job.
And we say the same thing at the high school games. We always say, stick around, watch the end of the game. You may see some JV kids.
Absolutely.
You may see,
That's good.
a
That's
shot,
a great thing.
A shot to get in there that they might not get a chance to. I mean, yes, everybody's got to play a certain number of downs, at this level, and they check them off on the sidelines. But you also have other players that are going to get in either on kicking teams that may now move up to an offense. So that's how you get them in.
And that's the key, and that makes everybody happy that they're
Game
at least
plan.
playing.
You incorporate a game plan before the game and be prepared for these opportunities. 27-0 right now. They're prepared. They're prepared to make some other changes soon.
All right, so Holly City will go ahead and kick off. There have been some pretty interesting kickoffs here in this game so far.
We've seen the foot. We got kicked in the foot. We got kicked in the chest.
Or the
front
directional
line.
kick bounce. Let's see what happened. This is actually on the fly, and it's caught.
84.
And a hard hit.
87 with a big hit.
87, the big hit. 84 was the one for
Vineland that caught the
Vineland,
ball.
that
Hey, he
caught
held
the
on
ball.
to it, though.
And you know what? Why don't we take the opportunity based upon what we have on our scorecard? We'll go ahead and give you a Vineland's roster, and we're probably going to do like half here, and then we'll do the other half after another play. We have Caden Ford, Jacob Fuentes, Kyle Glenn Jr., Jason Palmer, Aiden Sidner, Lamar Yancey, Keyshawn Hicks, Nasir Brown, Adair Thompson, Zariah Rosario, Daniel Torres, Jandeel Castro, Jerry Sims Jr., Kyle Johnson, Jameer Hayden, Zion Horsey Puryear, Mason Donnelly, Kimani Redfern, and we'll get some of the other ones after this next play by Vineland, 1st and 10. See how they line up here.
Got that wing, too. Or that wing, I'm sorry.
And this is going to work positively. A little
All right.
trip up down to the 43-yard line for number 4.
4-yard carry for number 4 for Vineland.
Continuing on, we had Kimani Redfern, Noah McKerners, Jay Sean Couch, Jeremiah Couch, Dominic Lozada, Gary Hudson, Jay Santos, and Jesus Cox. So that's your Vineland Wolfpack from what we have. We'll give you Holly City's in a little bit. But in the meantime, it is after a 4-yard gain, which isn't bad. And from the 43-yard line, it'll be 2nd and 6. One thing about this Vineland team, at least with this that wing formation you've been talking about, John, they've confused Holly City a little bit.
They just need a little bit more executing. Number 4 had a great run that last play, and he was one tackle away from breaking a nice. And unfortunately, you come back with a nice gain with a loss.
I think everyone moved but the ball that time.
Yeah, the ball didn't leave the ground.
So probably should have been a false start, but the official decided not to call that one, and it ends up being another tough break for Vineland.
Yeah, back 10 yards.
Back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 10.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It happens. It could be something on the ball. These guys got little hands, so to hold on to that ball and snap it. Sometimes they get confidence not to look, and they're looking forward because there's a man in front of them, and you can see the defensive line right here, 28 and I think it's 82 or 28 and 27. They're big boys, so a center is going to be a little, that much size in front of you. It plays a big factor.
So now 3rd and 10 from the 40-yard line.
That's right.
We're going to go shotgun here. A low snap. Rolling right. Let's see if he passes.
A little bit over his head.
Just a little high, incomplete. But the idea was pretty good. Just a matter of execution.
Yeah, the defense got through there pretty good. Right at the snap, he rolled out, a little bit overthrown his receiver.
Now, will they go for it, or are they going to go with the punt option?
I think they're going to go for it. I would go for it.
Clock is stopped. They're going for it.
All right, so they are going to go for it.
Clock is stopped. 30 seconds.
Now, considering at this point of the game, you could do the punt option or go for it. And here, they decide to go for it. I mean, you figure, let's see how.
You got nothing to lose right now.
Try and get something positive out of this one. 4th and 10 from the 40-yard line. Taking the snap, rolling back. He's going to get slowed up and thrown down.
Yeah, he got in there. What Holly City's doing right now is they got them 2 big boys right over the center in the gaps. And he's shooting right through that gap. He's getting skinny. He was back there.
Going in.
Fast. He's got wheels.
Okay.
Throw over power in the middle.
All right, so I guess what we'll do is take a break here. I think we might just end the third quarter. 27-0 in favor of Holly City. We'll come back in a moment.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
Okay, we are back here in Millville as we're still having a little bit of a breezy time here as we start the fourth quarter. As you can see in the box, I'm Tom Wilkins to your right, John Saplensky to your left, or at least to my right, and Howard Gaber unpictured dealing with the controls. 3 quarters down, and Holly City has a 27-0 lead on Vineland. And even though we do have a camera thing splitting between us here, what have you seen through 3 quarters here, John, has impressed you on both sides here?
Well, fundamentally, tackles on both teams have been okay. You know, they've been good. Finishing their tackles. Teams, they're playing pretty intense on Millville right now. They're more confident. Again, you start scoring, your head is up. You come down, your head is down when you're on the other end. But it's been a good game, a good sportsmanship game. Millville's obviously dominating on all aspects of the game right now. Their running game has been pretty lights out. And, again, Vineland has been on the bad end of the breaks. The fumble. You got to get rid of the negatives to go forward.
Well, that's true because you can't have everything go right the first time you do it, so they expect everything to go right. And then when something goes wrong, you wouldn't have an idea as to how to handle it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so for Holly City, they'll have 1st and 10. Following the turnover on downs, ball spot at the Vineland 35-yard line. Let's see what they do in this package. Rasheem Lee is checked in, saying them dogs knocking on the door. Well, you showed the feature on that one.
Oh, we got a little pass here, number 2.
And going pretty deep.
He got his man.
How about that?
Wow.
Wow, that's very impressive.
Wow, 18.
Yes, he welcomes himself into the end zone, although I would second it because there's a flag at the 35-yard line.
That helps Vineland out. Well, we don't know yet.
Well, we'll find out in a moment.
Well designed.
May not be here the official. All right, here we go.
During the pass. An eligible lineman down the field. The offense. We got another.
Well, take the points off the board. Illegal man downfield makes a 5-yard penalty.
30.
Who's got the football? Yes, 30.
And Holly City's like, who's the guilty party there?
I mean, when you're blocking and you're driving, you're doing your job you're taught, and sometimes you just block a little too far.
And that
and you got
happens a
caught.
lot.
You get caught.
It happens a lot. And I think being a lineman is probably one of the hard. Do you think it's a harder job than trying to be a receiver or a quarterback?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the toughest job out there, out of all positions. Offensive, like you've got to know the plays. You got to know your assignment. You got to know where your quarterback is. You got to communicate with the other linemen. At this level, when you get them working together like that, it's great feeling. It's success, offensive line working
And
together.
also more prone to injury.
Yeah, you can. You're in the trenches.
So 1st and 15 following the foul. And here's a handoff left side. Gets through one tackle, not the second. A very nice
4 and
tackle by
4.
number 4, who I think lost his helmet.
These two met a few times this game.
Yes, they did.
They've met at 4 and 4.
And now the other side, on the far side, we have a
Player
shaken up Vineland player. So, and I mean, this is obviously interesting stuff in regards to, what they try and do. So, that Conan Hill has checked in, saying, "Yeah, Lee." We'll just say shouts to Ian Busby and his commentary. Yeah. We're very appreciative of everybody checking in here on the signage board here, but also make sure you subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. I understand we're going to be trying to do one set of games per weekend, and we're going to be probably in a different location next week, and we're probably going to find out later in the week. And it could be right here in Millville again. And, well, as they say, yeah, sometimes it's a matter of them coming.
And it could be anybody. We will do the whole league.
Okay, here we go,
it's
guys.
a draw out of a hat, so we could be anywhere next week. So look out for the minute you subscribe, you'll get a notification of when we're going to be on the air, as well as the game of the week that you'll see up there. So that's why we want you to subscribe and check it out. It will be on Facebook, and we will share it with the TCUFL Facebook page.
Most definitely, Howard, and glad you clarified all that. So, following the run, which was about 6 yards on the play after the injury timeout, ball spot at the 34-yard line, so it'll be 2nd and 9 for the Storm. Now, remember, coming up, the junior matchup between Vineland and Holly City. This time it's the Vineland Colts and the Holly City Thunder, with kickoff slated for around 3 o'clock.
Here we go.
So they break the huddle, making sure everyone has the right assignment. Looks like a full
Going
house
for that pass again.
Going for the pass again and throwing deep right side.
Oh!
How about that?
Oh!
How about that
did
for a
he-
break? No, it's incomplete.
Is it incomplete?
And they're still running back.
Good effort.
They,
Hey, look, there you go. It's
I'm
all
surprised
good. At
there
least
are
he
no
knows what to
whistles
do
here.
for next time. It's all good.
oh, man. Almost. And the whole team runs out, except they don't know the ball hit the
I like
ground.
this. This is they're celebrating him. Unfortunately, it wasn't an interception, but that's great.
Oh, my
know?
goodness. Sometimes you get the craziest things that happen, and the officials say, get back over here. And Vineland's like, can we just have a break, please? But the ball hit the ground. And and now a flag. Oh, he did catch. That's going to be an interception. The problem is he was on the ground, so
Okay.
the play is dead at that point.
Okay.
So, and Holly City's upset with the call. I got to see this again.
We're going to see this replay.
Get off the field.
I love replay.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay here. I mean,
all right. I mean, great effort, though. He still ran it down there. His team
thought
met
he
him.
just broke it up. Let's see what happens.
He had it, though, but I thought it hit the ground. Let's see. Okay.
It's juggled and right there.
He rolls with it. He's got it.
Ooh, right there. Right there. Now the question is, was his arm underneath the ball within that transition?
The eye in the sky. Unfortunately, the refs can't come up here. So you got to go by what the ref sees.
Yeah.
You know, that ref back there said he caught it, didn't see on this end. He blocked that from the ref.
He might have, because that hand was extended outward. I didn't see it hit the ground at that point.
Yeah.
But again, the play is dead and cannot be returned. So, I mean, that was
Violent ball. They got a break. At least they got the ball. They got the ball. They got a break to get the ball.
And then there's a flag down to go along with that. It's going to be against Holly City, I guess, for unsportsmanlike.
Yeah, definitely unsportsmanlike.
They ran on the field, and obviously referee Steve was not too happy about it. And thank you, Ian Busby, for subscribing. Now it's your job to tell your friends and folks about this youth football here, HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure everyone subscribes. As Howard mentioned, notification on where we might be next week once it's decided upon. All right.
A little excitement for Vineland on that. Get him a little hype for this drive right here. And, you know, it's fourth quarter. Like to see them put a point on the ball, bring them into next week.
Hey, listen, they might have had to play these 2 games that last interception.
Yeah.
I mean,
clearly made the interception. He's back. He was down.
Yeah, it made the interception back, rolled over. He's already completed it.
And the replay confirmed that. I mean, and that's what we saw a couple of times. But unfortunately, the play is dead after which.
Yeah.
But I tell you, the effort was tremendous. They almost had it. It's just, unfortunately, this is not the NFL.
Gentlemen, everybody take a deep breath for me. Okay? Here we go.
I know everyone's getting emotionally charged here in the.
Here we go, boys.
And Steve's just trying to calm everybody down here. Okay, so after the interception and the unsportsmanlike that tacked on at the end, it is 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line.
A little confusion there in the
Try to
backfield.
make sure everybody's lined up right. Oops, wait a minute.
Play again.
Now we got a timeout called by
Coach seen it too.
Yes, and we'll take a break as well. We're in the 4th. It's 27-0 Storm over the Wolfpack. Back in just a moment.
How you guys doing? This is showing a typical framing for a window. As you can see, this does not have the plywood on it at this time. This opening here we took, and it's actually sheathed underneath the Tyvek. And we did this on purpose so you can actually see how we like to see our windows installed. The windows ought to have the plywood on, and the Tyvek goes on. Then we actually put a piece of window wrap tape down here. After that's on, the windows dry fit at one time and pulled out. The next step that you see, the window's actually in. Before that window went in, they actually put a 3/8 bead of silicone around the entire opening. The window went into it. After that's done, it's nailed or screwed in every hole. Then the tape is put back up the sides, across the top, and this piece of Tyvek is then pulled down. So everything's covered water, 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 water.
Okay, following the Vineland timeout, they have 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. I guess it was just confusion on how they lined up, which is why things happened the way that they did. Ball not set for play. Now it is. There's a one-hopper and there's a fumble. And who fell on it?
It's
Millville
gets it right back.
Yep, Holly City gets it right back.
It's okay.
And Vineland just obviously frustrated with everything. They're just not getting the bounces, and sometimes it's just like that.
Coach.
Tough one to swallow again.
Yeah, and the real point of it all is it's execution. And obviously for Holly City, they've been executing the plays, and Vineland still has some work to do.
Yeah, they just got to build their confidence up. Sometimes it's just a little confidence.
Thank you, sir.
And gotta want it. Gotta step up a little bit. Get rid of the mental mistakes.
And it's also mentality to go along with that.
The little mentality.
Not with 2, just 1.
All right, so 1st and 10 for the Storm.
You're good. You're good.
Ball spotted at 37,
Hey, Coach,
37 following the turnover. And again, they'll go full house, and we'll see what happens here. Let's see if Vineland comes up with more pressure. Oh, wait a minute.
Gentlemen. Time out, Vineland.
Oh, Vineland called timeout. So they've already used plays. They've called timeouts on back-to-back plays, offense and defense. So guess we'll stay here for a second.
He's got one more.
So we're very happy for all you who have subscribed to HSG Network. Just continue to tell your friends and have them do the same thing.
3:35 left in the game.
We've just been told 3:35 left in this one with the Storm up 27-0. Maurice Johnson, who is offering us to come to the bridge and live stream. The question is, what bridge?
Bridgeton. He's referring to Bridgeton. It's 10 minutes down 49.
I've been through that way, and of course that relatively new stadium there. Aaron McFarland's checked in as well.
Yeah, that was Hersey Stadium.
Yeah, of course, did a couple games
for me. For me.
That's right.
Yeah, you did them for me. Great job, 2022.
You want a timeout?
That was last year.
Yeah.
All right, so Millville now calls a timeout. So now we're trading back-to-back timeouts here. So let's grab a quick break. 27-0 Storm. Come back in a moment.
We got to end this, man.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Well, as they break from the timeout, let me mention the Holly City Storm players. We have Detrell Williams, Tamir Banks, Jason Barnes, Javion Chestnut, Rashid Holbert Telfair, Adrian Rogers, Javion Cortez, Javion Sharp, Trent McKnight, Deron Bartley, and Samuel Carter. That's what we have on the list here for this game. So try to make sure everybody is together as we come to like the last 3.5 minutes of this game. It'll come out to be first and 10.
Whistle, please. Play the whistle.
Referee Steve is out to tell the kids play the whistle.
Got a new quarterback in there.
Yeah, it looks like a new quarterback. Ends up being a 1-yard gain.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of changes.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the second level team coming in, giving them some plays before this game is over.
3 minutes rolling. Coach, it's 3 minutes rolling.
So 3 minutes and counting till time, and the Storm looking to put this one away.
Play the whistle. You hear the whistle, we stop, okay?
Just trying to make sure things end on a respectable note, which I'm sure it will. I mean, what's been the surprise in this game so far?
The surprise? You know, when you got a game with the rival between there, it's either close games or what you're seeing right here. Biggest surprise right here, just another just like the freshman game and the running game, Millville's running game.
Yeah, running game's been spectacular, especially at number 3 kid.
I mean,
here's a handoff.
Just like this. Just get away from 2 guys around them, get around, still going.
Oh, look at this.
Still going.
And breaking tackles.
I just said the running game. You're seeing plays like that. It was a loss for 5, possibly. Wrapped up by 2 guys. They just turned into 20 yards.
And another Vineland player shaking up on the play.
Yes, so
I mean that's what's going to happen to defenders when they're able to make those shift moves and just streak down the sidelines.
When you have a line blocking and then you make a play like that, amazing.
Yeah, amazing is right. All right, what I'm going to meet the official at the very end of the game and get the microphone because there'll be a new official for the junior matchup. So hang in there. It'll be John and Howard for a few moments, and I'll be back in a bit.
Hey, Howard. Oh, ref just said this is going to be the last play of the game, guys.
Last play. Coaches, last play. Last play. That's got to be it.
All right, so So we may just be ending the game right here.
Yeah, he's going to give him one more play, and then they're going to call it a day.
Yeah. At this point, at 27-0, you would think that that's enough. You had a chance.
Yeah.
Last play.
But you always have one more play you want to call. You want to give it a try because that's only I think the second play for this level. They subbed in a lot of players in there.
Oh, they did.
So,
they did. A lot of players. They did a good rotation. At 27-0, it's still not out of hand. That's still not a blowout. That's it's a respectable game. 27-0.
And they got a few first downs.
Yeah.
They moved the ball a little bit, so something to build on for next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Depending on who they play. I mean, we've seen now 4 teams, and we've seen 2 very good teams in Centerville and Holly City, and then we've seen some teams that are rebuilding.
Yeah.
That are looking, maybe to next year, maybe to get a little further in the season. The Eastern Vikings and Vineland. So it's a disparity in the league, but
you grow each week.
Yep.
You learn each week.
Waves.
You got to critique and find out what your strength was, what your weakness this week was. Come back next week stronger.
And they all have film. They all get film.
They got film. HSG
film
Network.
From up here, from HSG Network.
Everyone's going to go home today and watch these games together.
Oh, we had 1,000 views on the last week.
Wow, that's great.
Big pass.
That's the game.
Complete, and that'll be it.
Come on, man. Come on.
One more injury. So we're gonna kill audio. Tom's gonna come back up, and we will. We're not gonna have a post game for this game, but we will start the next game as soon as it kick off. I think it's gonna start.
Great game.
We'll see if they're ahead. Yeah. Again, it's good sportsmanship.
That was the best part. No serious injuries, a couple little bumps and bruises, good sportsmanship on both games so far. A beautiful day out here in Millville.
There's Tom Wilkins out on the field, grabbing the microphone.
He got the mic. Celebrity.
Someone get his autograph. So again, we'll kill audio, and we'll be back with the start of the other game. I believe it's going to start at 3. I'm sorry, 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock game.
We got a little time unless they speed it up a little bit. You never know. If the teams are here, they usually like to start within 10 minutes.
Get them on that field warmed up a little bit.
Yep. Earlier we get home. All right, everybody. Enjoy. We'll be right back. Thank you.
All right, listen up. My name is Mr. Wade. I'm your official today, all right? Mr. Ivan. Ivan will be in the middle. He's going to have...
You're not a coach no more. You're not a coach no more.
Wait. Whoa. Who is she? Who's board members? Okay, well, I don't need her out here on the field. I don't need her out here on the field. Oh, okay, then maybe I'll have her on the field then. Okay, that changes everything. All right, listen up. Here we go, gentlemen. Let's try this again. My name is Mr. Wade. I'm your official today. Mr. Ivan is in the middle. He's got the clock, all right? Mr. Eric, Mr. Green, and Mr. Dougie on the sidelines, all right? Gentlemen, we will not tolerate any cussing, trash talking, or anything, all right? White talks to white, and blue talks to blue all day long. Right? You're captains and you're captains for a reason, all right? Control it before we have to, all right? No NFL celebrations, all that stuff you see on television. It is not allowed in high school football, all right? Any questions? All right. The coin for today. Military is tails. The eagle is a head. The eagle is a head. Tails is the military.
It's Rasul.
Called in the air. I drop it, we do it again. Heads was called. It is a head. Your choice. Kick, receive, defend, defer. You're going to defer. You want the rock? All right. Which way would you like to kick? Okay, put your backs over there, please, for me. You guys swing over here. Byron's won the toss. They've elected to defer. Millville's going to receive. They're going to defend the scoreboard and the score. Gentlemen, shake hands. Bring them out.
Okay, well, you just saw the coin toss here for game number 3 of this quadruple header. The junior division between the Vineland Colts and the Holly City Thunder. And considering what we have seen, this is obviously going to be a bit of a hype game. Referees given some, shall we say, additional instructions to make sure everything goes smoothly.
Seen a little bit of tensions down there.
I think there were more tensions with the boom bass that was coming out from.
They did leave the speaker in here with us.
Well,
it was great.
Let's put it this way. We saw some comments saying OBG, OBG. I was like, okay, what does exactly it mean? And needless to say, it was a song that was created and I think found on BlueTube. And it's called Orange and Blue Gang, which stands for OBG.
OBG.
And I'm telling you, Maurice Johnson evidently wants us to be in Bridgeton on October the 8th. It's coming pretty quick, like 3 weeks' time.
He's trying.
Hey, while I have a second before we start the game, crazy shouts to my wife, Donna, who will be celebrating a birthday on Tuesday.
Happy birthday.
Yes, indeed. 57 years young. And needless to say, big supporter of me, big supporter of our son, who's also doing like broadcasting as well. And obviously,
very nice.
Yeah, she's like the rock of support for me. And she's a subscriber? Yeah, and yes, she does subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. I promise you that. So please follow her lead and do the same. Got lots of stuff coming in the next few weeks. All right, so on that note, I figured I'd share that with you and get that out of the way. Officials still discussing some last-minute things. It'll be Holly City in the blue and white. And there's 4 officials for this junior game. There were 3 in the first 2, but there are now 4 for the junior and senior games. So Holly City will get the ball first. They're in blues, moving left to right. Vineland's in the whites, moving right to left. And, of course, we'll switch sides in the second quarter. What do you expect to see in this game, John?
More disciplined football. This is where you have to take your football at this age group to the next level. It's going to be fast-paced. It's going to be exciting. I'm excited to watch this game. Once you get to that junior level, it starts to pick the game quality up. Less mental mistakes, bigger hits, more fundamentally sound on the line. I love it.
Maybe more passing?
Definitely you're going to see a lot more passing.
I only say that because with football evolving to being a passing game, you'd have to figure there's got to be a balance someplace.
Yeah, and at this age group, they're starting to develop more. You know, you can go into youth football with a game plan, but if you don't have the proper people for the positions, your game plan is never going to work. At this age group, that game plan can work very well. You got these young men getting bigger, stronger, faster, better hands. You already got this is their 5th year and 6th year in football. This is the transition.
Also not forget, sometimes you might see some more amazing plays here.
Yeah,
we saw
that's
a
what we're
couple
going to look for today.
in the previous game. We saw some great plays from both teams, including a tremendous defensive interception by Vineland the last game.
Yeah, that was a great play.
And John, we know from our NEAFL experience some of the guys you know out here.
So many guys from the league. I see all these guys coaching.
So name a few.
We just saw Rasul Martin for Vineland out there coaching. Played many years in the NEAFL. We just seen this year's NEAFL Rookie of the Year, Carlton Lawrence, 2 games ago. I just seen Zach Douglas down there, who was the defensive player. His first year in the NEAFL this year of the league. It's great, and they all played at this level. They all played down here in Millville Vineland football. So it's great to see them return and like I said earlier, giving back what they taught and now they're teachers.
All right, we're underway here with this
little
kickoff.
squib kick. Okay.
And try to get around the corner and just stumbled and fell just shy of the 40-yard line. So that is where Holly City will begin 1st and 10.
See the size difference already in some of these kids, just the growth spurt from the last level to here. Some big kids.
So we would say these would be more like 8th graders and 9th graders.
No, they would be more like a 5th and 6th.
Oh, 5th and 6th?
5th and 6th graders, yeah. This is 5th and 6th, and then your last year is 7th and 8th. I'm good. So you see some, 5th and 6th graders with some size like this. It's pretty amazing.
So we're just waiting here for the chain crew. It looks like we've got 1 stick. So I got to get a couple parents here, to help out.
1 stick is not going to do the trick, Howard.
With 1 person.
Okay, here we go.
Not hold both ends of the chains with 1 person.
Plastic man.
There we go. Now we got a second. And now they just have to put him in position when we're ready to go. As Tom's finishing up his 3rd hamburger.
Second.
It's a big burger, Tom.
Yeah, it was a big burger.
Actually pretty good.
So we give this a high marks here for the snack bar.
Mm-hmm.
Very high marks.
And thank the people from downstairs taking care of us here today. And as Holly City gets to line up, we'll get ready to begin this game. 1st and 10, right outside the 39-yard line. Not sure what's holding up play, but the sticks. They want to make sure everything is lined up correctly.
You got number 3 there at quarterback for Millville, Samir Hadley. Nice-sized kid.
It'll be interesting to see what talents both these teams bring. As you mentioned, Johnny, looking 5th and 6th grade. And obviously the growth spurts are
there's some big kids. The middle linebacker on Vineland right here, he's very big.
Well, here's a handoff, and Vineland is right there.
Number 2.
Stop. Number 2 is able to make the stop and no gain on the play.
Great defense. Great eye for the ball.
And it's also a faster game, too, especially with these kids.
50% from the last. It's the speed. Faster it gets, the older they get, more exciting. You look for this. Look forward to it.
Most certainly. They may have given him a foot. Still going to be 2nd and about 10. And here you'll notice you have, you point out, John, the I formation. Now they're going to kind of pitch out, and that's going to work out in their favor as the back is pushed out of bounds. They're going to give him the 45, so it's a gain of 6.
Read it well, followed his block, got some positive yards on it.
So it's a 3rd and manageable. He could do either or here. He can run or pass. And probably third and a half.
I'm sure
Third,
the coaches
3.5.
practice this situation constantly. You're prepared for this right here, so I'm sure they've done it 100 times at practice.
All right, so let's see what goes on third and a long 3. Right outside the 45-yard line. Same eye formation. They do
Little
not
offset
have,
eye.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, they might have gone full house.
A little bit of a counter.
Well, there's a
and we got
flag down as there is a run going all the way to the far sideline. Out of bounds at about 32, but I think we have a hold. But we'll see what the official says.
Yeah, from where that flag was.
Yeah, he's got to go back. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't quite catch the official's name, but he's going to make
Got a
the
holding. 15. 15 blue. Be a 10-yard penalty. Repeat 3.
Oof.
Which means repeat third down. So that's a tough break because you had 3rd and 3.5 and a pretty nice game.
A real nice game.
The hold does wonders in destroying drives.
Yeah, so you're seeing your first mental mistake. It drives a coach crazy. You know, he's going to have a little talk with him. You know, just keep your hands inside.
And the other thing, too, remember, this officiating crew is going to call it more strict than the earlier games that we've seen. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of encouragement with the first 2 groups. Here, it's a little bit more strict football, and they want to make sure that you're doing the right thing or they're going to get you for it.
Yeah, they're going to be looking. You don't want them flags.
Yeah, those can be killers, especially the drives, but let's see how this goes.
It's a big play here. This is 3rd and long. I'm sure they're going to pass the ball here.
Well, they're going basically at
a
modified and calling his number as a quarterback who's going to slide.
Gutsy.
Yeah, gutsy call, but about 2 yards shy of a first down.
He spread him out. He dropped back. He saw that opening, and he took it. That's a great game.
And I thought it was close to being a late hit. Because as soon as you give yourself up and slide down, you can't touch him.
You can't, no.
But anyway, they spot the ball at the 46. There's still about
4th and 3, 4th and 2.5.
Yeah, more like 2.5, I would say.
Yeah.
But they're going to take their first chance and go for it here.
Got a new running back in there, number 9 in the front.
Well, they got a full house here. Well, they'll go with that back. And he'll have the first down more, and he's still going.
He hit that hole very well.
And then
number 1.
And number 1 slides down probably to about the 34-yard line.
They just showed some speed on that play.
Well, I think it's also coach's confidence, too.
Yeah, he's got wheels. He hit that hole like you want a running back to hit the hole.
So following that 4th down conversion, they spot the ball at the 36. So 18-yard pickup on that last play. So now I think the Lions are starting to get going, and they're all doing their assignments.
Very well executed.
Let's see what they do 1st and 10. They got a man motion to the left.
Another
handoff, another gaping hole, and another very positive run on that play.
Number 9. Jazzoni Wright.
Coach Hanna just informed us this is 12 and under football, 6th, 7th, and some 8th graders. So,
some 8th? Really?
You'd be surprised. You really would be surprised with some of this. So thank you, Coach Hanna, for the clarification. We're always happy to get something like this. And Coach Hanna, hopefully you'll be able to subscribe to HSG Network. Hey, we got more youth football coming in the weekends ahead this fall, so make sure you subscribe, of course. This is Game 3 of the TCUFL quadruple header with Vineland and Holly City. By the way, I forgot to mention, I'm Tom Wilkins. He's John Saplensky. Howard Gaber comes in once in a while. He's got the controls. So got sometimes a 3-man booth and sometimes a 2.5-man booth.
Millville trying to put that first score on this drive.
Well, there's a official timeout. We're trying to figure out what this is about.
I believe the chain has a knot in the link.
Oh,
no.
You can't have that.
From experience on the chain crew, that's what that looks like over there.
Went
Trying
from
to get
first
the
and 10
9.
to first and 9.5.
Yeah, and they stretch it out. You'll see they got to make sure that it's a 10-yarder because they may need it for a measurement later on here.
And that could be crucial, especially if the game's close. So while they have the official timeout, they're still discussing this potential on-field issue. Let's quickly run down the Vineland Colts. This bunch, the people we have listed: Stephon Martin, Robert Sene, Jalen Douglas Ocasio, Logan Toka, Vaughn Phillips, Jaden Williams, Charles Ratliff, Takay Ledbetter, Jacob Pender, Sean Harris, and Zion Murray.
Go ahead, tie down. We'll be first down. Here we go. Let's go.
All right, now it looks like they're going to get back into action here. So it took a little while. They got the chain thing figured out, and they're going to spot the ball at the 25. So that was the first down, a gain of 11 on that last play. As you can see, these graphics in development.
Got that offset eye.
Now this is going to be a play fake, but Vineland was all over that.
It was just a quick quarterback got the ball. He did a spin and just went through the A gap.
Maybe for a yard, probably.
He was trying to look like he was going to turn, possibly to defer the defense with like a handoff, but he quick turn right through the A gap. Didn't go far though.
I think he wanted to try and do something else, but the decision was made for him. So all I could do is try and get whatever positive yards he could. So from a mental standpoint, it was at least a good play. That at least you didn't lose yardage and you didn't lose the ball.
Yeah.
That'll make it 2nd and 9. Ball to 24-yard line. Single back this time in the man motion. And I'll give it to that back. Oh, what
great
a
defense.
nice open field tackle. Number 22 came in.
Filled that gap right up.
Beautifully done. Vineland's a nice job with tackling already in this opening drive. And it forces a 3rd and 10 as the yard is given right back.
That was a big play. Very big play.
Well, big play in more than one idea. It gives confidence to the Vineland team, especially defense, that they're going to be able to get down these their opponents. But at the same time, on this particular situation, you now basically with 3rd and long, 3rd and 10 rather than like 3rd and 3 or 4.
They might force them to pass here, so they're spreading them out pretty wide.
Well, they're going to go 3. They were going to go 3 wide slot left. Now instead, it's going to be receiver on each side with a modified on a high snap.
He's going
to take a shot. I think it's a little underthrown or a little bit off one way or the other. Number 1 was the intended receiver. It just was over his head. It's incomplete.
Yeah, they're not scared to pass. But you got to be careful. He proved a few plays ago he's a dual threat, and he took off. So they spread him out, and now you're going to keep the defense on their toes.
So now 4th and 10 coming up as Holly City trying to open with the first points, but Vineland trying to stay stingy here. Ball spot at the 25-yard line. So I tell you what, if the Colts are able to make that stop on the Thunder, they'll be able to say, hey, this is a good start, and they build that positivity as the game continues.
Booster.
Now they triple to right, they stack him, back the pass and throwing, and the pass is caught. And how about that?
Touchdown.
Taking it home. What a tremendous catch along the side. They went with that triple, and number 6 came down with it. I think he had the height advantage, just jumped a little and took the ball and took it in.
Great play. Quarterback, sat in that pocket for a minute, and nice pass right to his receiver. Defender not far away. It was a really well executed play.
And a 4th and 10, don't forget. That's what makes it even more impressive.
4th and 10. Great play.
So you get the 25-yard touchdown pass. And as we were kind of suspecting, more pass opportunities here in this particular league.
The quarterback is tall. He's able to see a lot. At that height, at this level, he's taller than most of the other players. So he's got a great advantage.
All right, well, they're going to go with a conversion. And they did. He made it. He made it. Far side officials said he had broken through, so the conversion's good, and it's a 7-0 Thunder lead. I think we got to go see that replay again, because you'll notice on the right side, they stacked 3 receivers on the right, on the very far end, and one of them was just go up and get it and was able to do that. So John, describe this play as soon as we get that popped up.
Here we go.
Because you will see right here where number 8's on it, you back it up,
Yeah.
and it's a triple.
Yeah, he's just he's got his spread. He spread him out finally. He's just going to drop back.
And that was actually the incompletion.
Yeah, that's not the play. I was like, he didn't throw the touchdown that way. This is not.
This is it. This
okay,
is it.
this it is. Yeah, Tripp's right. He's got that Trip stack over here on the right. And they got the cross going on down there. He lets it go. 8 comes back for it, and he's in for the score.
And that was a pretty easy one, considering that was a little bit of an unusual formation.
Yeah, it definitely was. Well, that's why you had that cross in there. It's a diversion. You know, they're trying to, let the defensive backs get confused, and it caused a little confusion.
I guess it did its job, because the Thunder ended up getting a touchdown out of it, and now we'll be kicking off from the 45-yard line.
It was a good job coming back for that ball. That could have been an interception. He came back right at the right time, got in front of the defender, got in front of the ball, caught it, and brought it in.
The timing of everything worked perfectly on that play.
Yes, it did.
All right, so now they're waiting for everybody to be set for the kickoff. Waiting for everyone to be set. All right, now the referee blows his whistle, and we'll have the kickoff. Yeah,
nice kick.
Here's a good kick.
Ooh, good
and
bounce
it's a
and a roll,
live
too.
ball.
All right.
And he's
gets
able
it.
to return
All right,
it.
he's going. There you go, number 1.
And he'll go a pretty decent way.
Great return.
Now, we thought there was an offside, but I guess the official said no. So it'll be Vineland's ball, 1st and 10. I believe they're going to spot that thing at the 20, probably the 30-yard line. Why don't we take a look at a replay here and see if there was an offside, but also the return, which you'll see 80% of it.
It's a nice kick.
The
a little
feet
freeze.
weren't open.
There we
I think the whole body has to be over.
There we go.
Now,
this could have been a lot worse. It was a great second effort.
Well, here's the other thing. The returner picked it up. I thought he was down on a knee, and they allowed him to return it. Unless in that level, you're allowed to do that. All right, so 1st and 10. Vineland's about the 30-yard line.
Ooh, big tackle by number 58 there. Great job.
That is a good tackle. It ends up being a 3-yard gain, powering the right side of the line. So that's where they get 2nd and 7.
Okay, second down.
I think it was Antoine Wise that was able to make the stop. We'll get the Holly City Thunder roster down to you a little bit later. We read the Vineland Colts.
It's a big, hefty defensive line they got there. So the offensive line have their work cut out for them.
All right, so it is 2nd and probably 7. Ball spotted right outside the 34-yard line. Looks like they're going to go in a little bit of an I formation. Another handoff, same area.
Positive yards.
And
Good
once
job.
again, able to get some positive yards. So about the 40, might be just a little short of a first down, by about a yard. But I think Vineland has already noticed an exploitation. The right side, go after that.
Yes.
I mean, 2 in a row for 9 yards. I mean, that might be something
Good,
that they
good
might
blocking.
have.
You see that tackle. I think it's number 90 out there. Actually, Vineland's tackles are really big. But number 90, he's a workhorse. He's a big guy.
So that makes it 3rd and a yard. Again, saying from the 40-yard line.
Run your bread and butter right now.
Well, you're putting some beef on that line.
Yeah,
It's only a single setback. And there it is.
He gets it.
And he'll have a first down easy going to about the 44. So a gain of 4 on the play, and they'll move the sticks.
That was number one.
So number one, again, just was been able to find the right side of the line 3 plays in a row. And I'm sure Vineland's like, okay, we will continue to run this play until you can prove to us that you can stop this play.
That's exactly what they're doing. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, they're down a score early, but they have plenty of time to get it right back.
There's a lot of game. They're both teams right now playing solid, so that's great. You know, you can see the confidence level for Vineland in this game. It's there.
Well, let's see what else they can come up with here. Probably a double wing. 1st and 10 from the 44, but somebody jumped, and we'll see. It's going to be a false start. And the referee will make it official in a second.
Got a false start on the offense. 5 yards, repeat.
Yep. Mental.
Always is. And it was the right side of the line that jumped easily that time, so forces a 1st and 15 going back to the 40. So, John, when you get to that 6th, 7th, maybe 8th grade level, what kind of changes? And we know about the speed and the obvious stuff and the body types and what have you.
The attitude. The attitude when you get to that last level, it's that last chance you have before high school. It's a different level for coaches to handle the players. You can upscale it. You're now men, or if there's female, young men, young women, but you are now at that level of this is the real deal. We're here to play football.
All right, they go full house here on 1st and 15. That zero character tried to make a spin move and ends up losing a couple of yards because there was nobody there.
That penalty hurt them, and now, you know, going backwards now is not what you wanted with them great runs they were having there for a while.
Oh, penalties always hurt.
Yeah, that's so now we're 2nd and long.
All right, well, it looks like we've reached quarter time, so we'll switch sides here after 1. Thunder leading to call it 7-0. Quarter and number 2 comes your way after this. All right, we're back here for quarter number 2. Here from Millville is Holly City with the 7-0 lead on a touchdown pass in the opening drive. First quarter went relatively quickly, but I'll say this much. Vineland definitely came to a play in this one. As we mentioned, and I don't think we really had a chance to speak more about this, John. John Saplensky with me, of course. I'm Tom Wilkins, Howard Gaber with the controls here. He'll chime in once in a while. But you talked about more the edge before high school. And obviously you're trying to educate yourself more as a football player, as we have just gotten into the box, just as they're about to start play again. I mean, what else beside the attitude and other things?
Just the fundamentals prepare for high school. That last level is a huge level. Like you see in the next game, it's your last time in youth football. Make the best of it. This is it. There's no going back. You're going to high school. You're taking all 8 years, going to that final 2 years of your final year into high school to help you, for that next level. So everything you learned is all coming to that last chance.
Well, here we go on 2nd and what's going to be 18. As we switch sides, they're going to go with the up
quick
man.
Handoff.
A quick handoff crossing the 40 to the 41. So got about maybe 3, possibly 4, but it ends up being a 3rd and 14 coming up. And I have to say, Vineland's offensive line seems to have things together as far as, again, the push, especially on the right. Now, the play before, right before we went to quarter time, didn't quite work out. But
for the most part, yeah, they're getting a good push. They're blocking. They're completing their assignments. They had that penalty. It cost them. So, if they can get that first down, it'll help them out a lot.
So the ball is right outside the 41-yard line. Looks like 3rd and 14. So they gotta get to the opponent's 40 to get to Holly City 46-yard line. And they will swing that around, but a great shoestring tackle. There's number 1 again. That would be Amir Roberts, who was able to bring him down. They tried to do the speed run around the left side, and good anticipation there by Roberts.
Yeah, way to fill. Closed it down and one man tackle.
And I tell you what, the defense, I mean, we've seen some speed on both sides of the ball for both teams. It's just a matter of how you utilize it, you know?
Yeah, well, you're seeing the speed right now. I mean, he closed that gap down on that tackle. He was there fast. Good eyes, good read, and finished the job.
All right, so this will now be 4th and 15 from the 40-yard line. It was a 1-yard loss. They'll try to go for it again and see if they can get some positivity out of it. Play fake. Has a little time. Is hit as he throws the ball.
Oh!
And who came down with it?
Interception.
It's a catch. No,
Yeah,
it's
no,
actually
interception.
an interception. Okay, because I thought the receiver also came down with the ball. I thought both did. And if that's so, the tie goes to the offense.
Yeah, they both went up for it. There was actually three defenders over there, and 8 came up behind him and had a higher reach and came down with it.
Oh, okay, so needless to say, it was just taken away from him. And let's check a look at the interception again. I mean, that was actually a good attempt. I mean, if anything, I mean, intercepting is one thing. You knock it down on 4th down, you get better field position. So let's see what happened. They went full house. Now back to pass. Now here's the lock.
Just got it off.
Coverage.
Triple coverage, yes. 8 came up in that triple coverage.
Oh,
Gutsy.
man. And it was just taken away from 3 at the last instant. Because if he held on to that, that would have been a catch.
Quarterback took a nice pop, too. He just got the ball off.
I mean, that was pretty close to being a very accurate throw, given the amount of pressure that he was under. Now on 1st down, we have time out as I think we got a false start, maybe.
Okay, we got a false start on the offense. We 5 yards, repeat first.
All right, so a false start backs him up 1st and 15 as that ball will end up being at the 43-yard line. But going back to that last play, I mean, that was actually not a bad idea.
No, not at all. It was a good opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, Millville came down with the ball.
Yeah, they definitely did, and also credit their defense. They saw it was coming, and the throw ended up being in triple coverage. That does not happen very often.
No, it does not.
So 1st and 15 now at the 43. They full house, and they pitch back to the left.
He's reading his block. Wait, he picked up a good,
and he's
good
getting
yards.
the 5 yards back, and maybe a little bit more.
You can't ask for much more than that.
They're going to give him the 48-yard line of Vineland, so that's going to be at least a gain of 7.
Again, positive yards. Just whatever you can get. As long as it's positive, get it.
Gain of 8, actually. So the ball is at the 48-yard line of Vineland. That'll be 2nd and 6. Second and 6.5, we'll say. And I think what we're seeing, too, from Holly City is they end up they balance things out very well. They've gone through like the regimen of a few years of football and repetitions and things like that.
Yeah.
And now their advanced stage is just showing what they've got. So, again, a full house, and they give it to the other guy who's going to swing it around. He's going to be pulled down short of a 1st down. I guess 1 for 1 there.
1 for 1 again. He said that was, I mean, if he didn't make that tackle, I mean, you're a yard away, and he got him. Third down.
They're going to give him 4, so it's going to be 3rd and probably 2, maybe a little less than that. I wouldn't be surprised they try a punt yet again. One thing to also consider, too, we've had pretty breezy conditions since the second game, which was like around 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
And that could play a role in the passing game depending on the timing of things. We actually had our first feel of the breeze in a little bit, so
yeah, it felt good.
It's lurking about. Now
Oh,
a
he's
stutter
cutting it
step
back the
on
other
third
way.
down, trying to cut back.
Big stiff
arms,
arm.
and there he goes for
Oh,
a
he's-
first down and more. And
Big
he
play.
decides, I'll get myself up here and out of bounds. So that's a big first down once again for the Thunder. Speaking of, it wasn't
Dante
Thunder, but that's a
Bennett.
win there.
That was Mr. Dante Bennett, number 6 on the play.
And that was a very nice run too, because I mean you kind of get around along the left side, and you basically use the tools at your disposal, and you're one step faster than the defense. That makes for a long day for Vineland's defense if that continues.
You just tell the player, just keep stretching it until you got an opportunity to turn it up. Just keep stretching it. Don't turn too soon. Stretch it.
So that'll be 1st and 10. And now whistle blows again. Is there a timeout?
Got a timeout. Vineland.
Yep, so Vineland will use their first timeout here. So while the wind blows, we'll blow to a break here in a second. Thunder lead the Colts 7-0. We'll come back in a moment.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Okay, as we return from a Vineland timeout, Thunder ahead 7-0 on the Colts. They just had a very nice run that took them to about the 23-yard line, so good 20 yards on that last play. What do you think they might be talking about in the huddle as far as Vineland's concerned?
Stop the running game. Fill your gaps, fill your assignment. Everyone has an assignment. And if you fulfill your assignment, you're going to stop a big play like that. Keep your head up, stay low. Low man wins. Too many yards. You know, if I'm the defensive coach right now, I'm telling it's too many yards. You know, you want that first level to stop him. So it's just getting in their head, fulfill your assignment, execute, make the tackle. It's just too many yards. 1 yard is too much. Any defensive coach is going to tell you 1 yard is too much. We don't want no yards. So just a pep talk.
Well, and that's the key, because you want to be as stingy as possible, but you also want to make sure you have everything done the right way, and that can always be a challenge trying to balance between the two. So they finally break huddle, and Holly City with a 1st and 10 again from the 22-yard line. They send a man in motion. There was a shotgun.
Confusion.
A little bit of razzle
there was some confusion there.
And obviously some confusion. So they're like, you know, let's do it over again. I don't want to get hurt. So they'll sacrifice a couple of, actually a guy, he did get a yard on the play.
Yeah, there was confusion. He got the ball. It looked like he was going to do a fake handoff to the first back, and I think the back was supposed to take it, because that's where the confusion came in. It was a gimme. So at least they got 1 yard.
That's the amazing part.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at some of the things that could easily go wrong. You think you lose 6-7 yards on a play like that, and here they end up gaining 1 because the quarterback has the wherewithal to realize, oops, I got to do something right now. And
still a close game, 7-0. It's been a disciplined game on both ends right now.
All right, so it is 2nd and 9 as here's a handoff coming around the other
Nice
end
pitch.
and off the camera a little bit. Goes out of bounds, and we'll see how much they get out of this. It's interesting trying to do play-by-play and camera at the same time, you know.
That was number 5 on the play. Akil Wade with a nice run.
They're going to spot the ball at the 17-yard line, so it will be 3rd down, but they are in the red zone. All right, so they break huddle, and like I said, 3rd and 4. They're going to spot the ball at the 16. They were going full house, and now what they've got 2 receivers on the right. Now they're going to hand off left. Up there's one stiff arm, and unfortunately we lost the play.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my God!
We got a celebrity here.
You're like, what just happened here?
Oh, no, that's not going to work either, because when you go down that side, you're going to be in that shot.
Oh, goodness. Well, anyway, it ends up being, the play ends up resulting in a 1st and goal, and probably at about the 7-yard line. So, a little bit of comic effect here on that last play. It's like, okay, where'd the runner go? We got, so literally we have an obstruction on the left, and we got an obstruction on the right.
Go that way, yes. That's good. That's good.
All right, so 1st and goal. So they are going to spot it at the 7-yard line as Holly City breaks huddle. Let's see what they try and do with this.
Looks like he's staying in shotgun here.
Yeah, this time only 1 back. They do have triples heading on the right side, however.
Trips right, yes.
Timeout prior to the snap, defense.
All right, so Vineland will use a timeout. It's already the 2nd one used in this half. So let's take a break. 7-0 Thunder of the Colts. We'll see if the Thunder can extend their lead when we return.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
All right, Vineland's defense has already used 2 timeouts in this drive defensively, so they're only down to 1 left. And the Thunder trying to figure out how to score some points here, 1st and goal from the 7-yard line when we resume play. Now, John, if you're the Thunder coach, what are you telling the kids?
Right now, we need this score. Right before the half, let's put it in. Let's execute 14-0 before the half. And we got, it's going to be a big advantage at the second half. Basic. They're executing right now. I don't think that they can't execute a few yards right now. He's got confidence in his team, and they got confidence in the coach's call right now.
So now they're going to line things up first. Like I said, 1st and goal from the 7. They actually going to change the play a little bit, and they might just go full house here.
Yeah, that's where they going back to the roots from the beginning of the game. Back under center, close to. I would too. I would stay away from shotgun right here. Eliminate that mistake right off the bat. Go under center, and you got your 3-head monster in the backfield.
Well, they're going to play fake and lateral along the right side.
Great
what a
defense.
Nice play. What a nice play
Number
by
10.
Vineland there. They lateraled it, and trying to cut around the corner couldn't do it.
Number 10. If it's accurate, that is Vaughn Phillips on the tackle. Great open field tackle.
Definitely give them credit because it looked like they were going to try some sort of maybe a modified trick play to try and sneak and get away with it, like a lateral and then a halfback option, which unfortunately would not work. I mean, the officials said right at the beginning of the game, no trick plays. What is that, 15-yard penalty if you violate that?
Yeah, it could be, yep, 15 yards.
And you probably would say hurdling would also be a 15-yard penalty, too, for something like this. Just out of the measures of safety.
4 minutes.
All right, so referee just mentioned 4 minutes till halftime.
So, yeah, they're looking to put that 2-touchdown lead going into halftime. It's a confidence booster for the second half.
All right, so the ball is just inside the 10. It is 2nd and goal from there. And here they're going to line up. Oh, and an empty gun. No, actually modified eye here.
Single back.
It goes. Throws left.
Great
pass.
Pass
Is caught, and home he is.
Well
into
played.
the end zone. A beautiful pass taken in. And was that number 1 again?
I think it was number 1, yes. It is number 1.
Yes, indeed. So he catches
Smooth.
the touchdown, and the Thunder extend their lead. I mean, that was also a beautiful pass by the quarterback there.
Quick play. Didn't have to sit long. Receiver got open. Got it to him. He took it to the end zone.
So in spite of a couple of things that went wrong, they still were able to score, and that was, I think, the most important thing out of the drive.
Yeah, you want them points. You don't want to leave no points on the field. You want to get down there. If you're down there, you want to put it in. You don't want to take away what you should have had, and they did it. You know, you got 14 on the board now. Well, 13 if they make this 14.
Well, again, they'll go full house, and attempting to keep it.
Defense
and
stop.
not making
Great stop.
Good stop by Vineland's defense to force the conversion to be no good.
Number 11.
So good stop by number 11, which makes it 13-0.
Now we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes for Vineland to make something happen before the half.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously you got to try and you muster whatever you can, and that's really the important thing. Vineland, I believe, gets the ball to start the second half, so
that's a great thing for them. You know, if you can get a little momentum right here, 3 minutes, maybe put it in, bring it into the third quarter.
why don't we show you the touchdown to number 1 real quick, and you'll see he is lined up, I guess, in a slot. Turns around and curls, takes,
Yep,
and
he
is
did
out.
that. He did that cross with the other receiver. It caused a little confusion on the defense. Turned around, quarterback had it coming to him.
Well, I would have to say that there were other things coming, but like I said, execution so important, and they were able to do that absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, they're running that spread, opening it up, and it's working.
All right, so the referee will try and get everything in position so we can resume play. It's, I would say, just over 3 minutes till halftime. And the Thunder would now a 13-0 lead, even though the conversion did fail. You might notice that behind the football field, the senior team for the last game of the day, they're starting to warm themselves up and get ready for the game. It'll be the Vineland Raiders taking on the Holly City Bolts. And so far, Holly City is 2-0 in this quadruple header.
Yeah, right now, unless Vineland could change a few things up, you don't want to see a team walk away with, 3 in a row. So let's see if Vineland can turn it around on this drive.
Well, Vineland's hoping to get some points on the board because the previous 2 were not quite successful with that. Here's a one-hopper, and it's going by like the last line of defense, so running with it and being taken down, not even getting to the 20-yard line, maybe the 18, and I guess it's been the bounce of the ball today. Just Vineland hasn't gotten very many breaks.
Them squib kicks. Them kicks, them balls hit the ground, and they can go anywhere.
That's the truth because, you got regular grass. You will have sometimes something will hit the wrong way and bounce completely in an odd fashion.
Yeah, it's tough to get a ball like that. But that was number 1 on that tackle. He just comes out of offense, scores a touchdown, goes in on special teams. He's right there for an open field tackle. So you've seen some great athletes, these young players playing all over the place.
All right, so Vineland will try this again. Ball spotted right at the 19, we'll say, as they come out 1st and 10. One thing's for sure, neither team's been perfect, but Vineland's been giving Holly City some fits from time to time. Now what they're going to do, they're going to line up a receiver on the far side. Another one trying to bounce the outside, shakes off a tackle. Couldn't get through the second one, but is able to get maybe about 3 yards to the 22.
He was taken down by number 6, Dante Bennett, and that was number 1 on the carry.
And granted, sometimes you just got to keep trying to plays that are working, but I think running into the line has been the most successful so far. Like these sweep routes, I guess the secondary's been pretty level to it and have caused there to be some problems.
Yeah, they're going to have to pick up the pace, though, with the clock. If they want to get one in, they're going to have to eventually throw the ball soon. you know, if they want to score before the half.
All right, wait a second. We got a looks to be a either a timeout or a flag. Sounds like a false start. And unfortunately,
it's not what you want.
We may have to switch microphones here because. But it is a false start and it's a 5-yard penalty. I don't think that's what Vineland had in mind there. So they'll move it about to the 18-yard line. So you're looking probably 2nd and 12. I mean, they have the ideas as to what to do. It's just a matter of the execution on the other side. They've been executing on the defense against the offense rather than the other way around.
Yeah, you just look for mistake-free football as a coach. You just don't want the mistakes. It's like the worst feeling in the world for any coach, you know, but they happen.
There's a handoff along the left side this time, and it isn't for much. Probably no gain.
Yeah, it was Paris Marshall Jr., number 15 on the tackle.
Yeah, we meant to read the Holly City list, and we'll do so in just a little bit here. So the referees are trying to discuss what to do next. And now
a lot of fans. This place is.
And now we got a timeout called by Holly City, so we'll keep it right here.
It's a great crowd
John,
here.
yeah, we definitely have a very good crowd from the very beginning.
Still going strong.
Yeah, when we arrived here early this morning, there was a youth football game in progress, and there were already a lot of people.
The Mighty Mites, it was great.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, it looked like they were like 4- and 5-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, no more than 6 or 7, I don't think. But,
yeah.
I mean, it was just a fun game that everyone sees. And as you mentioned, for such a district like Millville, I mean, they're very community-oriented, especially when it comes to football.
Football's huge right now, Mill. They just got that new stadium built right near my house. Proud of it. You drive by, I got to tell you, I'm sure maybe one day youth can play on it on some games and stuff. It's just beautiful. So, you know, the community and the first ever section championship came out of Millville, the first ever. You can't erase history. And those kids came from here, you know. Oops, sorry.
All right, we're dealing with a minor technical issue.
I had to move the monitor. Sorry. There we go. But yeah, it's the program is blossomed greatly. The coaches at the high school are doing a great level. The coaches at the youth level doing a great level. I mean, when you're winning championships and then blessed with such a beautiful field they got right now, it's a wonderful feeling.
So it'll now be we had 3rd and 13. They're going to hand this off, trying to sweep around to the left.
Oh, nice run.
And gain some pretty good yardage. It's going to be a bit short of a first down, but I think they're out of bounds like the 24. So it's going to set up a 4th and 6.
Gonna have to pass that ball.
Now, either that or are they allowed a punt option at this age?
I don't think it's allowed at this age, no.
So they might have to learn how to punt.
You got to learn how to punt at this level.
Okay, and how to punt, especially if you got a 15, 20-mile-an-hour wind that you're dealing with.
And that ball is small, and it's going to take it.
Well, that's true. I mean, you can punt, and all of a sudden the wind takes it and just blows it right behind you and goes out of the end zone. Like, that'll be a first.
There's some gusts coming through.
Well, let's see what they do, 4th and 6. From the 24. They tried a handoff, it didn't work.
Defense was in his face right from the snap of the ball. 58 was in the backfield, caused some havoc, and it resulted in a loss.
And a turnover on downs, too.
Yeah, that was Antoine Wise, number 58 in the backfield.
Why don't I go ahead and read the list here for the Holly City Thunder. They consist of Amir Roberts, Samir Hadley, Tariq Williams, Akil Wade, Dante Bennett, Jazoni Wright, Gregory Sapp, Stephen Allen Jr., Tyreek Murray, Paris Marshall Jr., Nasir Bennett, Merquan Roberts, William Prince, Chris Gross, Andrew Rivera, Antoine Wise, and Raekwon Miller. So that's your list for the Holly City Thunder. All right, referee blows his whistle, and we're back in action here, 1st and 10. See what they try and do here.
Whistle again.
Yes, indeed.
Now, you did say that this next game, the refs are going to be a little bit more aggressive.
They sure sound like
yeah,
it.
you see.
Looks like a substitution violation against Vineland, so that'll force a 5-yard penalty.
Down on the 20, it looks like. Or actually the 17.
All right, so on 1st and 5, they modify and take a shot down the field, and it's incomplete. That was a good try. They were looking for one of the receivers there, was just out of his reach. So that forces now a 2nd and 10. Would you continue throwing passes, or do you want to try and get closer by way of the run?
I think I have enough confidence in the passing game and this quarterback's poise. I would pass. I would. There's not a lot of time left, so you're hoping to strike. They showed they have speed coming out of the backfield. They got receivers with hands. I would pass the ball.
All right, so let's do this 2nd and 10. Actually, 2nd and 5, rather, because of the substitution foul. That's why it's 2nd and 5.
Yes,
they'll modify.
They're spreading right now.
Yes,
so
they are. In a modified, a high snap.
Oh, and it is a handoff.
Yes, it is, and they're going to shoot around the right side and get to about the 5. It's going to be, or the 11-yard line. It's going to move the chains and make it 1st and 10.
Wow, great play.
And now officials are blowing it dead, or we got a timeout possibly.
You know, there's so much you can do out of spread. It spreads that defense out. It gives you an opportunity. Them holes get bigger, and you see number 9 speed. A 10-yard gain on that. Great play.
Well, timeout was called by Holly City there, so we're still trying to figure out a few things. But granted, you're looking at them trying new things and more exotic plays, and that's what's been keeping Vineland's defense off balance, even though they have had a couple of shining moments in this game.
Yeah, they really at this point, right at this moment, they just want to stop them from scoring before the half. There isn't much time on there, but you don't want to enter the half down by 3. They get the ball. Vineland gets the ball the second half, so 3 is a lot harder to come back than 2. So right now their biggest thing is just don't let them score.
Well, I think that's one of the biggest things to really consider as well. I mean, 13-0 you might be able to overcome, but if there's another score, that could be a big problem.
Absolutely.
Still trying to figure out some charging methods here. Well, anyway.
Tom, you don't have to announce what I'm doing.
So it is it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. So they can get a first down without scoring.
Do we have a time? Did they give us a time? It's about under a minute now.
I would have to say probably around that range.
It's a turning point. This drive right here, if they can stop them, is huge.
You could say that. All right. So 1st and goal.
There it is.
There's a pass on left side. And it's a little bit too far incomplete. And the receiver's saying, what about me? So the incompletion makes it 2nd and 10 from the 11-yard line. As I said, they can get a first down without scoring. So I would have to think, what do you want to try? Like maybe drudge one down the middle, potentially?
You know, this close in there, I would run a slant. They were successful on that cross play, and I would do it again.
You know, why not? I mean, maybe try and switch sides and see if that works.
Yeah.
We'll find out. They'll line everybody up. It is 2nd and 10 from the 11.
Got that shotgun pro set.
Split backs here. Oh, it's over his head. And he's going to have the ball on it, and that'll end the play at the 20-yard line.
This is a big break for Vineland right there.
Most definitely. And they got 3rd and 19. And timeout again called by Holly City. So they're going to have to come up with like a 3rd and 19 play from the 20-yard line.
So you've seen 3 age levels. You've seen the same thing in 3 games. That snap either going over the head or not leaving the ground. So, shotgun is a lot of practice.
Most definitely, especially when you want to try and hike it to the quarterback and do it with the right angle at the right rate of speed. Because there's sometimes you get some shotgun snaps that are just too much air time. And those hundreds of seconds end up being the difference in having a big play, or a loss ends up as a big play.
It's a lot on the center at these age groups. You got to remember the play. You got to remember where the quarterback is. You got a guy in your face. So there's a lot that goes into it. It could be you want to block before you get rid of the ball. You got a dog fight in the middle of the game. You're in the trench, so you're more focused on making that block, make it a good play, and it affects your snap.
The coach is trying to figure out a play to pull off on 3rd and 19. I would have to suspect probably a pass, but it's also 4-down territory, I would believe, only because you're running out of time here in the first half, and you figured, you know what? Let's see if we try and get a little closer and then try to get everything on 4th down, which they could do. So even though getting a first down to 1-yard line means goal to go, I think in their mind, based upon the time constraints of the half, they want to get some points.
And they moved away from the spread. They got the single receiver out here on the left.
Yes, they have. So 3rd and 19. Thinking about passing, but again, the pocket ends up collapsing, and there's also a flag down along the 20-yard line, so let's see what this is all about. Unfortunately, the referee's mic is temporarily out at the moment, so.
That was a interesting call on that play. Looked like the quarterback took the handoff a quick and did a spin and was going to follow the lead back through the hole. He got caught. I don't know if he was going to bounce it out, but I'm shocked they didn't stay in that spread formation. And if he was going to keep it, it would open it up for him because he's fast, and the receivers are doing a good job so far this game.
And Vineland's defense have been able to collapse that and force a couple very short gains. Incidentally, that was an illegal formation foul against the Thunder, so Vineland decided to say, nah, decline that one.
Yeah, they're holding it down right now. They don't want them to score. So, like I said, it's crucial, to keep that 3rd touchdown before the half off the scoreboard.
Well, they're at the 18-yard line. Even though it's 4th and 17, they're kind of treating this as a 4th and goal. Actually, wait a minute.
Wait
Unless that was 4th down.
It was 4th down, but they had 3. I think they had a 3rd down marker.
They fooled us all, didn't
they? Did. I was like, wait a minute. How'd they get the ball?
Very strange.
So that was a gut. So I'm still at all about that call, that play call.
Well, look at this.
4th down.
I'm at all about this Vineland player just taking everybody on his back.
What a hard
and
runner.
Going across the 30 to the 32-yard line.
Number 1 for Vineland.
I mean, that was quite the run there. And last time out to be used by Vineland.
Yeah, he was running like a bowling ball. He was not stopping. A bowling ball going downhill.
I was like the running of the bulls there. And nobody was trying to even bother tackling. He was dragging 5 or 6 people.
That's what they need. That's what they need right now. They stopped him from that 3rd touchdown. Momentum changer. And he's leading by example on that run right there.
I mean, I thought he would be able to go down for a yard gain, but he just kept pushing and pushing and pushing.
His legs did not stop.
That's true, and that play might just give Vineland a little bit of a burst, especially going into the second half.
Yeah, he was carrying some people on his back. He's strong.
But now they break out of the huddle. Colts are out of timeouts. Thunder still have 1. You'll notice the junior cheerleaders to the right of the screen for Vineland doing their thing. I think right now they're discussing what could be a full house play. Let's see what they do. First and 10 in a full house.
Millville's running that 4-4. Pitch. Number one again.
Wow for the pitch to
there he goes
develop.
again.
And he's still bowling his way. It's a 44 and another first down.
He is warmed up.
Well, he might have to cool down because, there's also there looked to be a player hurt for a second for Holly City, but he just got up a second ago.
That was big 58.
And now, like 3 coaches just came onto the field. Not exactly sure why.
I think they were coming out there. They thought it was an injury.
Yeah, I think we all did for a second, right? The moment we thought it was an injury, the player ends up getting up on his own power.
Yeah, it's a good.
I mean, sometimes you have that.
Yeah, he's coming out of play.
And you have to miss at least one play if that's to happen.
Yeah.
And Coach Ball trying to give his defense some pointers as we come to the waning moments of the first half. The center breaks out of the huddle first, and then everyone else follows. He has one job before the rest of the work, and that's to snap to the quarterback. They double wing it. Receiver to the right. The center moved.
Oof.
Yikes.
All that momentum. Again, mental mistakes. You get a great play, and then you go back.
All right, so it is a false start, and that's a killer penalty because, I mean, they've done so well the last couple of plays. And now they're going to wind the clock and then stop the clock.
That's
because
the
there's no
quarter.
time left
That is
in the
halftime.
first half. So an interesting first half to say the least, but the Vineland Colts, they got some firepower as we saw at the end of this first half. So we'll grab a break here as we take a breather. The Thunder lead the Colts 13-0 at the half, so give us a few minutes. We'll come back with the second half in a few moments. Stay with us.
Greg Hennis, and welcome to Plowman's Windows and Doors. We are here at 118 East Vine Street in the heart of Millville, and we are joined by Joe Plowman and Carol Plowman. And Joe, somebody told me, actually you and Carol were telling me, 40 years Plowman's Windows and Doors. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. It's actually been a little bit over 40, but 40 years in our own business.
Over the years, I know the thing you've always strived for is top quality installations, top quality products, and standing behind, along with the manufacturers, what you do.
That's the most important. When you buy a window, you put it in your home. You don't want to have a window in your home for 2 or 3 years and have a problem and nobody comes out and takes care of it. We come out, we'll do any type of repairs that's needed on the windows. Manufacturers supply free parts. It's really convenient that we save you a lot of money.
Now, over the next 30 minutes, we're going to have a unique opportunity to go on some job sites with Joe and the crew, and we're going to actually visit with you a little bit here in the showroom, Carol, go on a tour on the products. But over the next 30 minutes, if you're thinking about windows, you're thinking about doors, stop thinking and come visit Plowman's. Now, Carol, your showroom hours here in Millville are from when to when?
We are open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 and on Saturdays from 9 to 1.
And is there a website if someone would like to visit to learn more about Plowman's?
Oh, absolutely. Plowmanswindows.com.
And a phone number?
856-327-2841.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm excited to go on and visit some of the job sites and learn what makes Plowman's Windows and Doors what it is, and that's really special.
All right, how you doing? I'm Joe Plowman from Plowman's Windows and Doors, 118 East Vine Street in Millville. And what you're seeing today is a typical wood window. You got two sashes that move. This is a 6/6 grid. And we're getting ready to remove this window. We do all our removal of our windows from the exterior. We're going to remove the storm stop. We're going to take these sashes and push them out. And after that, they're going to put a sill on the bottom of this thing, which is the process you're about to watch right now. Okay, now what you're seeing here, he's removing the stop trim which held in the storm windows on this. He's going to take all three pieces off. That allows them to remove the window from the exterior. As you're watching that, if you notice down the side, they've already cut into the siding here. They made this cut all the way down so that the metal will go all the way back into the siding, and then it gets back sealed back under it again. So you can see the groove in that. Now he's going to pull the sashes out with the jam liner. That's a parting bead that's in the top between the two windows. Now you see how the window came out all together. Basically now what they're going to do is going to clean this up a little bit more. We're going to put a sill cap on the bottom of this, and then we're ready to watch the window go in. Okay, what you're looking at here is a typical sill that we've capped. This is how we bend the metal. You can see the returns that come up on this. A lot of guys don't include these uprights or this piece coming back. So you're going to watch Wes put this thing on the window, and it covers really nice. Also notice that it's going in past the siding on the sides. Now when this thing sits here, we don't touch it all the way into the inside stool. We keep this thing a little bit away. That way we don't have any metal contact coming in where the crack of this piece sits on here. When we do storm windows and we cap without putting replacements, we lift the window up and it comes all the way in. It's a difference of the two installations of these. That way we don't get no condensation sweat. It's now ready for him to process out for the window. What you're seeing now is what we call the dry fit. They're going to put it in, they're going to check it. They're going to check it for level. After that, they're going to adjust this window up with two small shims under it. Once the shims are under it, it allows the center of the window to float and then to be screwed into place.
Good.
You're seeing where the installation screws go in the windows right now. There's two on the bottom and two on the top. We do not use the screws that come with the windows. We use a little bit longer screw for better grab on the window. Okay, at this point he's got the 4 screws in the window, and what he's done is he squared the window up and leveled it within itself, and you can see the crack line on the top sash. When we open up, that's what we want to see, and then we want to see the same on the bottom, which he's already checked. So now at this point they're going to proceed to finish insulating out the window, which is up to George here now. We use loose fill insulation around all these windows. We don't use any spray foams on them. When they get this done, they will actually seal over top of that with a siliconized caulk on all 3 sides. The other thing we do that's different than a lot of companies is we actually seal these screw holes closed on each side of the window and the tops and the side adjusters. All these windows have stops on them. What you see them moving right now, a lot of people remove those stops. They're there to prevent the sash from going too high or too low. He's sealing the side adjuster holes now. Every job we do, it's the same thing. It's the same process. And now what you're watching, he's using a siliconized caulk and he's sealing the cracks closed over top the insulation we're already putting in the window. This is going to be in preparation for him to add a board back around this window again. So this is one of 3 seals that goes to this window, one that you will not see, the other 2 that you will see, and of course the final will be against the siding, which that's just a cosmetic thing. These are homemade stops. We cut them down ourselves. Just gives our place for the cap to go on this thing. It makes a nice smoother fit on the capping. It's 3 pieces that ought to go on the window. 1 top, 2 sides. After he's done with this process, the next part of the thing they'll do is they'll come up and measure for the caps for the side and the top, and then they'll apply them to the window. Last thing they put on is the sill angle on the bottom. Okay, I'm here with Matt, and he's about ready to put the side capping on this window. You can see we do a full return. You got the face, and this is going to return back to the window. The very unique thing is when you get to the top, how we've bent this over. So when the headpiece comes under, it's under it. All this is basically covered quite well. You're going to watch them install that on the window. This one's already been installed. It's not finished, though. He's actually returning that in between the old wood frame and the siding itself is what's taking so long to get that on there. Once it's looking good, he's going to put a couple screws in from the side. We never face nail any of our products. Anything we cap in wood on the outside, this type of window is capped exactly the same over and over and over again. There's nothing changing in how we cap or seal them. The header piece is just an L shape. He's got to put it up where he's got to mark there where the 2 ends are going to go back to the window. He'll actually make a notch in there and remove the end pieces. You notice the piece is a little long. We don't try to make anything the same measurement until it's up there. Windows can change by about 1/8 of an inch on an average. Matt's been doing this with us about 15 years now. The first cut was for length. The second cut is for the folds for the sides of the windows. And you'll notice he's leaving some. And what they do is they fold that in to give you a nice seam at the top on both sides. Once he gets it up here, he may have to trim again one more time. But it's the process. This is how you do all the windows. That handbrake's older than Matt by the looks of it. The head pieces are installed with 2 nails. The nails are always approximately in the same spot. Okay, now the last part of this window is this sill piece here before they actually do any sealing. And what they actually have to do with this thing is they put it upside down and they get a mark where the groove is. So this is trimmed. We go to a lot of jobs, we see people force this thing under there just like this, and then what happens, it picks up on the whole window and makes a mess. So he's actually got to test cut this once, and then he'll put it up there and check it. Then it gets cut and put on it for the last time. You're supposed to trim them down. It's normal process to the window. Now, as you're watching him cut that, you can see why most people don't want to cut them. It's actually no fun to trim at all. And after he makes that cutting, they have to make another one. Now he's going to do a dry fit. You got a couple high spots on the window where the 45s are welded together. So they take and they remove them off of them. That way the piece lays a little flatter. A lot of times we actually have to take and trim back on the inside piece too. Again, a lot of people, they don't do this and the pieces don't quite go on the way they're supposed to go. He's going to take a little bit off each side now. And again, this is what everybody skips, is removing that little piece out of there. What he's going to do now, he's going to actually put a seal into that groove where this piece goes. This is something a lot of companies don't do also on this thing. This is something we chose to do. There's no real right or wrong way to put these windows in according to any type of code at this time. But this is our preference, and when you see it done, you can see why we do it.
All right, we are back here in Millville as we're about ready to start the second half. The Holly City Thunder with a 13-0 lead over the Vineland Colts here in the third game of our quadruple header, the junior segment of the TCUFL, the American Conference. We got the seniors one, the Vineland Raiders and the Holly City Bolts coming up after this game. So still plenty of football to go as things have gotten a little bit cloudy here, but thankfully no rain here in Millville, which really can't be said for Philly right now. They're getting a downpour from what I've heard. But anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins going with John Zaplensky, Howard Gable with the controls. And this seems, I think, from the 3 games we've seen, even though the score right now looks like Holly City's dominating yet again, I think this has been the most competitive.
Absolutely good game. And
I kind of knew you would say that.
I've said, you guys got me on that. Hey, we got a joke here. Yeah, they're doing a great job, both sides of the ball, and a great return here. Number 11 is pretty big.
Yeah, that's a pretty good size for number 11. Could be a receiver.
6-footer out there. Vineland's playing a great game. They had that last burst to end the half with number 1 running the ball. Looks like their strength. Keep feeding them the ball. They got a momentum. They need to take it right on this drive. Not letting them score that third touchdown was a huge turning point that could be in their favor later. There's a lot of game left.
We're going to try in game 4 to get the microphones referee back for whatever reason. It just shorted out. So
No, it ran out of batteries, Tom.
I guess it ran out of battery. One or the other. It's not in play at the moment. So
It's charging. That's Tom. Usually when batteries run out, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to charge them. So
hey,
there's no mechanical errors. There's no fixing it. They're not made to go for 6 hours, and we had them for 3 hours last night. So you're talking 9 hours in one shot.
It got some work, I'll tell you that.
I do miss the ref.
Yeah,
I was enjoying it.
You can. He'll come, hopefully it'll charge up for half.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we can get at least one more game out of it.
Yeah, that would certainly be nice if we're able to do that.
Are we missing our chain crew again?
There's one standing near the midfield stripe waiting for the other guy.
I would have thought this would happen again.
The chain gang's like, why don't you just run kickoffs back for touchdowns, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes. But then again, have to be dropped right in the middle of the row.
Got to get them in the game. This is everywhere. Everywhere volunteer. The only place you don't have a problem is high school, because high school you pay them.
You get that little break. What it is, you get that little break and you run to the concession. Right. You get distracted. You see your friends, your family. You talk to your kid that just came out of the game. You get easily distracted. You forget you're on the chain crew.
Right, and there's not a PA here, so you can't make the announcement. Could we please have the chain crew come back?
And I love doing that.
Yeah,
I gotta admit, when I do the games, chain crew.
Anybody see the chain crew? Anybody see them?
And this time you can't blame a tied-up chain for this particular delay.
Oh, now they're doing a delay a game. They're gonna call delay a game on Millville, on Holly City, because it's their fault that they don't have a chain crew.
Yep.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen delay games with no chain crew. Because the referee gets fed up. That's enough.
Well, I don't blame him.
But you should have, you're not going to have guys from the other team doing it. You're not going to have Vineland work the chain crew. You need, Holly City. This is their home game, so they should have supplied them.
That I agree with. I mean, that the onus is on them.
Here comes one going across.
And it looks like now they're going to try and straighten it out. So.
Yeah, you can't have the away team doing the chains. That's just not. It's not
legitimate. Right. Not right.
I'm out.
So, John, because of that rare delay of game, it's going to be 1st and 5 from the 40. Looks like the 44-yard line.
Hey,
for Vineland.
Hey, give me 5. I'll take it every time.
Not to the face, but that's another story. All right, so they will go with a full house here
full
on
house backfield.
And that's going to work because go down to about the 48. We'll see where they spot it. It's close to a first down.
That was 0 on the ball for Vineland, number 0.
And he's had a whale of a game. I mean, he does have some speed. And you got to remember, toward the end of the first half, he was carrying like 5 people on his back.
Well, that was number 1.
Oh, that was number 1. I beg your pardon.
Yep, that was number 1. That at the end of the first half.
Now an inside
There he
handoff.
is.
Speaking of number
There he
one,
is.
he is going to get him down number one because gets the ball to the 49 and moves the chains.
He's running hungry. He's low to the ground. He's staying low. He's hitting the hole hard. His legs never stop running. He's pretty strong, and he's carrying some defenders with him. You got to keep giving him the ball. If that's your strength right now to wear down that defense, keep giving him the ball.
That's all you can do. So now you got 1st and 10. They're going to spot the ball at the Holly City 48-yard line. Hey, you never know what you're going to see in games like this, and that for me is a first. But Howard's right on everything he said. So from the 48, again, they go full house.
Got that double tight.
They're going to hand it off at the middle, but there is Holly City waiting for him.
Looks like a loss of yards.
At least a yard, maybe two, because they're going to say midfield stripe.
Yeah, them two big tackles, 87 and 58 in on that.
So a 2-yard loss makes it 2nd and 12. I guess maybe it just takes a little while to get the battery or my battery getting restarted again.
Yeah, it's that full house backfield is made to churn up yards and churn up time. That's a Navy staple. That's what they use. And the problem with it is you're down 13 points, so you have no wideouts. There's no wideouts. It's just two tight ends. So to pass out of it is almost impossible. So you're basically telling them we're running the ball, pack the box.
And funny,
and they are.
And funny you say that because then you have to have your receivers become blockers as we have a flag
first
going down.
We might have a first down.
Very
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought
hard
it was
to do that on 2nd and 12.
2nd and 12. Well, we got 5.
Well, it's going to be an encroachment violation against Holly City. So that'll move it 5 yards to the 45-yard line now of Holly City. And Vineland will have a 2nd and 7. And those little penalties, every little thing counts, and that's what you got to be a little bit wary about.
It's their best drive right now for Vineland.
Well, let's see what they can come up with here. Again, it looks like it's going to be more of a single back. It looks like and here's a handoff, and again, number 1, and there's a flag down to go along with it. Back to the line of scrimmage. Let's see what this foul's about. So they'll discuss the penalty, but I'll say this much. Vineland at least is coming out with a pretty respectable drive. We'll see how much further they can get. All right, still a little bit more of discussion.
Still got 2nd down.
Well, it was 2nd and 7. Now, depending on the foul, we'll find out what goes next. Oh, it's offside. Offside called against Holly City. So 2 offsides or encroachments in a row, and we went from 2nd and 12 to 2nd and 2. I don't think the coaching staff for Holly City is going to be too thrilled about this.
Not at all. Not at all. Let's see what Vineland can do here.
Well, they're at the 40-yard line, 2nd and 2. I mean, inside run might be, try going to the right side. That might be the issue. And they have the right person to do it for a first down at the 35-yard line. As number 1 gets another 5 yards and moves the sticks.
Got a little bit of that misdirection. Quarterback, doing the fake handoff to the first running back going left. He comes back for number 1 right, and it's being successful. And the line is opening up the holes for him. So keep doing it.
And I think this is working in a good way because Vineland has been able to come up with some very positive plays here against this defense. Now, obviously, the beginning start for the Thunder has been the difference in this game, but Vineland's hanging around. They got a score here on this drive. You really got a game again.
Got a football game. Yeah, that's what you want. You want a football game. Battle to the end, dig in, got to score. Don't leave these points on there.
While you guys were talking, we had on that play there was a hold because they were moving the sticks, and then the referee, the official said, bring them back because we have the hole on the offense.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know why he would discuss it. You definitely want him. The coach, he's discussing with the coach that he called it on, not the team that's accepted the penalty.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, they're good then. Oh.
But well, they and I don't think Vineland even realizes that there was a foul, and that's going to really hurt them because, again, they went from having a first down and now here they go back to the midfield stripe and it's 2nd and 12 all over again. So they just negated the 2 offsides that Holly City had.
Yeah, they need a big play now.
Oh goodness. And I never saw the flag go down, so that must have happened well late in the play.
Yeah, they've been on the other end you don't want to be on.
Definitely not the right side there.
No, you don't want these penalties. It just takes away the momentum. Over and over, every penalty just takes away the momentum.
Well, it certainly did here. 2nd and 12. They're going to try an inside handoff, and it's only going to go for about a yard to the 49.
That wasn't going anywhere. 58 was in there at the snap.
And it was just a very slow developing play.
He's so big and fast. Antoine Wise has been causing havoc in the backfield the entire game. Good athlete. He shoots the gap very well. And if you're going to run in the middle, you're going to have a problem with him all game.
So now you got 3rd and 11. And for Vineland, they're like, okay, what else do we have to do around here?
They gotta experiment a little bit. You know, they got number 1. They know what he can do. They're gonna have to spread it out. You know, you're gonna have to stay away from that box sooner or later and spread it out a little bit.
Would you suggest a swing pass to him?
Him, yes. I think he would be very effective.
We'll find out if they decide to go with it. They're going with an I formation with a receiver right. 3rd and 11 from the 49. They're going to stick with a run, and it didn't work.
Is that 58 again?
Yep.
Antoine Wise again.
And he knew that number 1 was going to get the ball and came right to him, and boom, down he went.
This is where communication is going to have to come in with your coach and your offensive line because he found a glitch in this offensive line. Like I said, all game he's been in the backfield, getting to the quarterback, loss of yards, line of scrimmage. You're going to have to double team him. Eventually, you're going to have to double team this guy.
Well, I mean,
or run away from him.
Well, either way is going to be effective. So, back onto the offensive side of the field, you're looking at a 4th and 12, just outside of midfield. Now this is going to be a pass. Trying to find somebody to throw to, and nobody is there.
Number 30.
And the charge came along for Holly City. Ooh.
Andrew Rivera.
And he's down. He went down hard.
That is a huge loss. Andrew Rivera, number 30.
I mean, that was quite a sack, but you don't want to see anything like that. And we're hoping it's nothing serious here. But in the end,
probably got shook up a little bit when he hit the ground.
And sometimes it is the wind that just gets knocked out of you. Yeah. You just need a second or two to recover. And I mean that happens all the time, especially in this sport. So looks like everyone is heading back to the sideline. So that's good news.
Okay, he's good.
Yeah, he got bruised up a little bit, but. I mean, he made quite an effort. Just the problem was there was just too much of a charging.
They're getting
Holly
penetration between the A and B gaps constantly, and they're gonna have to close down their splits. Double team, close down the splits, bring them in, run more on the outside like you did in the second quarter.
And to think back at this drive, I mean, Vineland did a very good job, but what changed everything was the holding call. You went from 1st and 10, and then you went to suddenly from 2nd and 2 to 2nd and 12 after Holly City ended up committing a couple of minor penalties. But you just never get back to that line of scrimmage because then
you just
Holly
can't
City wakes
recover.
up.
Sometimes you can't recover. There's still a lot of game. They can do something here.
Hey, in the last game, we saw something rather interesting, and who knows, it could replicate itself and count big for a Vineland. So let's not count them out yet because, I mean, they're still playing a pretty good game in spite of everything here.
They got that double tight, and they're going with that loaded backfield, too, here now for Millville.
Yeah, we've been seeing for both sides today a lot of full house. And now
a lot of misdirection. It keeps everyone on their toes. It gets to be a cluster back there, and, if you read the first back wrong, you're in trouble.
I think Vineland called a timeout. because the side official was pointing towards Vineland's side here. So we'll stay here for the moment. And right now, I mean, what if you're the Thunder and you just came from a halftime? What do you think the coach was talking to the kids about?
On the Thunder?
Yes.
We didn't get that first touch. We didn't get that third touchdown in the second half. In the second quarter to end the half. Let's get it now. Let's get this third touchdown. Let's secure the game going into the fourth quarter. Keep executing. We haven't seen them on offense in a little bit. I think they're going to pass more. I think we're going to see some. I think we're going to see more passing this quarter.
I think that's a legit possibility, but you also got to factor the wind a little bit. We had a couple of wind gusts, and remember, we're outside of a system where it's raining in Philly, but it's going to miss Millville for a few hours. So that's at least good news. So you kind of wonder if that's also going to have to play in the roles of the players as well.
The wind is picking up. I mean, you can see our favorite tree is just, the leaves are blowing all over the place out there, and we feel the breeze coming in. So definitely a factor.
I mean, it's comfortable, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I mean, they've blown our rosters around a couple of times today.
Yeah.
All right, so following the timeout, Holly City with the first and 10.
That trips right.
Yeah, they're going to stack the triple on the right side there and go modified.
I think we might see the opposite side field that cross. They.
Good, thank you.
All right, here on first down, they're going to hand it off. There's number one on the Holly City side, trying to make some, then going the other direction.
On his feet.
How about that?
Just wow,
big
blocks.
Another big hit. And get to about the 25-yard line, but there is a flag, and I'm afraid that could be a blindside block or a hold.
It is. Unfortunately, it is.
We saw that earlier, like in the previous game, where one of the Vineland players just absolutely got blindsided, and by rule, it's more than a major penalty. It's, shall we say, a spot foul and 15 yards on top of that. And now they're saying it might have also been helmet-to-helmet contact.
Oh, really?
So Holly City's not necessarily agreeing with all this, but
great play, too.
Ooh, and unfortunately, he is still down, so we're hoping it's nothing serious here. So while we wait, and blocking is such a key thing in the game, John, and you knowing of the linebackers and such, I mean, there's a way to do it and a way not to do it. So for those who are watching and are trying to get into football, what's the proper way to block?
They don't lead with your head. Stay low. You want to use your shoulder pads, get your hands extended. They just don't want the helmets. They don't want the helmet lead block. I mean, the hits, with the helmet and stuff like that. They put a lot of training in youth football these days, more than my generation. Comes down from the NFL, college. They change a lot. They just want to avoid injuries. They want to avoid the concussions, concussion training.
But anyway, you'll notice here on they got the Weather Channel app up. Ignore the blue dot. It's somewhere in the ocean. But
look at that storm.
But where we are in Millville is about maybe 2/3 the way down to the Delaware Bay, and all the rain is just basically skirting west. So it looks very promising as of right now. This radar looks like it's going until about maybe 10 o'clock at night when it finally comes through. So just giving you an idea as to where we are and where the system is. So I think this area lucked out. I'm glad we're not having to deal with rain, especially after last Sunday night ended.
Yeah, getting very lucky, and I'm glad.
All right, so after it's first
Shotgun.
and 15.
Here he goes.
Here's a pass all the way over.
He's got his
caught.
Man. Number 9.
They get the yardage back, and it gets about the 12-yard line.
I think they got their first down.
They most certainly did. A gain of 33.
Wow.
17 with the catch.
Number 9 with the catch.
9 with the catch, 17 with the tackle.
Gizzoni Wright, number 9.
It's on the 17-yard line.
Oh, it's on the
Wilkins.
17. Okay.
You're all over the place there, Tom.
Listen, it's been a very long weekend. Bear with me.
We're bearing with you.
I know. Listen, I'm trying to entertain as best I possibly can.
Yeah.
Hey, at least on the pinata with no stuffing, you guys are benefiting from it. Anyway, it is 1st and 10. That was a 28-yard
Yeah,
pickup.
there's the passing I was telling you I wanted to see. Come out striking.
And that was a perfect throw, that last play.
He's confident. Tall quarterback. He can see downfield. He's got a nice arm.
Now they're going to send a man in motion. Now a delayed handoff, bouncing off a tackler.
Wow, number 9
has
again.
room on the right side. He'll
There
cross the 10 and gets tripped up inside the 5. They're going to give him the 4. So that's 13 yards right there.
Yeah, he bounced off. He had a defender back there that could have caused havoc, and he missed the tackle, and it resulted in, another 10 yards.
So 1st and goal. And so obviously they have recovered very nicely off the blind side block, which, by the way, was downfield. So they spotted and 15 yards in the spot. So instead of 1st and 25, it was 1st and 15. And that allowed Holly City to get that 27-yard pass and pretty much negate what happened.
Yeah, if they put this in, it's third quarter, you take that 3-score lead. Kids are kids, you can have Vineland start hanging their heads. It takes a lot to get them out of hanging their heads to make a comeback.
Here's a handoff left side, diving, and I believe he is. Did they signal or no?
Not yet. It's close. Maybe on the 1-inch yard line.
Yeah, maybe about the 1, it looks like. Actually, no, he did get in.
I haven't seen him even indicate that it was a touchdown yet.
Yeah, it was really hard. It was really hard to say because they've already put. Okay, they had 1st and goal to 3 anyway. So unless his knee was down, I'm not exactly 100% sure, but
they gave him the touch. Well, I mean, it's showing on our screen, but.
Well, we'll see if it's the 1-point conversion or if they pass being the 2-point conversion. We shall find out. It's a handoff left side. You can walk in
walked it
very
right in.
easily.
Line was blocking very well.
So that worked out very well for Holly City.
So if it wasn't a touchdown, it was now. They're coming off.
Yeah,
so
that was
obviously
the conversion.
There was the conversion.
So that'll make it 20-0 in favor of the Thunder. And, I mean, I wasn't 100% sure because I think everyone was a little baffled. I thought he had gotten in, but the officials sure didn't help the cause.
Never gave us the show, so we weren't sure. But there's the 3 scores right there.
And there is the radar. Probably for late. You'll notice that there's rain popping up over Millville, but that's later tonight. They're just kind of like doing a thing for like the next 4 or 5 hours. So it's cloudy, but all the precipitation is to the left of us. And
pleasant day.
Oh, this has been beautiful. I mean, yesterday was an absolutely gorgeous day. Today started well, but then obviously the clouds rolled in. But at least the rain has held off, so it's at least something. Now, if you're Vineland, what do you do? I mean, you just had a couple of bad breaks, and
they need to change it up. I would like to see them come out of that 3-head monster a little bit, possibly see what they can do with a little bit of passing, build a little bit more confidence. At this point, you have nothing to lose to change some things.
Well, hopefully they'll do that. Now you'll notice. Okay, now you see the dot over Millville. And the current radar is set. So we will definitely be okay. I mean, if we're done 7:30, yeah, we're good. And then
here goes the kick.
Yeah, and then around 10 o'clock is when the showers pop up. All right, back to football with the kickoff. There's number 1 trying
That's
to
not
take
who you want to kick to.
Yeah, but he's going to turn the corner.
There's that corner.
You're right. Look at this.
Oh, you did not want to kick it to him.
And guess what?
He's going all the way.
Yes, indeed.
There you go, on the board.
Vineland's first points of the day.
Nice. Great run.
And they did on a kickoff return.
That is not who you want to kick it to on a kickoff.
So a great job by the Colts #1, who came through and ended up with a 70-yard kickoff return. Well, kudos to him, and I'll tell you something very positive for this Vineland team. This guy's got some speed. And by the way, lights are coming on here in this Millville field, knowing that it is getting a little dark out.
Yeah, it is. Clouds are coming in.
And now comes another challenge. The conversion, and probably trying to broadcast around a tree. Yeah, he got. I mean, who knows? Maybe you just put a camera up
all
there.
the plays to the left of the tree is acceptable.
Well, I'm just going to stand up and see if I can get a split vision shot. And it's directly on the angle too, based upon what we have going. So, how interesting has this become? All right, so they're going to go with the conversion, and we will attempt to tell you what happens here. They got a last-second substitute, 2 of them running on the field. They got to be careful, otherwise it's going to be a conversion from the 8 rather than the 3. Everyone has to know their assignments, especially in all particular situations. All right, they go full house.
Gave it to the first bag.
And
got caught
they
up.
pushing. No, I didn't get it. He got stopped about 2 yards shy.
Yeah, they got.
And it's going to be no good.
They got him right at that line of scrimmage.
All right. Well, if anything, at least for the Colts' sake, they got some points on the board, and they've cut the deficit back to a 2-score game at 20-6. But I mean, even though we may not have a replay for this one,
yeah.
What do you think? What do you think was the difference in that kickoff return?
They kicked it. I would have never kicked it #1. It's been muff kicks all day on the ground. We actually didn't see how he got the ball when the camera went over there. We got it right after he started running, so I really can't tell you if he caught it or got it off the ground. But they executed. Everybody was blocking. There was no hits in the back. He showed his wheels around the corner. 70 yards is a great return.
Oh, here's something else to consider. I mean, you could put in the special teams coverage, knowing that #1 is your predominant player. I mean, you could move him potentially and kind of disguise him like as an up man in case there's a short kick he can get and then possibly turn some yardage up.
Yeah.
So sometimes you got to disguise
You utilize your weapons.
Yeah, you can't change uniforms, but you have to try and put them in different parts of the field. Like, for instance, I mean, if you're the only person back and returning, you keep running it back for a touchdown, they're never going to kick it to you again. Because now they know they're going to score against you.
They definitely know.
So a little bit of excitement here in the last few minutes as each team has a touchdown.
Yeah, they didn't get us a chance to see their next offense yet because they scored on that return, so we're going to have to wait. But, again, I'd like to see them change things up.
And who knows if they're able to force a turnover, that could be something right there.
That'd be a big deal break for them.
Well, let's find out what happens here. Remember, kickoff at the 45-yard line.
You know, because the momentum is shifting for them now. They got that excitement. They found the end zone. First team to score today. Bring it into this.
All right, well, we'll see how everything plays here. Referee blows the whistle, and we are going, whoops. And you might be able to hear the Vineland cheerleading squad. Oh, they're going to go a little directional, and it will be returned at the 40. There's #1 on the other side. And look at this. Is he going to respond?
He's answering, responded right back. He's going. He's going to make it.
He definitely will.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. I feel like Super Bowl 35 all over again.
This is like, hey, you did this to us. We're going to do it right back to you.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Checking to see if there are any flags, but there is a Vineland player down at the 45-yard line. Oh, he must have gotten blocked pretty rough there. And they may. I was like, I thought they were going to call us back, but for the moment, yeah, there is a Vineland player shaking up, and I wonder there might be a block in the back. Why don't we take a look at this replay, and we'll be able to figure everything out. So there was the pump fake, and then Here it goes. Now let's see if we can catch. There's got to be a block somewhere here.
Right
Oh,
here, possibly
man.
right here. No,
That is a block in the back. Oh, it happened somewhere else.
Yeah,
but
it wasn't-
that definitely was a block, and the officials missed it. But let's see. So let's see what happened. Like a little closer. Oh, he might have been down already. Yeah, he was already down.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's
Yep.
being helped off the field now. But that must have happened right after number 1 for Holly City picked up the ball. So probably just an accidental hit or something. But
So we got a battle of special teams right now.
we sure do. Like the Giants bring a kickoff back, and how the Ravens respond with a kickoff back for a touchdown. I don't need to run that Super Bowl
This is,
35 sequence.
Excitement. It brings excitement to the game. Big plays like that.
So sometimes you don't know what to expect with games like this, and here we've had 3 touchdowns literally in a matter of plays.
I'm surprised they don't try to do. Haven't tried to go for one of the 2 points yet. With the
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you
a little bit of a lead, practice your craft for later on at this level. You're going to need it down the road.
Yeah, it is a possibility, but the point being here, is it worth it? And obviously, if somehow the pass is intercepted, it cannot be returned for 2 points. The play is dead right then and there.
Yeah, but I mean, hopefully, I mean, if they complete this, if they do score again, I would hope to see one, just to see one maybe.
Well, they're lining up a triple stack. Let's see what happens. It's a handoff trying to bounce along the left side and not going to work.
Stop the conversion. Number 11, number 13. I'm sorry. For
number
Vineland.
11 with the big tackle there. So the conversion fails and it ends up being 26-6. And who knows what we're going to see next?
You know what?
These special teamers
big
are like,
make big plays.
These special teamers are like, we need a break.
See them seniors in the back practicing.
It's downstairs. You want me to know? I think the officials are doing a lot of running back and forth. So this third quarter, it's just been complete bedlam.
No. Yeah, we're going to see Vineland again. I mean, unless they score again on a special team kick return. I'm like I said, I want to see if they're going to change it up a little bit.
One just never knows.
They're running up the middle has been their problem. Even on that conversion for the extra point, they went up the middle again, and the big defensive tackle swallowed up the running back, stopped them. So I'd like to see him change it up a little bit.
All right, so I'll be interested to see what number. So one for each team as a kickoff return for a score. So now, where is one going to line up in this little setup here? Looks like he's in the right near side in the back. I mean, honestly, I would trade spots with somebody up and try and be a spy and maybe a disguiser, and maybe on a shorter kick, you take it and hope for the best. So let's just say this has not been a boring second half.
Very exciting. Good football.
And it's always good to have. And even though the Thunder lead by 20, the reality of the situation is you get the excitement and it just keeps pouring out. All right, now
good kick.
And it's a live ball, so somebody's going to have to field it.
All right, we got a man, number 11 again.
And let's see what he does. Not going to get too far. In fact, he does. I don't think he makes it back to the 20.
Yeah, it was a good tackle by 21. I don't have him on the roster here.
That's okay. Well, I think they said the 23. And I think after that one, I think the officials need a break. I think they said three-quarter time. So what an exciting third quarter, folks. A couple kickoff returns for a score, and after 3, the Thunder lead the Colts 26-6. Let's see what happens in this final quarter when we come back.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy. so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community. Local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
All right, we're back here in Millville, getting ready to start the final quarter of game number 3, and we still have one game left to go, which hopefully you can tell your friends about, the Vineland Raiders and the Holly City Bolts. That will come immediately following the conclusion of this game. In the meantime, it's the Thunder leading the Colts 26-6 as we're about ready to start the final quarter. It'll be Colts ball at about the 23-yard line. I think it's going to be a very interesting fourth quarter with the way the third quarter ended. By the way, I'm Tom Wilkins, John Saplensky with me, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. And just a reminder to everybody, we thank you all for your comments and everything else. Please spread the word and subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. A lot more youth football coming to TCUFL and probably next few weekends in various spots, so please stay tuned.
Looks like we're changing up the formation a little bit. Vineland coming out with that shotgun pro set.
All right, so while they were, and then all of a sudden, we have an official timeout again. And actually, this time, Vineland's going to call a timeout, and they will use their second as we start the fourth quarter of play. So after all this running around, I wonder what both coaches on both sidelines are saying to their players. What would your thinking be, John?
Hey, on special teams, it's just as important as offense and defense. We don't let someone score on special teams. You got to shut it down. Don't let them get on the outside again. Everyone stay in their lane going downfield. Do your assignment. Force him inside. Make the tackle. It's that simple. Just stay in your lane. This can't happen if you stay in your lane. If you crash, everyone comes in. He got around on both sides of the ball. And that's where you got 2 touchdowns in a row.
Well, there's a little bit of a delayed handoff, and Holly City is waiting.
Wow. That was OGB right there.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, it was a lot of orange and blue on them.
Well, the OBG is right, orange and blue gang all over the place. And I think what happened there, the exchange was just so slow and so uncertain that it ended up being a very bad.
If you're not executing on the backfield a little bit faster with this defense has not only got size, they're fast. And they're reading their gap assignments. They're causing a lot of problems in the backfield.
Lynn Vella's checking in, and obviously our thanks to you doing so. Yeah, it was just a bad exchange. I just couldn't think of the last word for that, but ends up being a pretty big loss on the play. It's going to be 2nd and 18 as they're going to spot the 15-yard line.
You don't want to go backwards where they're at right now. I mean, it's a scary place with the end zone behind your back. For any player, any level, any player, you don't want your back against the end zone.
Yeah, you're deep in your own territory, and that's what happens.
Yeah, that's where the nerves start coming out.
All right, so it'll be 2nd and 18, rolling back, and I guess calling his own number and bowling over a couple players, and we might have a loose ball. We'll see what the officials say.
He might have recovered it. Okay.
But that was a pretty hard collision, and makes you wonder if I
think he's down.
Yeah, I think he took the worst of it. And the reason I say that is because it looked like he let his head down, and it was just one of those just vicious collisions. And hopefully he'll be okay. That's a rough one. He got up, thankfully. That was number 1 who took it himself, and I wonder if he just lowered his head and just landed the wrong way.
So they put him at quarterback. I didn't realize they put him at quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, in some potential Wildcat scenarios, I think that's what they try and use.
Yeah. So I guess we have a timeout here.
No, it was an injury timeout.
Okay.
And I think the coach is just making sure that everyone is on the level here. All right, officials trying to get the clock moving again. And I'll tell you this much. I mean, obviously we had a good flowing game, and then all of a sudden, the end of the first half just was slowed up, and they got the third quarter with the injuries, and of course the exchange and kickoff returns for scores, and that kind of slowed a lot of things up. I mean, sometimes it's the way the flow of the game goes.
Yeah. Right now, Vineland a little flat. Backs against the door. They got to get out of this. This is a huge series right here.
And more flags come up.
It's just taking all that momentum back.
And it's going to be a false start, so another 5-yard penalty. And just a very tough break for Vineland. I mean, they've been doing some good things, but especially in the second half, they just gotten a little sloppy with the way they've handled things. And everything turned around when they had that first down taken away on a holding penalty.
And getting closer to that end zone.
And that will move them way back.
So now, they came out in another set, but they didn't pass the ball. They're running. They gonna have to pass the ball eventually, because them runs up the middle they're just not working. So you have to change it up.
Well, the tree is getting a little bit of airtime.
It's a nice tree.
Not sure what type it is, but
I'm gonna say an oak or maple.
Not sure. It's probably been there for a very long time. But following the false start, you're looking right now 3rd and 22 from the 11-yard line. Not an easy task here, and you want to try and get a lot of the yardage back to see what you're trying to do on 4th down. But they will go full house.
The center never did. I don't think the center gave him the ball.
I don't think, the ball never moved, but everyone else did, and that's going to be half the distance. I think maybe another 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there because the quarterback was in shotgun, and I didn't even see the ball.
It is indeed a false start. So back another 5 they go.
Not good.
Nah, it's definitely not. And it kind of makes you wonder if, I don't know if I can say the players could be tired or just a little bit, shall we say, a slight mental unfocus or what have you.
And this is what just moves the clock second by second, because every penalty it's stopping.
Stopping everything.
Every penalty it stops, every score it stops, every fumble it stops, every sack. You're just incomplete passes. So, that's why, we went from 20 minutes ahead to almost 20 minutes behind.
20 minutes behind.
Maybe even further.
Yeah.
Maybe possibly further
and it's
coming
just
up soon.
all the penalties. So, sooner or later the referees are just
It's
gonna
been
let it
a
go.
lot of penalties this game.
So, that's why.
And it does happen. You get games like this, and all of a sudden you're in molasses again. All the way back to the 4-yard line.
I think we had a fumble.
And now a fumbled snap. And who falls on it?
Vineland recovered the fumble.
Yeah, and I think they fell around the line of scrimmage.
3 get his ankle stepped on.
Oh, yeah. And two Vineland players. All right, one got up. The other is still shaken up. Hey, this has just been one tough thing after another for Vineland. They have just not had the best of luck.
A lot of times when you go down like that, you're getting stepped down by the lineman backpedaling, and you're getting stepped on when you go down that quick.
And the guy who had his ankle stepped on, he got up and then went right back down again.
Yeah, them cleats don't feel good when you get it in the
Definitely not. I mean, you're gonna be feeling it for a couple days.
And again, these are we're not. We want everybody to be healthy. We want everybody to finish the game. We don't want the cramps. We don't want people getting hurt. And that we'll take the time. We don't care. We're here. So if it takes us 3 hours to do a game, it takes us 3 hours. But we're here to do the game, and we're here to give you the whole game. So as injuries stack up and all this other type of disturbances affect the clock here. We're just here. So again, if you're tuning in expecting to see the senior game at this point, we're in the 4th quarter, about, I'd say maybe 2-3 minutes in. So watch a little bit, check back a little bit, and I'm thinking we should be able to get the next game off by 5:20. Maybe 5:30.
I would lean more toward 5:30
Yeah.
because right now you're looking at 5:06 on the watch, and even if you run the clock, you're not going to be done by like 5:15, 5:20, and it's a matter of expediting the handshakes and all that stuff. It's going to take a good 10 minutes to shift sidelines, get both teams ready, and you know there's going to be introductory music or what have you. That's almost a guarantee here. So it's going to take a little longer than anticipated.
So just hang out.
Hey, that's all you can do. And have some fun while you're doing it, you know?
He's still down.
Oh,
it's a big lineman there. I think that was the guard. Either the guard or the center.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but, I mean, Vineland's just had some bad luck. It just seems like I think we've seen maybe one or two blue shirts down with an injury the entire day, and everyone else has been Vineland. So we're just hoping that that he's okay. They're still going to be checking up on things.
Tom, why don't we check the NFL scores?
You sure you're okay doing that?
Oh, no, I'm not playing. The team that I follow is not playing until tonight at 8.
And with the throwbacks.
Yeah, I'd like to hear some scores.
Yeah, well, we got 10-0 Cowboys over the Jets.
Tom, relax a second. Relax a second, Tom. Holy crap.
You opened the door, Howard.
No.
You're interested in seeing what the Jets are doing to the Cowboys?
Tom, watch the screen.
I see again the screen up here. Yeah, there are actually a couple. I won't say the scores, but there are a couple surprising results.
I know there was a dogfight I was hearing with the Jags in Kansas City a little while ago.
We might not get there. You may have to go. Are we back?
Well,
No,
you got
still
one
waiting.
of them, and it was a dogfight. The Chiefs.
There they are, up top. Up top. There we go.
Now,
what the heck is up in Arizona?
This game right here, for you guys, you're not from South Jersey. The starting running back for Kansas City Chiefs is from this programs. He is from Vineland.
And what's his name?
His name is Isaiah Pacheco.
Oh, yeah,
Mr. Pacheco is from Vineland.
Went to
He
Rutgers.
started out at 3rd Street, ended up in the Blitz. Went to Rutgers, star running back, star quarterback at Vineland High School. And then, from Millville, out of this same program, who's in the XCFL right now, and he came from the Jacksonville Jaguars, is Raquel Armstead, who came from this level. So that's great.
And it definitely is. I mean, and Millville does have some athletes. You mentioned Pacheco. We mentioned Mike Trout for baseball.
Yeah.
You may not have noticed this earlier, but Cincinnati's 0-2. End up losing to Baltimore. You see some of the other scores. Tampa, they end up with a win. There was one game rescheduled, I think, because of the hurricane, and that was the Saints and Panthers. So they're going to be dueling with the Browns and Steelers for a Monday night doubleheader. So should be rather interesting.
Get some baseball scores up there.
You're going to do that too?
Where's your Phillies?
Well,
Tom.
they were due to lose one against the Cardinals anyway, 6-5.
Sad.
Although
my Red Sox.
Atlanta decided to take the rest of the day off, and
my
the
goodness.
Dolphins beat the Falcons by a 16-2 score. Pittsburgh beat the Yankees. Mets finally got one.
Let's see if I can get to Sling. You never know. I may be able to get to Sling.
Yeah. So we're working on some things while we continue to have this delay.
I hope everybody at home's looking for my sign-in.
Yeah, we want to try. We're trying to do a little bit of entertainment right before we resume play again.
Maybe not. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything for here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the Titans ended up winning their game in extra time over the Chargers. The Chargers have fallen 0-2.
I guess we don't get the flash. It could be the flash. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because anytime we go to anything. Well, let's do NFL. Do we get scores?
Yeah, usually just like ESPN, it has it at the very top of the screen.
Nothing. It's flash. It's got to be flash.
Always cookies and stuff like that to deal with these websites.
Yeah, we're not getting that. That's all right.
Now we can certainly do that.
Still waiting. We may be waiting for an ambulance.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
Oh, no.
I mean that's
Terrible.
the worst thing you can possibly think. We're just hoping that the kid's going to be okay. He's still down on his back at last check, so we're just monitoring things here. The reason why I said what the heck's going on, Arizona Giants have been outscored now 57-0 through 5.5 quarters.
Wow. They need to make some changes.
Well, nobody's saying for granted
They need
this year.
to make some changes.
They need to make some changes.
As in
John
what?
Saplinsky.
You know what? They may just call the game because what we're seeing right now at the midfield stripe, they're lining
Yeah.
everybody up. I think they're
Yeah,
calling the game.
usually when you have an injury like this, they usually do call it.
So that doesn't back anybody up, and that is so unfortunate that we end up having to end a game like this. But it will be a game shortened because of an emergency. That the Thunder beat the Colts by a score of 26-6, but the score is not what's important. What's important is the young guy from Vineland who is still on his back, and we're hoping that he will get the attention he needs, and we're hoping everything is okay. So handshakes
that's a
around.
good thing because they're waiting. They're going to wait for the ambulance. You don't want to move them. You don't want to pick them up. So the smart thing to do is to wait for the ambulance to come here and let the EMTs and the ambulance people, decide what to do. It's a fenced-in place, so they'll just have to get the ambulance in here, get the stretcher in here, and pull him out. That's all.
Yeah, I hope it's nothing serious.
Yeah, he got
maybe
up.
just a little.
He did get up and then went back down.
And
The linemen in them trenches, your legs are just always.
Which suggests maybe a back or a neck injury.
Yeah, we're not
possibly,
suggesting
but
anything.
we don't
Tom.
know.
Tom, we're not going to suggest anything. We're just going to say, let's hope he gets better.
That's all we can do
So,
right now. So
let's sign off.
All
and
right,
we'll
so
come
we're
back.
gonna take a little breather after this third game. The final score: the Thunder 26, the Colts 6. We will have the last game shortly. That's the Vineland Raiders and Holly City Bolts. Hang with us, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, back just in the nick of time for the final game of this quadruple header, the Vineland Raiders and the Holly City Bolts. As we kick things off, Holly City will get the ball first. The return.
Oh,
right. Look at this. Already in the second level. We got another kickoff return.
No, you got to reach for him. Got to reach.
Oh, my gosh. All the way down to about the 13-yard line.
This is like the last game.
I'm like, we're resuming the end of the third quarter where we had 2 kickoff returns, and we almost had yet another one to start this one.
He seen a gap. He took that. He was gone.
Most definitely. Thanks for hanging with us, by the way. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. We had an unforeseen delay, but we are here now beginning the final game of the quadruple header, the senior bracket of the TCUFL football, the American Conference. And, I mean, we've seen the Holly City crew, all 3 teams do extremely well today. And we'll see if the Raiders' defense for Vineland, they're going to be up to the task already.
What a way to start, all the way down there, you know?
Yeah, most definitely.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry, I'm on.
Hey, you're taking
nice
the words
word.
out.
Don't be saying my word.
That way, you're taking the words out of John's mouth. What gives here? All right, 1st and 10 for the 13. Oh, wait, there was no play. Whistles blew.
Whistles were blown.
And we are going to have a false start against Holly City. So that's going to back them up 5 yards. They're still going to be in the red zone at the 18-yard line, but obviously very exciting times here. Vineland, of course, came out. They had the red smoke and all that stuff. I mean, a lot of teams tend to practice their entrance things with a Technicolor smoke matching their uniforms.
They were building the intensity. What is that old phrase they say? Intensity creates excitement.
That's actually one I've never heard of before.
Yeah, it was our motto when I played. Our coach used to say it every day, intensity creates excitement.
Which explains why you were down on the field and I was up in the bleachers. 1st and 15. Oh, wow. A handoff.
Wow. What a collision in the middle there.
Oh, man, number 99. Well, and you know what? When you think of 99, you think of Warren Sapp. He drove just like him and threw him back for barely any gain. Maybe he might have lost another yard.
Yeah, that was a collision. This is the senior level. This is the intensity you're going to see at this level. These teams didn't come to play right now.
Both of them certainly have, especially on defense. This is the opening drive of this final game of our quadruple header. Got 2nd and 15. And they will pitch this out and trying to cut around a tree. And what you don't see behind the tree is the tackle that was made.
Yeah, it was a good pursuit of defense on that.
Well, we can't say watch out for that tree. Anyway, we'll see where they spot it. But I'll tell you what, Vineland's defense has done a very good job containing things, but it's going to force a 3rd and rather long. It looks like the ball is around looks like maybe the 20.
Yeah, they're playing tough for where the ball was spotted after the kick return. I mean, they're playing some solid defense.
They certainly are.
To start the game.
So it's going to be 3rd and 16. I was just trying to stretch my neck to make sure they had where the ball was spotted. And another case of movement. And you know what? I think it was the quarterback that might have moved to cause somebody else on the line to move.
You had the left tackle move. The quarterback moved his foot for motion. The left tackle, he actually made a stutter step back.
And it forces a 5-yard penalty. And right now, Holly City's like, okay, we had this great return, and we're going the wrong way all of a sudden. Now you got 3rd and 21 from the 25-yard line.
That's not good. You know, you just had that beautiful kick return to put you in scoring position, and you're going backwards. You know, you got to nip that out of the bud really quick.
All right, so we will see what goes on. 3rd and 21. Shotgun formation. Looks like an empty gun here.
Yeah, he's spread.
Going back to his left, looking, lobbing late in the pass is juggled and incomplete. And I was curious. The quarterback was looking to see if he found one of the receivers. I think he threw him between both of them.
Yeah, and, you know, he was rolling out left as a right-hand quarterback, and that was a tough pass.
Looks like Kai Bowleg is the quarterback for the Holly City Bolts, as he's listed as number 12. I just think the throw was very uncertain. And that's why get very little chance of success unless you get a lucky bounce.
Had a little air on it. You know, he could have brought it down a little bit. He had 2 receivers there. Just there could have been a miscommunication because they were both at the ball.
And now we have 4th down, and they're going to go for it. They're going to see if they can get a 21-yard play out of this. Empty gun again, and they're going to go backwards another 5. The right side of the line this time with the 3rd false start of this opening series of downs.
You got a different game this time. You got Vineland getting the breaks this game.
Oh, you're
so
not kidding.
I mean, that's five breaks already.
Well, you compare that to the first game where the kids are learning. You don't get very much in the name of penalties, and now they're literally ticky-tack everything that goes here.
These are laps and push-ups at practice on Monday. Absolutely.
They probably will be. All right, so let's see if a Holly City has a McNabb to Mitchell play in them. As it is 4th and 26, all the way back at the 30-yard line.
This is a big play. This is to come out and stop them on the first drive is going to be huge for Vineland if they stop this.
I think what they're going to do is they might pooch punt this and try and aim for the sidelines.
A good call. Oh, and it's blocked.
And it is blocked.
Whoa,
and
he's
taken
going.
by Vineland. Look at this. He's going to run it
4
back.
all the way.
Oh, my gosh.
He's not going to get caught.
You are not kidding there.
Number 4.
Number 4 blocked it, took it, and ended up going home into the end zone. We have seen some special teams
Vineland
going in the last 45 minutes in 2 games. So it's Vineland who gets the first point to this one.
Big special teams.
I mean, and a big dude, number 4. I mean, he's not listed on there, but I'll tell you what, he was able to just break through the line and just block it. It's a block punt return.
And they had him wrapped up. He broke loose.
The power was what broke him loose, and then he just took off.
Great run.
Now, there is an official holding a flag, so there might have been a penalty during the return. So we're going to see what this is all about.
Maybe after the touchdown?
It could have been.
Maybe a little celebrating. What do we got here?
Well, they spot the ball at the 3.
They're going to probably ask the coach whether he wants it on the point after or on the kickoff, and he probably chose the kickoff. So that's what it was. It was something that happened after the play.
After the play, I'm saying it was after the touchdown.
Okay, so the score is good. The official's going to inform us as to what happened. Oh, there was an unsportsmanlike foul, looks like. The touchdown is good, so I guess what they'll do, they're going to keep the ball to 3 and probably penalize 15 yards on the kickoff. I mean, that would be my suspicion there. So Vineland will try the conversion. So here their offense doesn't even go on the field, and they got 6 points right away. And in a little bit, we're gonna ask John what happened, which caused the block to happen, and where the containment went wrong.
Oh, right in the middle. Everything crashed down that middle. The whole line was in there.
So, for an indeterminate amount of time, that is. All right, they will do the conversion. Rolling around. He can run it if he wants and will.
Wow,
Number 7, the quarterback for Vineland, was able to take it home and get the conversion. Now, I think the scorings are still the same for this level compared to the further youths. So, all right, John, now that the indeterminate amount of time is up, got to explain what happened on that punt clock.
And you called this play. You did call this. I thought they were going to go for it, and you did call the punt.
Well, you got 4th and 26.
Yeah.
I mean,
I still would have went for it. I mean, that's just me at this level. Right there, I would have went for it. Yep. Oh, from the outside. That's where 99 came from the outside. Or 4, I'm sorry.
4 blocked it, picked it up,
beautiful.
broke a tackle, and it was good night.
Yeah, he came in untouched from the outside right there.
And you see the block at the end, which was perfectly legal because he got in front of the chaser and blocked him in front rather than in the back. Otherwise, it would have negated the score.
Yeah, that's a great – they stopped them on the first drive, and, they got the advantage now.
So that's the count right now at with the 6-0 lead for Vineland, and it's their first lead of the day.
It's 7 now. Well,
now 7-0
yeah,
rather. I beg your
7-0
pardon.
now.
So as far as Holly City is concerned, I think the thing we got kind of focus a little bit on is they just had a great kickoff return, and unfortunately it goes the other way for a special teams play.
They were in scoring position. You know, they were definitely in scoring position. They had like 5 penalties, kept bringing them back, and then they get them off punt, blocked, and then a big score.
I think based on the third quarter of the last game and the beginning of this game, if you think special teams are not important, think again. All right, kickoff was from the 30 after the unsportsmanlike after the play, and it's a good return.
25 yards. Nice. Number 14, I think.
Yeah, down to about the 42-yard line. That's where Holly City will begin 1st and 10. We're going to read the players off a little bit later for both sides. But it has been quite an entertaining start, to say the least.
Yeah, it's been exciting for the most part. That was Lee German on that carry.
So right now the official trying to get everything together. And they shouldn't. I don't think they have to wait for the chain crew because they're already here.
If we don't have that problem this time.
Well, if you have a problem like that after a score, then I don't even know what to tell you here. The lights are on here in Millville as remember, we started here about 11 o'clock. We had a game actually beforehand. We had arrived. There was a youth game happening, and then we just came in at 11 for the freshmen. Then we had the sophomores and juniors. And remember, you can, quote-unquote, DVR it on YouTube. And here's a handoff. And, man, Vineland's coming out like a house of fire there.
To the middle, 0-0.
Number 2 had no shot of getting around, so a loss on the play.
Yeah.
So you can always go back and rewatch, of course, this entire feed. And don't forget, tell your friends. We got a lot of youth football coming in the next few weeks, especially over the weekend, at places to be determined. So make sure you subscribe, HSG Network on YouTube, and we thank you for all the comments that you've left. Make sure you tell your friends about it. We got a heck of a lot more coming, like I said, in the next month. So after that loss, which ends up being a loss of 4, 2nd and 14, empty gun here, back to pass, eluding a tackle, lobbing one, and it's picked off. Intercepted.
Huge play
by Vineland, and it's number 2, came away with the interception. He read the quarterback's eyes and was able to cut in front of the receiver and comes through with a turnover, and now Vineland will have its first offensive possession. Let's take a look at the replay. How did that happen?
Stopped the momentum twice.
Well, it wasn't really much momentum at all because
possession. Stopped the momentum on 2 possessions.
All right, keep your eye on number 2 here.
He's rolling out. He's reading it. Good read.
That was almost like that Vikings player had that interception on Hurts in the first quarter. Almost similar, except that was in double coverage.
Great play. Way to start for Vineland. This is a huge, huge play.
And most certainly is, especially this early in the game. So Vineland will have their first possession, 1st and 10. They're going to spot the ball at the 48-yard line. Man in motion. Wait a minute. We got flags.
Came on that spread formation, sent the receiver in motion.
Got to love procedure fouls. And this is an illegal shift foul against Vineland, which I didn't think unless this league is where you blow the play dead for that too. I don't think I've ever seen that. Well, you got 2 guys moving. They don't reset for a second. That's where you get the 5-yard penalty. But I'm actually surprised they stopped the play before it even happened.
So again, another penalty. You know, you gotta get rid of these penalties.
And you know, there are always a lot, especially in this level, because you think you can get away with so many things in the lower levels. You can't get away with them here. So now in the shotgun, a high snap.
And
now the ball's out.
Oh,
and
wow.
I think Vineland ends up recovering, but still running the football. They end up losing a lot of yardage there.
Very close to being 6 the other way.
You're not kidding. Number 5 was alertly able to recover the football, and a huge loss on the play, 2nd and long coming up. And I think that might have lit a fire under those bolts from Holly City. Why don't we take a quick replay on this? And I think the high snap was what slowed the play down in the first place.
Definitely was a factor.
And then if you look at the defense, here they
Bought a
come.
little bit of time.
Mini jailbreak there.
Wow.
There's
that number 14 came in there.
That definitely was one heck of a
Lee German
play.
again, making another big play for Millville.
All right, here's the handoff, and number 3 will try and get around. Not happening very much. Yeah, a couple yards on the play. Down to about, we'll say, the 30, but it's still a long, long way to go. They have to get to the 42 of Holly City for the line of gain. So you're talking 3rd and 28 here.
You can feel a little energy coming up here from Millville, starting to get a little energized down there this series.
Hey,
on
trust
defense.
me, sometimes you have a lull on days like this, and sometimes you just need to find a way to get the jolt back, and sometimes just watching the game and how they're hitting, that will do that for you.
Going back in a little bit of spread.
Well, it's a shotgun formation, and yes, indeed, it's a spread. Back to the right for the quarterback, and who jumped this time?
21, got him.
Yeah, they're saying preliminarily it's a neutral zone infraction, so that's going to help. Instead of 3rd and 28, it's going to be 3rd and 23.
Yeah, that's a tough break. You're in front of the ball. You're supposed to watch that ball.
And I definitely agree there. I mean, that's where the discipline comes in. I mean, we didn't see very many of these in the first 3 games. And it's actually starting to rain a little bit. Surprise of us, surprise of us.
There it is.
And you'll notice on the far side of the field, they've got a couple umbrellas up.
I guess we didn't get that 10 p.m. rain, huh?
Well, as they say.
It's teasing a little bit.
Yeah, the Weather Channel does that all the time. They say it rained by a certain time, and it doesn't even come through.
It never happens the way it's supposed to with the Weather Channel.
Yeah, they just, as Outkast once said, you can paint a pretty picture, but you can't predict the weather. All right, so now 3rd and 23. The Spas to their own 35. They'll do the shotgun. Here they come on a rush, and the throw ends up being low and incomplete, and probably just as well because there was some side pressure there. Quarterback was alert enough to throw in the direction of the receiver, but it ends up going incomplete. So now Vineland will probably punt and hopefully not have the same thing happen as it did to Holly City at the beginning of the game. And that, I mean, this is the first time we've talked about the ball and the weather being a factor here. It's probably just an isolated shower.
It's light.
Well, I'll wait until the next play, see what happens. All right, so here we go on 4th down. The snap, they are coming, but he got the punt away. And it is juggled and caught around the 40, turning around the midfield and then going out of bounds with a shove late. Will they throw a flag? No, they will not. So it ends up being a good punt. Actually, there is a flag down. It was just so hard to see.
Push out.
You can see it right along the 40-yard line. So the referees will discuss that.
So we're going to have some good field position to start off again.
Well, depending on what the penalty is.
Very true.
Actually, it is an isolated shower, and it's saying rain will end around 6:15. So that's going to cause some footing issues for both teams.
Ball handling, footing issues.
Yeah, it's actually heavier just to the north and west and actually heading Vineland right now. So it's just a small cell. Yeah. So it should be pulling out here. It should not be too long of a nuisance. Well, as they say, it's touch and go with this weather, but hey, we need the rain anyway.
It's good for the field.
Good for a lot of other things, too.
Yeah.
But as Howard pointed out, never good for electronics. All right, so the penalty is going to be against Holly City because they are backing up. I'm guessing it's a block in the back anyway.
Yeah, I think he made the sign earlier when they first started talking that it was a block in the back.
So it is 10 yards in the spot of the infraction. So unfortunately for Holly City, they had a good return wiped out, and the ball be spotted at the 35-yard line. So it was the 45-yard line where the infraction happened. That, again, wipes out a good return. For a second, I thought there was a chance it would have been a late hit out of bounds. They did not call up that, but it was a late flag for the block in the back. So Holly City gets to try it again.
But the chain.
Well, I think one of the coaches is discussing to the head referee as to trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
And so it'll be 1st and 10 once the ball is ready for play.
Okay,
right outside the 35-yard line, we get the whistle now, and now they'll be checking things out. All right, once again, now this is under center on the 1st and 10, trying to get the hand, and they will get a little bit of yardage, maybe to about the 37, 38-yard line. So a 3-yard pickup. So I think that's the plan for the Bolts, to try and move Vineland back a little bit. And it's been tough to do because once the snaps happen, they anticipate where the ball's going to be, and that's where everybody joins in and tries to make the stop of the tackle.
Yeah, they got to get their momentum back. These penalties setting them back a little bit, and they got to get a rhythm right now.
All right, so 2nd and 7. We're outside the 38-yard line. The sun's actually trying to peep through here now through the clouds.
Definitely is.
The rain slowed up to a little bit of a drizzle now. They send the man in motion.
Got a fumble.
Oh, and a fumbled snap. I don't think that exactly was the design play they wanted, and it ends up going for no gain.
That's that water we were talking about.
And it's a matter of exchanging from the center to the quarterback and making sure they get it and then secure it almost simultaneously so that way they can protect. I mean, one little slip, obviously the pigskin's going to be very slippery. We've had a couple of these situations. And now you have a wet field to work with
Slippery
for the
feet,
rest of the
slippery
game.
Ball. You know, there's so many more factors now.
Right, for the rest of the game, to say the least. All right, so 3rd and 7, ball to 38. They're working an I formation here. Let's see what happens. They send the man in motion. Back the pass. He's got a little time. He's going to, let's see what he does. He's going to lob one, and it's way high, incomplete, and probably was out of bounds anyway. I think they had 13 as the intended receiver, and just the aiming was off. And now 4th and 7, interesting decision.
That was number 11.
Oh,
right over his head, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought 11 was on coverage, but in any case.
Oh. Yeah, over 11, but 11 was on coverage over his head.
I don't think
he could have had an interception.
I don't think we're playing those numbers, unless it's 11 or 13, which are special numbers for me.
We were both on the same page. I was referring to the ball over his hand, but we're on the same page.
All right, so Holly City will try and punt and hopefully get a successful one off this time. Of course, the previous one was blocked.
And if
returned.
you look, Tom, he's too close. That's the issue right there. Your punter's too close. He's within 8 yards. Not even 8. Maybe
no, he's not
7,
even 8 yards.
Maybe 7 yards of the snap, and that's not the spot to be if you want to punt.
And that might partly be why Holly City's calling a timeout here. So let's grab a break here in the first quarter. It's the Raiders leading the Bolts 7-0. Come back in just a moment.
How you guys doing? This is showing a typical framing for a window. As you can see, this does not have the plywood on it at this time. This opening here we took, and it's actually sheathed underneath the Tyvek. And we did this on purpose so you can actually see how we like to see our windows installed. The windows ought to have the plywood on, and the Tyvek goes on. Then we actually put a piece of window wrap tape down here. After that's on, the windows dry fit at one time and pulled out. The next step that you see, the window's actually in. Before that window went in, they actually put a 3/8 bead of silicone around the entire opening. The window went into it. After that's done, it's nailed or screwed in every hole. Then the tape is put back up the sides, across the top, and this piece of Tyvek is then pulled down. So everything's covered water, 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 water.
Okay, back here in Millville after having a brief rain shower here. We're late in the first quarter of this final game of the quadruple header, and Vineland a 7-0 lead over Holly City, also known as Millville. And it'll be interesting to see what Holly City does on this punt. First time, of course, it was blocked in return for a touchdown. And as Howard pointed out right before break, it's a case of the punter standing too close. And a lot of it has to do with the center snapping the ball. Let's see what happens here. It's a good snap. They came pretty close again. Yeah, and it's a pop-up that is taken by Vineland, and they'll get...
Got to pay attention.
Yeah, past the midfield stripe and down to the 48. And that's some field awareness here. And now whistles blow. Could it be quarter time? I don't know. Well, they're bringing both teams to the sideline, so I think we are going to switch sides here.
Yeah, the punter's definitely too close to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I found it interesting, as Howard pointed out. We saw on that last snap, they came charging real quick. They wanted to get a second block.
They almost got it. They one millisecond away from blocking it again.
And they were able to punt it, and Vineland, I mean, this team has shown a lot of great ball awareness and situational awareness to take advantage of opportunities when they come up pretty much at that instant. And they were able to get to the 48-yard line, and that's where Vineland will start. We'll switch sides as we get the second quarter underway.
And you may notice, maybe this is the end of their wave. Each of these squads have the waves, where sometimes it's the lower levels moving up, sometimes it's the upper levels moving out. So this may be where their end is that, your first three teams, you're still working on, you're still getting the guys back in, rebuilding. However, your last team, that last senior team is your guys. And that's where you see the difference here in both sides.
Yeah. So, and with that said, they're like the models of the rest of them. It's funny, we were getting numbers, and now we have a coach coming up, and I'm proud of lottery tickets.
We went to Powerball tickets.
I stay away from that stuff.
The winner. Yeah.
We have our rosters for both, but the accuracy remains. We just got a little bit of an update from the coach, so we're not 100% sure if this is correct or not.
We'll go with that. At least we got one. That's ours. Yes. That works.
Okay, I believe we just had a little pause. I guess change a little paperwork here.
You got it now? There you go.
Indeed. All right, so 1st and 10.
Little run right on the right side.
And a nice run. Got a few yards out of that.
That was number 5 for Vineland.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you. Vineland's called a pretty good game to this point, especially on offense. And they keep this up with the success that they've been having, they will certainly wear down this Holly City defense down.
Yeah, they're a good-sized line. They're projecting their blocks. Quarterback he's confident.
All right, good play on defense by Holly City on 2nd down, maybe a yard if that. Yeah, maybe half a yard. So you're looking probably a 3rd and 6. Ball around the 35-yard line. We'll see what the Raiders have in store here.
Getting a lot of pressure from the middle. I mean, both teams right now is pressure from the middle on defense.
All right, so kind of a little bit like some of the other youth teams, the center runs to get the ball first and everyone else follows eventually. They're going full house, but unfortunately one of the rooms wasn't finished, so they have to go back 5 yards and finish that up. And that's a tough penalty because you had a 3rd and 6 and they got a 3rd and 11.
Just never want to go backwards. It's these mental mistakes. They left a touchdown on the board already. Vineland could be up 14-0 right now. And then you're getting close to smelling the end zone again, and you got these mental mistakes you got to knock out.
So we shall try this again. And we've had a lot of 5-yard penalties here, false starts, motion fouls, those type of deals. So they'll go full house again. and it'll be a keeper.
Oh, the
Let's see.
quarterback kept it.
Yeah, he's going to run, and he's not going to quite get a first down. He may have gotten
3 yards.
2, probably to the 38-yard line. So now an interesting decision for Vineland, who, of course, they're into all whites with white helmets and red numerals and striped pants, while, of course, Holly City all in blue with orange, and some have white helmets and white numerals with the orange and white stripes along the side of their pants for most of them. It'll be an interesting play call decision. We'll see.
Well, we went through this when Millville had the ball, and I said they should have went for it, and they punted, and it was blocked. Now it's Vineland's turn.
All right, so 4th down. It's going to be 4th and 8. Back to pass, rolling right, firing, pass is caught, and there's broke one tackle, and we'll see it. He's going to be short of a first down. He got to the 36. He was able to elude one tackle, but not the second. So good job by the Holly City defense to stop them and force the turnover on downs by Vineland. So Holly City gets another crack at it.
Yeah, it was a tough play to call. When you got a 4th down, you want to try to get more towards the first down.
And that's what you want to do.
You want to meet the receiver more towards the first down. I mean, he got the ball almost parallel, and he made a couple yards, but it just wasn't enough.
I do agree that it was definitely a short play. When you have plays like that, you want to try and throw to a receiver near the sticks and see if he can get the edge
even
on.
if you're 3 yards behind it and you got that forward momentum coming in, you'll get it.
All right, so 1st and 10, down marker needs to be fixed. So
Millville's coming out and spread. Quarterback in shotgun.
I thought it was one of those everybody moved but the ball type plays, but no call and no chance for the running back that time, who loses a significant amount of yardage.
Yeah, there was definitely some miscommunication on the offensive line right there.
Pushed him back.
Somebody missed somebody.
You're not kidding, and it ends up being a 5-yard loss.
You go in shotgun to buy yourself some time, and there was no time. He got the ball, and he had 2 defenders in his face.
And now it'll be 2nd and 17. That was a 7-yard loss on the play. And I think now we have an official timeout. I'm not sure exactly for what, but I guess they want to make sure everything on the other side. Oh, yeah, it is the down markers. So they got 2nd down up now, so it's now 2nd and 17. Ball at the 32, it looks like. And once again, they're going to line up in what looks to be under center with
pro set.
Yeah, it looked like a pro set, but we got a timeout called by Holly City. So let's grab a break here in the 2nd quarter. It's Vineland over Holly City by a count of 7-0. Come back in just a moment.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, so following the Holly City timeout, they're down to 1 left here in the first half. Right now, Vineland, they have the 7-0 lead, and it's on special teams. It was the block punt for a touchdown that was returned, and I'm telling you, that play really got Vineland sparked up. But other than that, it's been even Steven when it comes to offense against defense.
Very even game. Getting a lot of players in the backfield causing havoc on both sides of the ball. We just seen what happened on that last play. You're in shotgun, and the quarterback was getting the ball, and he had 2 defenders in his face sacking him as he got the ball. So communication on the line is big right now, and these guys are old enough to communicate.
Okay, so a 2nd and long, back to pass. It looks like a little screen, but reading it nicely is the Vineland defense.
Yeah, they read that very well.
Not much at all there. That is Lee German, who is one who made the grab, and now force a 3rd down. You're looking probably, it only is like 2 yards, so 3rd and 15 coming up. And to be honest, John, I mean, obviously the hitting's a lot harder, and the speed is a lot quicker.
Every game got quicker and quicker. We're not seeing a lot right now. The teams are slowing themselves down with a lot of mistakes right now, so they're taking away from their potential. So they just got to, fix these little issues they're having with the lines, shut that defensive penetration coming from the middle.
Okay, so 3rd and 15. And you also got to consider the field conditions, too. The rain may have stopped, but it's going to be a wet field the rest of the way.
Just came through.
Here's a throw, and the pass is caught, trying to get around the person who ended up catching the ball, number 17. That would be Christian Baston. Got a few yards on the play, but well short of a 1st down. Now, it'll be interesting to see what the Bolts do as they try. I'm thinking they're going to punt, but they're going to have to change the way they're going to go about it, because both times the special teams for the Raiders have just charged across. So let's see what they do this time. Play, by the way, ended up losing 3, so it's 4th and 18.
4th and 18.
Not exactly what the Bolts had on their agenda here.
And now you got a wet field, a wet ball. You're going to be.
Lots of things could happen here.
So, if he's punting, he's still close, too.
We're making sure the magic number is 11.
Oh.
A high snap that's over his head, and he's got the fall on it. What a bad break there, as Vineland's going to recover, and they're going to be in the red zone after the turnover on downs. And again, like I said, you wonder if the wet ball had something to do with the snap.
Being a center my whole life, it puts a little fear in you when everyone's watching. It is discomforting.
Extremely. I mean, we've been seeing games where it happened like every other play, or more than 50% of the plays on average.
It's already a frustrating position, and then you add the rain, and you're telling yourself, please don't mess up, please don't mess up. And you're that close. So, yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
So they're in the red zone. I think it's going to be a 15-yard line. So 1st and 10, as Vineland's quarterback takes a high snap. They're going to do the handoff up the middle, but Holly City's saying we are not having any of that. Not much game. That might actually be a loss on the play.
We got a flag.
And a late flag. What's this all about?
I think it's a personal. There was some jawing.
Oh, wow. And Vineland, I mean, they put themselves in tremendous field position, and why would they do something like that?
A coach would be – he's going to be livid right now.
I can understand.
He's not going to be happy with that.
Listen, I can understand Donald Duck losing his temper. That coach, I think, has topped it.
Yeah.
So not only that, I think the down counts. Because it happened after the play was over. So all of a sudden, they went from the 15-yard line all the way back to the 32. A 2-yard loss and a 15-yard penalty. You just went from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 27.
Yeah, now you got to fight your way all the way back.
And you got only 3 downs to do it unless somehow there's a defensive penalty.
Shotgun single back. Man in motion.
Well, they're going to have to try and throw somehow. But they're going to run it instead. They're going to take their chances and end up getting a few yards on the play. As unfortunately view distorted by the tent and the tree. We'll see where they spot the ball, but at least they got a few of the yards back. But they got a long way to go.
He got about, I'd say 9 yards, 8 or 9 yards.
I'd say I'm going to go at 7 because they got it to 25.
Okay.
So it'll be 3rd and 20.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do from this point on this drive. You know, you can, the clock is running down to halftime.
I think obscured from view, it looks like a player shaking up on the near sideline where the tent is, and that's where a couple of players are running. So we're going to keep it here for the moment while they attend to the what probably is the injured player. But, John, obviously, this being the top level in this particular type of league, obviously it's a learning curve going from step to step to step. What have you seen this game so far in a quarter and a half that has kind of left you impressed for both teams?
I'm happy with the speed of the game. Everyone, good sportsmanship right from the door. The play calling, I like it. I like the play calling, the players producing the plays. I like the line blocking. I watch the line blocking on every play, and there has been some miscues. You got to fix the miscues. But for the most part, it's been a solid game for both teams. Evenly matched. They're both having some issues in the middle of their offensive lines. They just got to fix it, either shut down the gaps a little bit and just communicate with each other. This is the age group where you got to communicate.
Okay, 3rd and 20 from the 25. Again, they send a man in motion, and they're going to run this thing again. Wow. Not to any success because Holly City was ready.
3 defenders right in his face.
And now you realize how huge that play was, because you go back and you had that unsportsmanlike that happened after first down, absolutely detonated this drive.
It's not what you want. Not what you want.
Not at all. I mean, that will send coaches to a drinking bin on that one.
So we got, big play here. It's a big turning stone for Millville if they stop them on this play, and see if Millville can bounce back and get a score on the board.
Well, we'll see what Holly City can do. They are going to go for it on this 4th down play, probably 4th and 22. They got the ball to 27.
Spread formation,
yeah, they're definitely spreading out.
And they're letting them go.
Now they go empty gun. Back to pass, going to take a shot. And it is. Oh, what a catch!
Is it inbounds?
Yeah, it was inbounds.
Is it inbounds?
It definitely was inbounds. What a tremendous catch, and welcome to the end zone there. On
Great
4th
play.
and 22, a perfect pass, and basically diving back and extending to make the catch. Holy mackerel.
That was well-designed. Quarterback sat back and let it go. A nice ball.
Figure why not take a chance and see what happens there. And, boy, you talk about bailing out a team after a bad penalty. They come through and get the points anyway.
Yep, that two touchdown lead now.
Really, that is a sensational play.
That motion coming out of the backfield it helps out a lot in that play, because when that motion comes around and you snap that ball, it causes the diversion. And we didn't get to see, unfortunately, what with this tree in our way. I wish I could have seen if it was a cross, did he go straight out? But it was well designed.
Well, we could also leave it to the imagination, figure what the geometry, hyperbola of the route would be. All right, so now the conversion, the pass is caught. He's going to try the 2-pointer. He's going to get it. Now, wait, there is a flag down, though, at the 5 and also back at the line of scrimmage. So let's say holding. Not yet, because it's going to be a hold.
There it is, the famous holding call.
And so the conversion goes back to the 13-yard line. So you can't put the points up yet. All right, so back to the 13, and once again, it's a case of holding, and, we see that a lot on the play, but, you look at the defense trying to get through, and sometimes it's just hard to withstand when you get such a push that you do everything you can to yank them down by whether it be by the shoulder pad or the horse collar or someplace else, and it ends up being a penalty.
Yeah, unfortunately, the refs are going to call it when they see it.
Well, they have to. There have been a lot of penalties, which explains they call it tight here in this particular level.
They're doing their job.
That's correct. All right, back to pass and trying for the conversion.
And he's got
a one-handed catch.
Great catch.
So a 13-yard 2-point conversion.
They're playing very confident right now. quarterback was relaxed on that. He just dropped back. He got in position. He looked very relaxed when he let that ball go.
I mean, why don't we go back and see that replay? It was almost a carbon copy of the touchdown that we are about to see. And remember, this was 4th and 22 from the 27-yard line. Now, we'll do our best to try and figure out. I think number 3 is the one you want to watch in the right slot. What does he do?
That motion. It's 11.
Oh, it's 11. Look, he
Yeah.
outran the coverage. And look at that great still shot there.
Stretched for it, came down with it.
I tell you, he must have been absolutely thrilled with that catch.
He's putting it. The quarterback is putting a nice touch on the ball.
And putting it in a spot where only the receiver be able to catch the ball.
Confidence. Definitely confidence right now.
That's certainly going to help. Why don't we show that thing again here?
It's the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, we'll show you the 2-pointer here. And it's almost a carbon copy of the touchdown.
Yeah, it looks designed the same. He drops back. He's got time. Nice pass.
And broke the coverage. And
catch,
look at this.
but the catch.
Look at that one-handed catch.
That was great. That was
Good
a great
Lord.
catch.
Some people have aerial circus hands here.
You know, he's going to get highlights off that tonight.
I'm pretty sure.
He's going to wait. He's going to say, I got to get home. I got to get home and see this play.
Now, I would
That's what you want. It's what HSG is for.
Well, I would like to remind everybody that for this top league, the kickoff is at the 40-yard line, not the 45. So I may have mentioned that earlier, so I apologize for incorrectly mentioning. Here comes the kickoff, a little bit of a directional.
Little squib kick.
Little squibber, and it's going to stay in bounds. Be careful. And Holly City has nowhere to go. Down to the 31-yard line. Let me go ahead. I'll read the Vineland Raiders staff as we have him. Jaden Pender, Nazir Winrow, Glenn Seeger, Jaden Robinson, Rakeem Stubbs, George Figueroa, Gary Jones, Darius Hill, Tommy Profit, Carlton Thomas, Jaden Barnett, Israel Aviles, and DeAndre Williams. All right, so Holly City will try that again, as they're going to spot it probably about the 30. I mean, they obviously have a hill to climb now, down 15-0, something that
we haven't seen today.
From any level of Holly City, who have been pretty much done well in the first 3 games. And if you missed any of it, you can always DVR it in a way and rewind and check out YouTube. And make sure you do it HSG Network on YouTube. And make sure you subscribe while you're at it.
Coming out and spread over here.
Single back here on 1st and 10, and he gets the handle.
Wow.
That's going to be a good run.
That was a
and
nice
a real
wow.
good run. Crossing
Got some
midfield and
yards.
all the way down to about the 33. I'm checking. Oh, unfortunately, it might come back. There's a flag down all the way back at about the 35. And now it seems like, it seems like Vineland's now getting all the breaks and not Holly City like in the previous games.
Definitely getting the breaks this game.
And they did call a hold, so it's going to be a 10-yard penalty, and that's going to really back things up.
And
that was a great run too, but the
he was
hold
on the
ruined
outside.
it.
You know, it was probably on. It could have been on the backside. We don't know where the hold was, but it was away from the play. That's all I know. So it's unfortunate.
It definitely is, and obviously a learning lesson for something like this. As right now, Holly City is going to be. I see where it is. The penalty happened during the run. So they're penalizing 10 yards from the spot of the infraction. So as a net gain, it was 2 yards. So they repeat the down as well, and it's 1st and 8. Not often you get something like that. So again, single setback. Will they try to play again?
Oh, he's got a guy in his face. He shot through there. The left defensive tackle just
and came
swarmed in
very
there.
close to causing a
sack.
big loss on the play. But number 34 is able to, it's 14 rather, was able to get a couple yards on that play.
Lee German.
Yeah, Lee German was the one who got it. And now they're going to go tempo. First time any team has done this today. That was a 6-yard pickup, so 2nd and 2. They're coming again.
And they're back there again.
Oh, and German has no shot this time.
That defensive line is pumped up right now for Vineland.
Kind of makes you wonder if that back was offside. I mean, or just precisely timing it so right that there ends up being knowing exactly what the play count is. Now, Vineland's called a timeout, so that'll be their first of the half. I mean, what have you seen so far? I mean, obviously you got 2 aggressive defenses and you got offenses that have been able to provide plays, but for whatever reason, it just seems like for the Holly City gang, not working.
Yeah, they're facing a lot of mental mistakes right now, and they gotta pick themselves back up. You know, now they're on the other end of being down by 2, and it's got a few little things to change. That's all.
Yeah, it certainly is the case, and it's still a 2-score game. You're just going to have to run for a conversion, pass for a 2-pointer, and make sure you have 2 touchdowns to go along with it to level things up. It's not easy to get 15 points. And let's also consider
they're very well equalized right now in this game, so it's not going to be an easy task. They're both playing good football. Vineland's playing a little bit better right now.
Agreed. And I think as everything is always the case of execution. And even though the offenses have been a little bit more even than we've seen in the previous games, I mean, Vineland's been able to do more than the Bolts have.
Yeah, the big return for the touchdown, the sack, the punt block, the interception. So they're well-rounded right now everywhere. They're touching on all cylinders.
They certainly are, the way things are going here. So no gain on that last play, and Vineland trying to make sure they're defensively ready for this 3rd and 2. Let's see what they do with this one. You got to get to the 38 for the line of gain. Oh, somebody clearly jumped there.
Yep. Quarterback didn't get the ball.
And like I said, the left side of the line for Vineland, they're reading it like, okay, let's time this right. Well, that guy did not time that right at all. He just gave Holly City a first down with that neutral zone infraction.
Wow, okay.
Well, the play never happened because, I mean, half the line charged right across. And maybe it was a hard count. But whatever the case, it is a first down for the Bolts as they move it to the 43-yard line.
Helped them out there. They needed that break.
And who knows, that could be a game changer. You call a timeout, now you commit a neutral zone infraction. That's not going to make coaches very happy here. But remember, these are kids growing and still learning the situationalness of the game.
They're overloaded on the left over here.
Well, here's a delayed handoff, and boy, he was smothered.
I just caught that overload there. The center guard tackle, tight end. They ran to it, but on the backside, they were untouched.
So another loss on the play. So you got 2nd and long. You're all the way back at the 40-yard line. So it ends up being probably a 4-yard loss.
Yeah, it was to the short side too, and I'm pretty surprised they ran that extra stack side to the short side, leaving that much room of green. You know, didn't go towards all that green on the right.
And now we'll see how everything plays out here on what is 2nd and 14. Wouldn't be surprised if Vineland tries charging again, because look how many people are on the line here.
Yeah, there's 6 on the left, basically, and that's the flag.
Yeah, another flag, and it looks like a false start against Holly City again. So, seems like just when you think Holly City gets a break, oh, it's a substitution foul. 12 in the huddle on the offense, so.
Well, I mean, it looked like there was an extra guy, so.
It almost looked like
something was wrong. There was something wrong.
Well, you could do 12 on 12. You're just not going to be as successful getting yards after the play, you know. So back they go another 5, and it's 2nd and 19. Yeah, the down marker was not ready to be put in the right spot. That's why they got the delay here. So now they'll try and snap the ball, and 2nd and 19. I'm sure we're probably late in the first half. Remember, official times kept on the field. So let's try this again. Once again, there's only one man back on defense, so you can see a lot of people potentially charging. Here's a handoff, and boy, they closed up pretty quick.
They're overstacked on the left side for Millville, trying to get the advantage, but they're not executing their blocks. You have a center, guard, tackle, tight end, and an extra guy, and that's too much. They're letting too much penetration in for that stack.
Wouldn't you think the running backs or the quarterback would see where the imbalance is amongst the defense and go away from them?
Well, they outnumber them with that many guys on the left side. You're outnumbering the defense, but they're not executing their blocks.
I think it was Vineland who called the timeout because they made the stop. I didn't see any official signal. Well, the ball's going to be at the 35-yard line. I wonder John, what do you think each huddle's talking about here?
Coach Isaiah White is out there for Millville right now. He's been a coach for a very long time, soft-spoken. He knows what he's doing. If I'm a betting man, he wants them just to execute. Stop the mental mistakes. Stop the mental mistakes right now. He's going to get them fired up, and they'll listen. Over in Vineland, keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop. We're not taking you guys off them. Keep getting in that backfield. So it's totally opposite.
And
right now, Vineland's got the edge, so he's pumping them up over there. He's telling them, keep it going.
I was just going to say that's exactly what they're doing.
I'm not stopping the dogs from going. Just keep doing what you're doing right now.
If it's working, keep at it.
Keep at it.
All right, so they have 2 men back. It looks like 9 in the box. The third and long, and they're timing the blitz.
Yep.
And a deep throw down the field.
Wow.
Oh,
what a catch.
He broke the containment.
What a
Crossing the
catch.
30. He spins around and gets out of bounds at the 20. Or actually, close out of bounds.
You know what? Whatever he said. Whatever coach said, it worked.
And unfortunately, I think time ran out in the first half.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, it is.
Wow, you see the coach right there. He's like, he just said, you're kidding me.
That's been the first half for the Bolts here.
Top play of the game for these guys so far.
Yeah.
Almost went all the way.
What a tough break.
Definitely.
Well, let's show you the play again. I mean, it got him down to the 18-yard line. It was a good 50-plus yards, but unfortunately, time ran out in the first half.
They were sending a blitz. Great pickup on the blitz.
And watch this catch in double coverage.
And he goes up and comes down.
And I don't think the defender was in position to knock the ball away.
Wow, great. He was giving that second and third effort down there, but there was no time.
Yeah, and then time ran out, unfortunately, in the first half. So
that's a shame.
That's where we are. The halftime score, Vineland's Raiders lead the Holly City Bolts by a count of 15-0. So why don't we grab a quick break? We'll come back for the second half in a few minutes, so stay with us. All right, welcome back to Millville as we are heading to start the second half of this final game of our quadruple header. The Vineland Raiders and the Holly City Bolts. Vineland with a 15-0 lead. They get the ball to start the second half as the kickoff bounces to about the 25-yard line and trying to cut the corner. Cannot do it as the special teams did a good job of stopping that play. So Vineland will begin probably around that spot. I think they're going to give him the 28-yard line. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Saplensky. Thank you so much for joining us here throughout the day. Howard Gaber, of course, thanks to him, dealing with all the equipment and the sound and the graphics and everything else like that.
Yeah, the replay and everything. This game, I think we're going to see a better second half. I think both teams took these to the sidelines, had their little pep talks. Gonna get some hard hits.
I think we may see harder hits from the Holly City gang because remember they're down 2 scores. They've had a ton of bad breaks. They got off to a brilliant start of this game with a kickoff return, and then unfortunately it completely reversed, almost like the Cowboys-Giants game last week.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can describe it when you had that block punt return for a touchdown and everything snowballed after that. But here, nothing really has snowballed. Bolts are still in this game, and one play can certainly turn things around. Yes, we're waiting for the chain gang to come here again.
Oh, no.
But it looks
I should have bet.
Yeah, but
you got DraftKings?
Well, hey, it rained an hour ago, but we'll leave it alone.
Okay, here we go. We got the number 1 out there.
Yeah, 1st and 10. And thankfully, he's all right because he got a little banged up in the first half. Hold everything. Yeah, bring on flags and a false start. So Vineland hit with a 5-yard penalty. It'll now be 1st and 15. So what adjustments do you think both teams have to make for this second half of play, John?
Just the play calling. Execute the plays we call. If I call a play, you got to execute it. My offensive line, when in doubt, fire out. Don't miss a guy. There's been so many missed blocks for both sides. You have to communicate to the guy on the side of you. We've seen guys walk in without being blocked. There was a miscommunication. Someone's got to be blocking them. You miss your assignment, you're going to have problems.
So now it'll be second down. No, 1st and 15, and there was a penalty. I beg your pardon. All right, look at it, breaking through a tackle. He's getting the first down a whole lot more, and he may run the whole way.
He's got some wheels.
He sure does.
Number 3 for Vineland.
All the way. Welcome to the end zone. Oh, that's got to be a backbreaker for the Bolts.
I said it's going to start the second game. It's going to be a different game. This guy comes out and one play.
76 yards. 77 yards, actually.
This pep talk. He said it. Let's go out there. We got a 2-touchdown lead. Keep it going.
You would think the pep talk would come from the Bolts rather than the Raiders, but evidently the Raiders worked even more.
You got to keep them going. When you got the brake pedal, the gas pedal down, step on it more. Go accelerate. Go get some more. He told them, you want this win? Starts right now on this drive. That first drive they stopped them on to start the game was big.
Well, you're not kidding because it completely changed the momentum of how this game has turned out.
And then you come out the second half, you get an opportunity to get the ball first, and 76-yard touchdown run.
All right, so they're going to go with the conversion. So
the tree play.
Instant tree play. We'll see what they do. We'll do our best to describe it. It's a rollout, and let's see if he runs it. He will. He keeps it. Did he get in? Is there a signal?
It's close. He got it.
Yes, he did. So the conversion is good, and it ends up being 22-0 in favor of the Raiders. And, John, interesting discussion in regards to how number 3 got so open on that big run, which gave Vineland a 3-score lead.
This kid is going to come out of the backfield. Line is going to open this hole. He finds it. Lead block is coming through. Guy gets a hand on him, does not wrap him. He goes high on it. You're not going to go high on this guy. Another guy, miss block, and now the Jets come on. You're not tackling this guy up at his shoulder pads. You're not wrapping an arm around his front of his jersey. You got to go at his legs.
I think what happened was he accelerated after avoiding the first tackle, and it was he was just flying.
He had some rockets. He showed his speed.
Longest play from scrimmage today on this field, 76 yards.
Yeah, it's a great play.
Really tremendous play if you think about it. So the Raiders up their lead to 22-0. While we have a second, of course, we have Holly City and their senior player roster. I'll read the names to you, and we'll get to some, and then we'll get the others after another play. John Ball, Christian Baston, Kai Boleg, Josu Chever, Brandon Cuff, Ronvel Dooley, Leroy Ford, Lee German, Cameron Gilman, Andre Gross, Savion Jones, Nyshawn Jones, Jamal Jones Jr., Dorian McCartney, Darius McCartney, Gary Palmer, Rylan Parker, Samuel Parker III, Andrew Pinnock, Troy Pitts, I think the second, Benito Rivera, Hakeem Roll, Ronald Saunders, Aiden Shaw, Michael Toscano, and Ja'Cory Tucker. That's the group from the senior group of the Holly City Bolts. Now let's see if they can get something positive to start the second half on offense. As speaking of Herman, he gets to about the 40 and maybe the 42, and that's about it. I don't know if it's Lee German or Lee Herman, because it could be pronounced either way.
Yeah, I was kind of questioning that myself.
I guess a lot of it depends on background stuff. And now we have a Vineland player that's shaken up at about the 40-yard line. We'll see if hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, we've had a lot of players today get a couple stingers.
And don't forget, this is just the second week of the year here. There's a whole lot more football to go. And for those of you who have been watching on HSG Network on YouTube today, support the kids, thank you so much for doing it. Please remember to subscribe to HSG Network. We're going to have more of this youth football, the TCUFL. That's going to be happening throughout October as well. So make sure you please subscribe to HSG Network and tell your friends about it. Even if you can't make it to the game, you'll be able to see it here. HSG Network on YouTube. That's all you need to do. Subscribe, and we'll take care of the rest.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if
seeing a player go
I
down.
wonder if it's a cramp, though.
It could be. Sometimes, these young players, they don't drink enough water the night before, the day of the game, and hydrate. It could be so many different things.
And so that will make it a when Holly City gets the ball, they'll have first down. Vineland, for all four teams, Vineland suffered a lot of injuries. We're hoping everybody's okay.
Absolutely.
He's up on his feet now, which is good news. We want to make sure everyone's good. And it's always so important. And John, I mean, you've now seen this for the very first time, and coming back to basically your home region and seeing these players. I mean, what have you gotten a perspective of now that you're in the box and watching things over the field and not on it?
Yeah, it gives you a bigger look. It's exciting to be down there. You always miss it. What is that? the New England Patriots. But, yeah, it's different. It's so intense down there.
I don't know what Howard was thinking of doing that.
He's trying to let you know about, the New England Patriots.
6 onion rings, and they're not going to be using that logo tonight.
Oh, wow.
They're using the old late 70s Patriots logo for the throwbacks.
I missed that logo. I really missed that logo. But yeah, it gives you a better look up here. You always want to be down there. You love football. You coach it. You play it. But being up here, it gives you a different look.
Oh my goodness gracious! Hey, you gotta have some humor around here. But anyway, as the officials discuss, finally get into some live action here. So it is 1st and 10 for the Bolts. They have the ball spotted at the 40, looks like the 41, 42-yard line. We'll find out what they decide to do here. And it looks like they will have a spread formation. You're probably a lot more passing the ball being down 3 scores, I would suspect.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Back to the right?
Go back to where they left off the first half.
Oh, a weird-looking snap, but it still worked. The pass is caught and stepped out of bounds. We'll see what it is at the 49, so about a 7-yard pickup. And that makes it 2nd and 3. But I'll tell you what, that was one of the slowest shotgun snaps you will ever see.
It had a forward roll when it came out. I mean, it could have got hit a little bit.
And so that'll make it, well, it ends up being about a 9-yard pickup.
Yeah, they're staying in that spread too, and he's going to look for that pass that they ended the first half on.
Probably they're probably doing a little tempo too. Another high snap. The pass is caught by too much traffic and trying to get around. He's broken through a couple of tackles, but can't get. I mean, it's just too much. When you're 1 against 8, I don't think you're going to be using the Rockets to go straight upward to get around it.
Yeah,
and ends up losing 3 on the play. So that forces a 3rd and 4, and again, the timing. And I don't know, maybe there's a new center that is in now for the Bolts. And it's very possible.
It was a little slow to get the snap was a little slow.
Yeah, the last 2 snaps.
Yeah, they were a little slow.
And I guess they're going to be huddling up toward a sideline and try and figure out what to do. I mean, they didn't officially call a timeout or anything like that. And I don't think they have the right personnel on the field. And the coach is like, no, this player belongs in this particular play. All right, so 3rd and 4. Remember, still in the 3rd quarter. The Bolts trying to get a first down here, and again they spread. This time backs to the left of the quarterback. And they send a man in motion.
That's over.
And this is a very high snap that the quarterback has to fall on.
Yeah, he's
so a nightmarish set of plays.
He might
there.
be in his head right now. I don't know if it's the same center. But it could be in his head right now. You're getting a slow snap. He's losing a little confidence. So you got to get your confidence back. If you're going to stay in shotgun, the snap has got to be there.
I think that's a very distinct possibility because we didn't see any problems from center to quarterback in previous shotgun snaps.
No.
So I'm suspecting it probably is a new center, and that kind of changes things. So you just went from 2nd and about 1.5 yards to 4th and 11. And unfortunately now it looks like the Bolts are going to have the punt.
Yeah, you got 30 in there to long snap right now.
Well, they're going to try and figure something out here.
Punter's counting his guys up.
Make sure you get to 11. Anything higher, there's a big problem. It can't be anything higher or lower, as a matter of fact. Standing pretty close back, and the ball goes. And are they gonna try and fake?
He snapped the ball without his punter's permission there.
Evidently, and nobody moved. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was a little miscue.
Let's just say the center had a very nice, nightmarish 4 plays, to say the least. So because of the punt that went awry and didn't happen, the Raiders get the ball on downs, and they have extremely good field position. They're going to spot this thing at the 38, 39-yard line.
Yeah, you got to make a decision. You get on the sideline right now while the defense is out there. Practice your snaps now. Practice right now until you go back in and fix it or go back under center.
All right, well, they're going to go full house here. They hand it
off.
Let
his lead block right through there. Wow, great
Yes,
run.
indeed. A very nice run, and that's going to be a first down.
They're starting to take advantage of this lead. Vineland's playing very confident football right now.
And the offensive line, I think, is going to start wearing down this Bolts defense very shortly. They haven't done that already.
Yeah, they're doing a good job up front.
They got to the 26, so a gain of 13. And it's 1st and 10 for the Raiders.
Whenever you got a lead like this at any level, you can bully. You can bully football. You can keep trying to bully different plays and take advantage of that lead.
In football, it's okay. Outside of that, it is not okay. Here on first down, there's, I think, number 3 again, still pushing through. And now the whistle blows. You keep playing until the whistle.
Yeah.
And some more yards on the play there.
Hard-fought yards. When I say bully, I'm saying bully your way through. Go ahead. Get them 3-4 yards. Let that clock wear down now. We're in the second half. They got a huge advantage right now, 22, and they're almost in the red zone.
That's correct. That was a 4-yard pickup, so
yeah.
2nd and 6 coming up from that 22-yard line.
And you see number 3 in that backfield, and this is who they're going to have to watch. Eventually, he's going to get the ball.
Well, not this time.
Wow.
Here's number 1 with a
Right
whole first
up the
down, and he may
dive.
bring it home and will from 22 yards out.
Well-ran dive.
Tremendous job there. So we have a touchdown pass. We've had 2 touchdown runs, and the runs have come here in the third quarter as the Raiders extend their lead. Boy, I tell you what, Vineland may have had a tough day on the other levels, but they have been dominant on the senior level today.
Somebody was sleeping in the middle. He walked Scott's free 14 yards to the end zone. Nobody was there. That was a well-ran play.
And I guess and Howard said it's football, but then of course that's a tribute to Nick, who has said that so many times. Coach Nick. The legendary Coach Nick with those words. All right, we're going to have the extra point, which was it going to be 1.5 points?
1.5 points. Our first
your double extra point. The snap, kick on its way. He got it.
Got it. Good job.
That was a low-line drive that just sneaked around the right upright, and it ends up being 30-0 Raiders. So 15 in the first half and now 15 in the third quarter. And for the Raiders, I mean, a lot of credit to them. They've been able to, I mean, after a slow start, that block punt, I mean, that's all they needed. And eventually the rest of the elements of the game have come their way.
Yeah, you've seen Vineland seniors wake up this game playing good football on all aspects, offense, defense. Their defensive line is causing major havoc. Special teams, they're doing outstanding. They got the game in control. You know, they're controlling the way this game is going to go now.
They most certainly are. And for the Bolts, on the other hand of things, I mean, obviously it's been a very tough night for the senior group. They've I mean, obviously, you still got to work on some positive things here as the minutes wind down. We still have a quarter or so to go. So you're kind of looking at, I'm trying to do some more passing and having some people open. I mean, they've done some things to which have worked, but unfortunately for them, it's been beyond untimely with what they've had to deal with.
Yeah, right now, you know, you want to come out here. Their bread and butter was passing. They had, you know, go downfield. You know, they came out with these little passes, and they weren't really working. Go back to what was working. You know, revamp, get that first score on the board. We said that for 3 other games when the shoe was on the other foot. Try to get that one score, get a taste of the end zone, and used it as a positive to move forward, try to do it again.
And even at this level, John, positivity and leading into the next chapter is so important. And people underestimate what happens in football, and sometimes people forget what happens at the end of the last game. It's like, okay, what positives can we build from it? And what can we do to make it better for the next round?
So many. You never know so much. You never know too much, and you learn something every game, every practice. You're always learning at this level. Every level you're learning something.
Here's Herman trying to cut the middle. And a nice cut in return. He gets to about the 38-yard line. So he tried to cut through the middle and tried to see if a hole was there. A little one was, and he was able to spring for a nice return. Now let's see if the Bolts can build on that and try and get some points.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Coach White is coming up with right now. I mean, you got 30 points against you, third quarter. I'm sure we're past the halfway mark of the third quarter by now. And, you know, right now it's about pride. Let's go out there. Let's finish strong, you know, because coming back from 30 is going to be tough. So let's finish strong.
Well, they spot the ball at the 40-yard line, so that's where the Bolts will begin 1st and 10. And like I said, everyone, when it comes to being a cohesive unit, sometimes there's cohesion that have worked for years for groups, and others that are just still trying to figure things out. And it does happen. And I think a lot of it sometimes has to deal with how long these people have played together and trying to be on the same page.
Yeah, not sure if that's the same center again with the quarterback. So hopefully they were on the sideline while they had that little break and practiced some snaps. He's under center now, so he's out of shotgun, so hopefully that helps.
Well, everyone comes charging and not even having a chance.
Heavy blitz.
I mean, and that was basically the break the wall down blitz, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, they sent a full house on that. It almost looked like 2 linebackers came right up the middle.
If you looked at that, that was they saw that that he was under center, so they've adjusted their offense for the bad snaps. The defense adjusts by putting 9 men in the box.
Oh, absolutely.
And going right after him, saying you're not gonna be able to backpedal. We're gonna just overrun you right now.
Yeah.
You don't have enough blockers for as many guys as we're gonna throw at you.
And Vineland figured that out the early part of this game, and they went 9 in the box, like I mentioned earlier, for most of this game. And
when you're
it's been too
outnumbered,
overpowered.
It's tough to execute your play when you're outnumbered. You know, but you got to communicate on the line at the same time. I mean, you can shut down the middle. I mean, they were just in the quarterback's face instantly, so they got to talk.
All right, so 1st and 10. We're going to spot about the 35-yard line. And it's going to be a keeper this time. Whoa, pulled. Oh, and he lost the football.
Wow.
Going back the other way, and that's going to be a goal right there.
Wow.
This team has scored on offense, defense, and special teams.
Wow.
And it's number 4 who came away. And I was worried that it was going to be like a horse collar tackle because the uniform was certainly turned. But there is no flag based upon what we see. And the Raiders keep adding on to their lead.
Yeah, this is 36-0 at this moment. And at the way they're playing, you know, you're going to have to make your adjustments because it's getting ugly, you know.
It has, let's just say for the Bolts, it just has not gone well for them today.
Yeah.
All right, they're going to try the extra point again.
Nice, I like that.
Or the double extra point.
Double extra point.
It's still a 2-point conversion, only done by foot. They're trying to make sure everybody is on the field. Remember, this game was 15-0 at the half, and then all of a sudden the Raiders just turned it on.
Yeah, they're playing some good football right now. All game, they've been playing good football, solid football game.
Here they come, snap, kick on its way.
And we got a block.
Yeah, it was partially blocked. So once
ball.
it's blocked, it's obviously a dead ball. So it stays now 36-0 here, late part of the third quarter. So what has impressed you, John, about what the Raiders have done so far, whether it be offense, defense, or special teams?
They're playing at a top-notch level today. They came to play with intensity. All that intensity is showing on the game field. They came prepared. They came with a game plan, and it's working. The score reflects on the game plan the coaches put together for this game. They look good. They got speed. They got strength. They've got some athletes that are making big plays. So, I mean, they just came prepared. I mean, this is what you ask of young men this age, to come out there prepared, listen to our game plan, and execute it, and they're doing just that.
And really a tremendous job. I think the way that the Raiders have balanced things, especially beginning in the second quarter.
Yeah.
They've really done a wonderful job with the play calling, getting everyone in the right position, and everybody executing at the right time. That's why the score is the way it is right now.
They're overpowering that middle right now. Well, actually the whole game. Them interior defensive tackles for Vineland have been a game changer in this game that caused havoc. From start to finish, right where we're at now presently. And when you have defensive tackles causing that much problems in the interior, you're going to have problems the whole game. And you're seeing it now.
Okay, and we'll see what goes on here as they try to kick things off. And
it's going 10.
Oh, wow.
It went 10.
And it did go 10. Wait a minute. Flags are down, and it might have been touched just before going across midfield.
Targeting.
Or is there a targeting foul potentially? I didn't exactly see what happened there, but oh yeah, blow the head.
Yeah.
So we're gonna. Yeah, the penalty is against Vineland, and we'll show you exactly what happened. Now watch what happens. Oh goodness!
Yeah, he should have put his helmet to the side and used his shoulder pads.
Yeah,
You don't want to lead with your helmet.
Right. That's one of those what not to do in football type deals.
And I think they would have had the ball regardless because he took that step back and he hit him, but I think it still would have been an onside recovery regardless.
Well, my other question is, do you re-kick? Do you re-kick with the 15-yard penalty? That's an interesting decision here. Because the hit happened right before the recovery. So a very confusing situation to say the least. I don't think I've ever seen that one before, too. An onside kick, which ends up leading to a 15-yard penalty on a targeting or a blow to the head. Yeah, it looks like they are going to re-kick. And they're going to spot it at the 35-yard line. It looks like it's a spot foul and then 15-yard penalty. That's a new one. They got to look in the rule book.
Tom, let me clear this up. So they gained possession of the ball, but they actually didn't. So they're giving the ball to the other team because he would have made the coverage on the kickoff. And then they're enforcing the 15-yard penalty from the end of the play. So you get the ball. It would have been at the 40,
at
50,
midfield.
And then you go the 15 yards, and that's where you're at.
Oh, okay. So they gave the ball to the receiving team anyway. And now whistles and find out what's going on next. And coaches are coming out to say, okay, well, we have this, well, we have that, and try and get clarification on everything.
And I mean, if that was on a punt, that was easily a halo, infraction because you did not allow him to catch the ball. You just cleaned him out. So that's probably what the explanation is that he would have succeeded by catching that ball.
Okay, so it's more referee discretion, if anything else. All right, well, that makes a lot more sense if that's the case.
Security.
and the referee is out on the near side, like on the sideline, trying to figure out, okay, what's going on here? We're seeing some strange things here at the end of the game. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there was
there was a fight.
Oh, goodness. So they've stopped the game temporarily to figure out what's going on in the field grounds, and all we can tell you is there is police activity, so we'll just leave it at that. And then we'll try and figure out, I mean, they got to keep everybody safe. And who knows what it could be from a bat. It's very unfortunate.
We're not going to, hypothesize on it, but it looks like they're calling both. The head referee is calling both coaches in, and he may be saying, you know what, guys, at 36-0, what do you want to do? You want to keep going? You want to get out of here? You got a lot of police in the parking lot. What do you guys want to do?
And I think that's fair enough to ask that question. I mean, even about 10, 15 minutes ago, I thought I was hearing like medic or police sirens from behind, and it might have led to a different situation. So I guess based upon what they've discussed, we are going to continue to play.
Yep, which is the right thing to do. Definitely the right thing to do.
They're kids.
These guys aren't out of control. There's nothing out of control on that field.
Exactly not.
It's the environment around them.
I mean, it's respective football, and here's another snap. They keep on coming, and the handoff, and Herman cannot get anywhere.
Yeah, the
ends up losing
they're fired up this game, this defense. They're playing very well together.
Yeah, and, the other discussion, I think, is very possible we may have the running clock situation here, too. So, like I said, we're not sure what it is, but it's gonna be 2nd and 12 anyway. I mean, the Bolts are still trying. They're still playing, and you have to do that until the very end. It's pretty obvious there's a dominant team here. It's in white for this last game. But from what we've seen, I mean, hey, you learn from these things. I mean, sometimes you have everything go right for you, and sometimes you have everything go right for you, and you end up falling short by a couple points.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And there you go again. I had to get you there.
You did get me. You don't know you got a favorite word until you go live, and then you
Oh, gosh.
you learn about yourself really quick.
Yeah, and other people possibly observing. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe we've been doing this since 11 o'clock this morning.
Almost did it again.
Makes it hard to stop yourself, right?
Once you point it out, now you want to say it.
All right, here's the pass that is one hopped incomplete, just a little bit short. But, I mean, like I said, these kids are trying. They're doing the best job they can, and sometimes, like I said, things aren't just working out. So 3rd and 12 coming up, and they're still going to do whatever they can to make sure they have everything
at this
down.
point. Just finish with good sportsmanship. You know, let the game end on a good note. Try to still get that one score if you can, but as you said earlier, try to take the positives from today into next week.
All right, well, it looks like they've signaled three-quarter time. So we'll move the ball to the other side, and the score, like I said, after 3, Vineland ahead of the Bolts 36-0. So I guess we'll grab a break, and we will come back with the 4th quarter right after this. All right, back for the final quarter of this one and the last quarter of this quadruple header here from Millville. I'm Tom Wilkins, John Saplinski with me, Howard Gabriel with the controls and all that stuff, and chiming in when necessary. So we've had a 2-man and a 3-man booth here for throughout this day.
I feel more like Don Blandino?
Dean Blandino?
Dean Blandino, Gene Steratore. That's what I feel like over here.
Or John Perry when it comes to the former officials. And it's fair you have an extra person give like a little extra insight and give a more of a scope of the game. All right, so as we resume, it's 3rd and 12. Back the pass and nobody home, and they just keep on blitzing and keep on sacking. Number 4, who had the fumble recovery for a touchdown just a short time ago, in with the sack, and now whistles a blow. Maybe another injury timeout.
Could very well be.
It's along the near side, out of view, and I think it's one. And it's right behind the tree. It's one of the Holly City players who probably went down the field, and who knows what could have happened there. Let's just hope it's nothing serious. So, but I mean, you've had what, 4 games here, and like you said, we mentioned about your perspective. The differences between on the field and in the box. What could you give based on your experience today?
Oh, it's a big difference. Being down on the field, you live for that moment. You know, you love the game and you want to be in the game. So when you're down on the field, you're like in the game. Even when you're a coach, you're up close and personal with the game. This was different. You know, I've been in the box many times watching games, and then back down, but. You know, you see a lot more up here you don't see down there. You know, you see a lot more mistakes that you can't see at ground eye level. So it's definitely changes the perspective of what you might not see that we do see up here. The eye in the sky, they call it, you know.
Even though you're only about 20 feet above the ground. The receiver ended up getting off and kind of limped off the field on his own power, so potential cramp maybe, but we've seen a lot of people go down, get shaken up in all 4 games.
Today. Quite a bit today, more than I've seen in a long time. You know, could you know, it's not very hot. Could be cramping up, but I've seen a lot today. We did.
Yeah, most certainly there. So following the sack, it's going to be 4th and long, and I would have to think it's 4-down territory for the Bolts. I mean, you might as well take a shot. I mean, if you can, throw a play like 5 wide, go empty gun, and see how far he can run and see how far the quarterback can throw. I mean, you might as well take a shot because, I mean,
you have nothing to lose at this time right now. Just,
it's not about the game now. It's about finishing on a positive manner and just doing the best you can, trying new things, and then building for the next round.
Yeah, take that chance. Definitely take that chance. Pull a play out. You've been practicing that practice you haven't used today. See if you can make it work.
All right, so 4th and 18, and somebody must have taken my advice.
So he's going in that spread, shotgun.
Well, it looked like they were going empty gun for a moment, but now they're going to bring it back in and make it a spread, as you mentioned. Well, let's see what happens. One just never knows. All right, let's see what a quarterback can do on this 4th down play. They're going to be showing blitz.
He got it. Wow. That saved him, though. Hey, you know what? He was going to be in trouble for jumping, but that ball went 15 yards over the head.
Over everybody.
And so that offsides just helped.
I mean, it just shot out of a cannon and just wouldn't come down.
Yeah, so he's not going to get in trouble for that. I think we'll let that one slide.
Well, I guess we'll say it was just a practice one. So the false start makes it a 5-yard penalty, and they're back at the midfield stripe.
Yeah, they got to, right off the bat, they got to fix that center quarterback issue for next week.
I think when they practice this week, there's going to be a lot of repetitions there.
You want the center and the quarterback best friends now. This is you got to get the ball to them. We got to practice.
Okay, so now a timeout is being called, which is rather interesting here. So we'll keep it here. What other observations do you have, John, about this?
Yeah, are you referring to the miscues with the quarterback?
No. I'm saying basically compared to being on the field and in the box, and what have you seen? I'm sure there's a lot of differences from a perspective thing. I know you said eye in the sky, but in reference to those two things, I mean, what else have you noticed that's been different?
Well, I mean, it's just a different thing because if you're a football guy and you've been around the game, you want to be out there. You know what I mean? You would love to be out there and coach, and you miss it. You miss the excitement of being a part of the game. It's laid back up here, It's laid back. You get to have a good time in the box, and you get to watch a football game, but you also get to speak to the fans on HSG Network. But I like it, from my first experience with you guys coming up here. I would look forward to doing it again. Gives you a change of the game. It's another level to staying with the game.
Right. And I think it's important when we get these perspectives in and helps our audience understand a bit more as to what's going on both sides. All right, a long 4th down. They think about punting, but instead going to try and run it and not going to work.
That was a great snap.
That was a very good snap. That was
a right in his chest. Came out fast.
That was the angry snap.
That was the angry snap.
I mean, if you want to call it that way, I mean, that certainly will work.
So what about you, Tom?
What
do you think?
I think you got two teams, Millville and Vineland, who obviously they have a very rich both of them have very rich football history. I think what we've seen from both teams, regardless of level, is the support staff, not just the coaching staff, but the community that both of them have.
A lot of people here today.
Yes, and we have a very good crowd on hand for this for this Sunday slate of games, and it's always nice when you have the community that's involved. As we see this pass.
Wow. He got it. He's got it. Number 9.
Number 9 takes off, and he's going to score himself.
Oh, wow.
That's an unbelievable play. Unfortunately, on the end of where the police activity is, but
that was a great play.
Yeah, great play indeed, and Vineland had some more points. But to further up, obviously these kids, I mean, it keeps them involved. And they have, like I said, a support system, not just coaches, but family as well, other people, and people who have lived in Millville and Vineland, respectively, who have been part of this for many, many, many years. That might explain why they play on Thanksgiving every year.
Yeah, it's a big tradition. I mean,
So-
you're seeing 3 generations here today. You know, you got grandfathers that played for these teams, and their sons are coaching now, and then the grandsons are playing. Yeah, it's a good rivalry. 2 good towns of traditional football. Goes back a long time. It's something to be proud that you're a part of in your past, and then you're able to come and support it now.
All right, so the double extra point is
no good.
Oh, it is no good. I couldn't tell if they raised their arms or not. So it's no good, and ends up being 42-0 for the Raiders. But I'll grant you this, John. I mean, when you're in towns like this, it seems like football is always king as the rain is starting to come through yet again.
There it is.
A perfect time, almost seems like last week. But the point being here, you're obviously going to have support no matter what you do. Just make sure. And football is also life, and if you parallel those two, you do the right things, you're going to be successful. But football is a game where nothing bears its fruits. Nothing bears its fruits without hard work.
Yeah, definitely that. I mean, with the football, there's just so much positive in both towns with other sports as well. You know, you got great academics, you want these players to go through these programs and these midget schools, get to the high school, and better themselves.
And that's really the key there.
I don't see any.
Yeah, rain's picked up a little bit here. I unfortunately don't have any napkin. I mean, maybe I'll run downstairs and grab a few. All right. You guys continue.
All right. Yeah, it's all me, all by myself.
As you can see, we cannot escape the rain no matter what week.
Yeah,
no
here
matter,
it is. It's so much
no
for
matter
10
where,
o'clock.
No
Here
matter
we go,
where.
Vineland kicking off. Got a little squib kick. All right, Millville recovered. So with the clock and the time, I mean, this could be the final drive for the Thunderbolts.
We shall see. At least it's coming straight down. It's not coming inside with us.
Yeah, that's a blessing.
I've seen, we've had last week we had Dan out on the porch.
Really?
And it
In the
opened
pouring
up
rain?
with 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left in the game.
That's a heartbreaker right before you go
up there.
home.
Looks like the moon is rising on our screen.
Yeah.
At least it's not an amoeba. It's not multiplying or anything up there. Science class. Oh, we're gonna get a timeout. Why not? Let's get a timeout. Why not? We got time. And here comes Tom with some napkins. Tom, I don't think I can reach. I think I may need you to reach out and just wipe the. We're gonna spin it for a little bit. Go ahead,
Trying
Tom.
to get the amoeba off the screen.
Hit it. Good. That should be good. Ah, look at that. We're back. Yes, it didn't get a chance to multiply, Tom. Didn't split itself yet. Here. Anyways, Wilkins is back with his double conversions. I told him from now on, it's just called a conversion.
Yeah, we got a timeout, Tom.
Another time as the rain is picking up yet again. Last week, and I don't know if any of you remember this, but we did a game in Voorhees, the final game, and it turned out the very last play of the game, it started to rain, and then during the conversion it became a monsoon, and everyone bailed out, and the game was over right then and there as we continued the clean drops off the camera. So hopefully it won't come to that again.
Here comes the rain. Now it's shifting.
I tell you, your Eurythmics must be thrilled. Let me try and reach one more time. Yeah, rain is coming inside here. Yeah, I'm pulling it. Watch camera. There we go. Yeah, we just had to. Yeah, and they're discussing again. I'm not exactly sure what, but. Yeah, because the rain's picked up. Yeah, again, second weekend in a row, Howard. Unbelievable. So I'm not sure they're going to continue in this weather, but considering it's 42-0, but hey, we're still here at least for a little while longer, and we'll do our best to tell you what happens here on
Under
1st
center.
and 10.
And we got a fumble. He got it,
And somehow a handoff, but even the rain is not stopping this Vineland Raiders team from pouncing, that's for sure. So a loss on a play of 2, so 2nd and 12. I mean, what's impressed you most about this Vineland team?
Just executing the entire game from start to finish. They came out, stopped, Millville on the opening drive. They executed very well. Everything they tried to do, they did. So as I stated earlier, they had a game plan. They came in with it. Execute the plays. If you execute what the coach asks of you, this is the final outcome. So you could teach all day long, but you can't make the plays. We could teach you all day long, but we can't go out there and do it for you.
They tried.
These players went out there and did it.
Oh, and the ball ended up popping out on the handoff, but recovered by the Bolts. So that forces a 3rd down. And that's really the biggest thing. When you look at the execution, I mean, we saw in the first 3 games, Holly City did exceptionally well in all of them.
Absolutely.
And here Vineland's done well in the last game. So that's what it really comes down to. It's a matter of execution and
capitalizing on the mistakes. They capitalized on a lot of mistakes this game, just like the other games did too. You capitalize on the mistakes, and you don't look backwards. They had a lot of breaks, and they took advantage of every single break they got. So when most games, you look for mistake-free football wins. So they had less mistakes, and they played more solid. They played a solid day today.
And unfortunately, they're all going to be going home pretty soaked. I mean, you got to remember, you're dealing with a grass field, so the conditions are going to be a little bit slick here. All right, so 3rd down.
Quarterback going back on the center.
Well, then he had the full house a little bit further back, but then the right side moves for a false start. And sometimes it's just not your day. And you look at the Bolts, it just wasn't their day as far as everything was concerned. But, you just look at it as, hey, a learning experience.
And I think they did a lot of player change on Millville right now, so I think there could be a little miscommunication.
And not only that, I mean, you still have to have everyone play at some juncture, right?
Yeah.
So after the false start, the ball will be on the 34, and we got a 3rd down coming up.
And it looks like Vineland changed their personnel, too. You can see, 4's not in there, 0.
I'll tell you what.
Everyone changed up.
Anyone who plays this Vineland team from here on in, they better be careful. Because this is a good team. This is a really good team.
The key word is discipline, when you want to be disciplined.
And they don't make that many mistakes. That's really the key part of all this.
Not today, they did not. When you're scoring 42 points, there's a lot of big pluses.
Okay, here's a pitch out along the right side and sneaking through for maybe some positive yardage, but not too much. Getting to about the 37, and the ball pops out. But I think they blew the play dead.
Oh, maybe we didn't hear the whistle with the window closed, but yeah,
and
I thought it was still a live ball, and the coach is like, "Run!"
Forward progress stopped, I believe.
Yeah.
And we've got some interesting sound, and we got sounds of the game, and we got the sounds of the air conditioner right behind us.
Yeah.
So, but at least, hey, the people that put us up here to do these games, we cannot thank them enough. It really has been spectacular being here, to be honest. I mean, I wish at the end.
Nice setup over here.
Yeah, this was a very good setup. Obviously, we changed things along the way as we went through the games and tried to make it as best as possible. And I think it's worked out rather well. So now on 4th down. They're coming
Quick
again.
Dive.
Yeah, and they dive all the way to about the 40-yard line and
got about 2 yards, 1.5, 2 yards.
And I think about maybe tonight was a good night that
that was it.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be it. So Vineland wins by a score of 42-0. John, your final thoughts on today?
Great games. It was a great experience coming back and being a part of Millville football today and seeing Vineland. You miss this stuff, so getting an opportunity when you guys called for me to come out here, I jumped at it. This is my first time watching youth football since I retired in 2014. So it was a great day for me to see this. And I look forward to maybe seeing some more games. So you're going to get me out to more games now that I got to experience this today, because you don't realize how much you miss it until you come see it. Great football, though. The senior game, I would have liked to see the score a little bit different on this age level, a little bit more of it started out a little bit even in the beginning, and then Vineland just took the game.
And I'll tell you what, it was impressive for everyone who played. So, John, thanks so much for being part of this today. And as we wrap things up here from Millville in the rain yet again, for Howard Gaber and John Zaplensky, I'm Tom Wilkins. Your final score for the final game of this TCUFL quadruple header, the Vineland Raiders 42 and the I almost lost myself. Holly City Bolts, nothing. Thanks for joining with us here on the HSG Network. And remember, subscribe. That's the key to do it. So see you next